All right, what it do? What it do? What it do? Loyal to the game, boxing and sports. Back in the building. We got the co-host Drico Bay in the building as well. What up?
What up? What up? Spread love. It's the Brooklyn way.
No doubt, man. So we just gonna give it a little minute so we can get some people up in here. We gonna do some cooking tonight, man, because that's what we do. That's what we do.
Yeah, that's what
Make
we
sure.
do. That's what we do. That's
Salute to
they
salute.
count on they count on us. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
I said they always count on us to take the opposite spectrums, and so if this what they wanted, this is what they gonna get, huh? And we
So
don't always do the hey, what up? What's supposed
someone said Draco the goat. Someone said Draco
Yo,
is the
what's up?
goat.
What's up? What's going on? We in the
someone
building. It's Brooklyn, son.
someone salute, bro. I don't know who these guys are, but if you want real quick, if you could just go back into the post, whoever this is from Facebook, go right back into the post, click on the StreamYard link and register. Go ahead and register your Facebook account. That way we can get your profile and we can post your comments just like how we got the brother here, Will Murphy. Salute to you, Will Murphy. We appreciate you always showing the love and the support.
Salute.
Let me see what I can find.
Salute, Will.
I'm gonna have to connect to Facebook also real quick from the phone to see who it is out here that is responding. So, Drico the goat. Okay, that's Ian Randall. Salute to you, Ian. Salute to you, Chris Kelly. Salute to you, Wayne Travel Guy Bailey.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. What's up, son?
Stop hating. It ain't biased, man. You know what I'm saying? It's always biased. That's what they salute to you, Omega in the building. Salute to you, my boy Chuck. It's I'm getting tired of this, man. Y'all Facebook, social media guys got to come up with a new word. Just bias shit is getting old. If you pick it's like if you don't agree with somebody, you bias. If you pick a side, you bias. Everyone, if that's the case, everyone is biased. Everyone who pick a side is biased. Then your view is biased. I mean, you know what's interesting, Drigo? I know that you remember this when we did our show a while back, and we thought that Crawford was going to be fighting Manny Pacquiao. I know I said that if Crawford beats
Absolutely.
Manny Pacquiao, that Errol, it would have to be a 50-50 fight. I remember saying that. That's not a biased view. If Crawford
Absolutely.
would have got the fight,
Yeah.
he would have won the fight, and they would have went to negotiate. Well, it would have been a 50-50 fight. Based on that, he would have had the ticket sales. He would have had the torch passed to him. He was undisputed. Part because now you can bring the undisputed part from 140 to 147 to actually hold some weight by him taking out a legend like Manny Pacquiao and actually having the sales. See, because for me, I'm a guy who has spent
Yeah.
the majority of my life in a sales career. So when it comes to pay-per-views and stuff
Right.
like that, it makes sense. That's my language because I've been in sales. And the only thing that counts in sales is revenue. The rest of that shit don't matter. See, when you
Yeah.
fighting
Yeah.
on think about it, when you fighting on network TV, the commercials is paying the bills, right? When you fighting on pay-per-view,
Absolutely.
there ain't no commercials, man. So it's about revenue. So you talk about, hey,
Absolutely.
this person peaked at 2 million, on ESPN, or this person peaked at 5 or 6 million on Fox, or 2 million on Fox. That's a whole different ball game for pay per view. They use
Absolutely.
those. They
Absolutely.
use they use
Well,
those numbers to see what your popularity is like. So if they could generate a portion of those numbers over the pay per view, so they can make money with you in that way, and that's where you
it's all
graduate
about the
from.
money.
Exactly, and that's where you graduate from
Yeah.
JV to varsity. I mean, there's no other way to
Yeah,
there's no other way to put it. Salute to you, Queen Lori. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well out there. Salute to you, Chris from Uppercuts Box Nation. Salute to you, Ben Israel Shalom, my brother, man down for life. I'm trying to see who this person is.
Salute.
Someone says
I'm trying to figure. I think it's Wayne.
Oh yes, Wayne. Wayne. He went out. Wayne. He went out and I'll go ahead and post it up. He went out there and did his thing and just went out real quick and registered. So now we can get his picture. And anyone looking for a good deal on travel, make sure you hit my man Wayne Travel Guy Bailey. DM him on Facebook. Wayne, you go. On this platform, you're more than welcome to advertise your stuff in the chat because one hand feeds the other. You know what I'm saying? One hand washes the other. And we got to make sure that we look out for each other, man. So Wayne's an excellent.
Absolutely. We have no fun. Brother. We get on each other. You know what I'm saying? We get on each other and we correct each other and we sometimes bully our point of view across. But at the end of the day, man, we are brothers. I would like to think I can pull up. Yeah, I would like to think I can pull up at any one of you guys' city, man. You guys are showing around. You know what I mean?
Michael Walker,
Wayne, Travel Guy.
Do me a favor, Michael Walker. Salute to you. Just go back into the post here on Facebook, click on the StreamYard link, and just register your Facebook account. That way, when we post your stuff here, on the screen, we can have your identity and your profile up there. That way, I'm not really guessing who we speaking to. Or you could just go to Facebook. Yeah. Ian Randolph as well. Salute to you as well. If you could go ahead and real quick, it only take a second to go out back to the post, select the StreamYard link, register your account. It's just a click. That's basically it, and you be back up and running.
Yeah.
He said, "Who that?" He said, "Who that?" Larry Reynolds said, "Boo, get Drico off." Salute to you, Larry. Go ahead and if you guys just could go out back to
I salute Larry.
Go back out to the post, the Facebook post. Click on that StreamYard link. Register your account. It literally takes 2 seconds. You'll be back in here like you never left, and that way we could have a integrated conversation and crowd in the chat, and we go ahead and get all y'all comments up on the screen. So I have to. It's a long time coming. So we touched base on this fight a little while back, and great fight, very interesting matchup, very 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 interesting matchup going on here. But there's a couple topics we're gonna touch on. A lot of interesting topics we're gonna touch on. First, the matchups, the breakdown of what we see in the fighters, how we feel that the fight will play out. Also, a very controversial topic, one that I believe in 1,000%, but I know there's a lot of detractors when I bring this up. The return of BlueRay. We got to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it, especially with confirmation of everything I was saying from the barbershop conversation interview Errol did 2 nights ago. So he said everything I've been saying, and I'm not surprised because I've always stood on my square and understood that situation. And then we'll touch on the aftermath of Team Crawford as well, because there's just a lot of oh yes, my brother, you are good. There you go, Mike. There you go, my brother. You great. You ain't good. You great. So
Mike Walker, I'm gonna blaze you by the end of this podcast. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah,
I'm trying to cut you off, brother. Go ahead.
All good, man. So we're gonna cook on we're gonna cook on a couple of things, especially the Team Crawford aftermath. And I just watched a video with Monty on there, Monty Brown. Salute to Monty Brown. If you guys haven't, here we go. We got Baby Crawford in here. Baby Crawford in here. He won't show his. He ain't gonna show his face. But we got Baby Crawford in here. I know he don't like it, but like we said, there's only 2 Crawfords that's important. One is Terrence Bud Crawford and
dangerous.
Jamal Crawford, 6th man of the year. The rest of the Crawfords is junior Crawfords, and we got Drico made half of Crawford over there because he got 1 foot straddling 1 foot in the fence and 1 foot on the other side of the fence. But you know, sooner or later, we gonna get him back into the light. Okay, but as I said, as I said, look at that.
Steady ready box. Stay ready boxing. I'm sorry. Brooklyn education. I'm sorry.
Stay ready boxing. If you just go outside back into the actual post really quick, it'll take less than 2 seconds to go there. Click on the link, the StreamYard link, register your Facebook account, and then we'll be able to get your identity or profile, your Facebook profile up here. That way we can keep you integrated into the conversation. So look, let's cook Drico, man. I'm excited about the fight. Very excited about the fight. It's like I know the fight is happening, but it really hasn't set in. It's like, you know, for me, it's almost like when you're looking forward to a big trip or a big vacation, and you know it's coming, but you're excited about it, but it don't really hit you until you get closer, like when it's right up on you. For me, that's how I'm feeling about this. A lot of things I'm gonna touch on with this one. The first thing is, it's possible I may show up in Vegas for it. I don't know. I might not, Wayne, only because there's some goals I have, some financial goals I have this year. I'm being a little tight with some things, and my wife likes to go on these expensive ass vacations. We got some other stuff going on too, so I have to manage some things. But it's a possibility I may be there. It all depends. But as I was saying, this fight right here, please go. Yeah, this fight right here is going to be I think it's going to be a great fight, a great matchup, a clash. What makes it interesting for me is it's going to be a clash of styles for me. No one can mimic Manny Pacquiao. You know, you can get as much sparring partners as you want, but no one is going to be able to mimic the years of experience he has, his awkward style, his angles, that crazy footwork. No one's really going to be able to mimic that. So, my question is, how do we?
Kwame, you going in and out on my end, or is it he's going out? You know, put a 1 in the chat if he's going. If
I don't think. I think it's your connection. I don't think I'm going in and out because people are responding to everything I'm saying on point. You know. But if I'm going in and out, guys, just press 1 real quick. If not, press 2. Yeah, everyone say he good. See, I'm good. I'm connected directly to.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm connected directly, hardwired into my computer. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna switch earphones. And then give me 1 second. Keep on cooking, bro.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? The amount of experience, no one's going to be able to mimic that experience, the awkwardness of Manny Pacquiao, the hand speed of Manny Pacquiao. Salute to you. Salute you, my brother. I appreciate you. Always showing love and support. Here we go. Oh, this gotta be Trayvon. This is the problem. He can't. You know what, Trayvon? I'm not even going to give you the time of day until you can actually show your face and register your profile, so we can respond to you. Because like I said, there's only 2 Crawfords that matter. There's Terrence Bud Crawford and Jamal Crawford. That's it. So I'll just call you Facebook user. If you said if Bud fought him and beat him, he wouldn't get credit because Manny old. So keep that rat same energy. Why didn't he fight Ugas for the belt? Manny might get back because I don't know, bro. I don't know. You might need to skip a couple basketball practices and take an English class because you butchered the shit out this paragraph you wrote. But anyway,
get off my guy, man.
Anyway, as I was saying, okay,
right.
As I was saying, right.
Mic check. Am I clear?
Yeah, you clear, Drico. First off, this is how I know that. This is how I know that this guy is 1,000% cap, and he basically has just categorized me as someone who's against his uncle when what he's saying is a bold-faced lie. Now, Drico, you know that I said on this same show that if Terrence Bud Crawford got the fight with Manny Pacquiao and he beat Manny Pacquiao, that he would have every right to get a 50-50 split with Errol Spence. Did I not say that?
Yeah, you did say that.
I did say that. So this guy, he just say anything, because when you standing on bullshit, you could just say anything and try to fool the people. But I don't really have a reason to be biased. Salute to you, Black Star Sports TV. I don't have a reason to be biased. I just chose a side. That's not being biased. The same way that's your uncle and you chose a side. So there's nothing wrong with that. Salute to you, Ian. There you go. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with
Donald
that.
Elledge.
Yeah, salute to you, Donald. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But I can keep it real because I actually want to see these guys fight. But at the same time, I have to use common sense and logic about the fight actually happening. Because the first thing is this. When fights happen, no one's doing a whole bunch of talking, right? And no one's doing a whole bunch of business talking. Everyone wants to blame Errol Spence, talking about he's talking business, in public. But the truth of the matter is Bob Arum is the one who brought up all the business in public first. This is the guy who came out. And said that Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, and Sean Porter were not elite fighters, and he didn't want those fights. He didn't want those fights for Terrence Crawford when they first came into 147. He only wanted Errol Spence. That's what he said, right? Which shot Bud in the foot right there because it showed that they were only focusing on Errol Spence instead of trying to build Bud's profile and getting him key fights at the welterweight division, where we have a ton of great fighters. So
okay, yeah. when you say that he was focused on Earl, when was that he was focused on Earl? Can you clarify that from the host?
As soon as he won the WBO belt. As soon as he won the WBO belt from Jeff Horn and he was a world champion, I remember the first conversation because I keep it with all that stuff. The first conversation was when he was going into the Benavidez fight. Arum did a sit down with Bud where he did the majority of the talking, because Bud was focused on Benavidez as he should have been, but Arum was doing all the talking. And he was talking about 50-50 this, 50-50 that. And what people have to realize is this was a time where he had just got out of suing Al Heyman and couldn't get in contact with him, so he decided to go into public and say stuff to try to get a response. And he was calling him a cancer to the sport and all of these things, And all that really did was hurt Terrence Crawford. That's who it hurt. It didn't really hurt Bob Arum. It hurt Terrence Crawford. And the reason that hurt Terrence Crawford is because Arum was only thinking about himself and his personal beef with Al Heyman, not what's best for his client. He's thinking about what's best for him. And that's the difference between Heyman and that's the difference between Arum. One guy works for their client, the other guy works for themselves, and they don't mind if their client is collateral damage, And what he does is he manipulates the fan base by saying stuff like, "Why don't we do?" Because boxing is a sport of macho of alpha male, of ego. So you can manipulate people when you say stuff like, let's just make it 40-40 and 20 go to the winner. People be like, oh yeah, well I believe Bud gonna win, so yeah, why don't we do that? But that's not business. Like show us a contract where you've seen that shit before. It don't work like that, you know. So that's what he did to manipulate the fan base. All right, and in the process of that, when you have guys like, first of all, how can you say Danny Garcia is not an elite fighter? Maybe say he ain't an elite welterweight, but Danny Garcia had a better resume than Terrence Bud Crawford at 140. And I'm not saying that he's a better fighter. I'm just saying that Danny Garcia was put into fights where everyone thought he was going to lose. Lucas Matisse, everyone thought he was going to lose that fight, and he won. Right?
I thought Matisse was gonna knock him out because at that time Matisse was on a knockout. At that time Matisse he had the highest knockout percentage in boxing history at that time. Did you know that? And that's including Wilder.
Oh wow! Well, see, I wasn't too sure of that, but I do know that Matisse was starching everybody. Lamont Peterson.
Oh man.
He was starching everybody. Everyone was getting knocked out. I thought he was on something, to be honest, because he was just punching way too hard. But Danny had an iron chin, you know. And Amir Khan, people thought he was going to lose that as well, and he was losing that fight. But Amir Khan got a glass jaw, you know, and he knocked him out. So Danny, we can't say that Danny is an elite fighter, and especially if he hadn't been tried at welterweight too much. I think he only had one loss, which was to Keith Thurman for his whole career. So why not make those fights, and then why not invest? Everyone knows in any business you have to spend money to make money. So why not spend the money on Crawford and invest in his fights, invest in a good opponent? Because when you believe in a guy, then you'll invest in him. Why not give the same money that you gave Amir Khan to Danny Garcia?
I can see where you're coming from as a business point, but we all know what Spence said, man to man, and what Spence tweeted. And where I'm from, and you from the same place I'm from, if your boy tell you, when I see him, it's lit. And if your boy see him and he don't like it, we know we punch that boy in the mouth because you shouldn't have said that. Because you said we're gonna hold you to that word. So when Spence went face to face and he said, we're gonna fight, basically, when they met up. Not only did he say it to his face, but he tweeted it. You know what I'm saying? Now we all know the story about Jeff Horn. He said, I'll fight Jeff Horn the next day after he won the WBO. Now, as soon as TC wins the WBO,
salute Tom Ross.
Salute Tyra. Now, soon as TC wins that WBO belt, which is the same belt, he told Jeff Horn that he would fight him next day. It's been 3 years later. You see what I'm saying? So now we have to hold Spence accountable on some aspect of that, since Spence claimed he's his own boss. So when you're your own boss, make that shit happen.
Right.
If it's 60-40, 60-45, you make it happen. Or 65, whatever you make that happen if you're your own boss.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
But two people have to agree to something for it to happen. Like Spence can't fight himself. Okay, number one is, again, right? I said this before. You know, Team Crawford wanted to say, "Oh, Kwame, you want to be an accountant or you pocket watcher?" No, I just am a person who likes to use their brain and thinks, and I don't just make emotional comments because I believe in one fighter's going to beat the other fighter. I'm going to look at why things aren't happening, why things aren't happening. I'm going to elaborate on that. So I said this before, right? I said that in order for a fight to happen, right, a person like Al Heyman or Bob Arum has to go speak to these network executives, and they have to be able to get money in order to promote or to make the fight. right? They
Correct.
can't listen. Bud Crawford cannot go into well, Bob Arum cannot go into ESPN office and ask for the type of money to make a cross promotion fight with the Errol Spence that early, based on the returns that they have made on their fights, their pay-per-view fights in the past.
I think you can.
They can't, and I'm gonna tell you
Earl,
why. There's no
Earl
thing.
and
Let me finish.
TC won't make money. Go
Let me
ahead.
finish. Let me finish. Right. This is why they can't. This is why they can't, because Bob himself just admitted this a week ago or 2 weeks ago. He himself said that they can't. He said the Porter fight would be a big fight, but there's only a certain amount of money that ESPN is willing to come up off of because Bud Crawford's not a pay-per-view fighter. I'm just tired of people ignoring the things that Bob Arum is saying, and they keep using bravado to say you could do this, you could do that. Terrence Crawford fights for ESPN and Top Rank right now. There's a contract. He signed that. He can't just go to PBC right now and say, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. He can't do that. He can't. So in order for them to be able to work together, it has to be a Wilder Fury situation where it's a joint pay-per-view, right? And what needed to happen, because this would be a big money fight, because the plan was in order to make this fight happen, for it to be a big fight, is boxing and entertainment is about stories. It's about stories and narratives. You have the 140-pound junior welterweight champion of the world, undisputed in terms of Bud Crawford, coming to make history and doing it in another weight division, because he didn't have the sales.
You put some respect on that man. I'll go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
Right. But he didn't have the sales. He had the accomplishments at 140, but he didn't have the sales to back him. Right?
Correct.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. You got a wife. I'm doing a show. Hold on. All right. So the thing is, he had the accomplishments, but he didn't have the sales and the revenue behind him to make the fight. So here's the plan. The plan is these two guys have to keep winning, and then you make a super fight with them, right? And you have the narrative of one guy chasing history, who was undisputed at 140 and going to be undisputed at 147, versus Errol Spence, who was supposed to be at that time the biggest, strongest knockout king welterweight. I'm going to talk about at that time before the rest of these fights happen, right? Oh, absolutely, Tom Ross. I'll throw a link in the chat for you, without a doubt. And what happened was, it was a race to build your fighter, to build leverage. But the issue was all 3 of the 4 belts was on the PBC side. That's the issue, and that's what people have to look at. It ain't got shit to do with no one ducking anyone else. It's about setting up your chess pieces on the board strategically so you can checkmate your opponent in the end game. It ain't about sacking pieces early. All right. And the only thing that happened here is that Aaron was upset that Al Heyman had all of those belts over there, and he was going to feed those fights and feed those belts to Errol Spence. So when they met up, they would have supreme leverage. That's all it was about, ever. But what happens is, because we have fight fans, right? Fight fans want to see fights. They don't care about none of this stuff. They want to say, are you a promoter? Are you a fan of a promotion company? Are you this? Are you that? We just want to see the fight. But there's business that goes into the fights. Listen, Errol Spence, I can guarantee you this. When Errol Spence get paid for the Manny Pacquiao fight, he's not writing a check to himself. If Terrence Crawford fights Errol Spence, when he get paid, it's not going to be from Terrence Crawford. Okay? So there are things that have to happen in order for these fights to happen. And What Bob Arum did was he had the wrong business plan. See, let me tell you something. This is what you do. This is what I would have done, right? This is where Arum fucked up in the beginning. He should have never came to 147 and discredited Danny Garcia, Sean Porter, and Keith Thurman. He should have never done that. Never. What he should have done was hype those guys up as if they were great fighters, even if he didn't believe they were fighters. And then he should have made these guys offers and made a narrative that Terrence Crawford is beating the other PBC fighters. So
hold up a minute. What?
Well, let me finish. So then there would be a storyline to him getting Errol Spence, because then you say, okay, well Terrence Crawford is fighting all these other welterweights, so fight the ones that don't have a belt. Fight the ones that Sean Porter. If Sean Porter didn't have, should have went with Danny Garcia first, because he didn't have no belt. Should have went, because first of all, I think that would have been the easiest fight, because he could have outboxed Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia don't win no step-up fights. So if Terrence Crawford would have went and beat him, then we could have said, look, Terrence Crawford over here knocking off these PBC guys. Let's see him knock off another one. And then they could have said, well, now Errol Spence ain't got nowhere to run. They got to meet up. But they didn't do that. That's not what he did. He discredited these guys. He made in-house fights with people that no one wanted to see Terrence Crawford fight. That's what he did. That's what he did.
This is a tough guy sport. You don't move up a weight class and bake cookies and give out to the other welterweights. You come in there and you put your foot down. So not only is Terrence Crawford just Terrence Crawford, but he's a 3-time champion. He's undisputed. He's undefeated. And he's also pound for pound, arguably the number one guy that's on the board. He has the most accolades as and the most decorated boxer outside of Manny Pacquiao that's active right now. And that's a fact. That ain't even debatable right there. So you trying to tell me with all of those accolades, you couldn't properly promote this fight? Right now, we should be looking at a trilogy between Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence right now, bro. You know what I mean? They should have fought in the beginning before this belt shit even came around, when both of them had the belt. When he said, get a belt, I'll fight you, they should have fought right there. Listen, you see what I'm saying? Boom.
I'm going to tell you, first of all, it's very easy to debunk that. I'm going to tell you how you debunk that, right? It's simple, right? If that was the case, right, Terrence Crawford came from 140 as undisputed. It means he could have went into any sanctioned body and got a title shot. The WBO was with Top Rank. It wasn't going nowhere. It was with Jeff Horn. If that was the case, he could have went in there to be the mandatory to fight Spence. But that's not what their plan was, to do that. Because it would have been a stupid fucking plan to do that, to take a guy who's came from 135 to 140, who is biologically a smaller guy at that point, and then throw him in there with the biggest, strongest welterweight at that time. That's what he wants. But if Terrence Crawford would have got the shoes beat off of him, if he got the shoes beat off of him, they would have blamed Bob Arum.
Yo, ain't Jeff Horn bigger than Errol Spence?
But Jeff Horn's a C-class fighter. That's not.
He beat Manny.
We're talking about an Olympian, bro. We're talking about an Olympian, and we're talking about a guy who's a substitute teacher that they said an 8th division world champion and Manny Pacquiao all the way to Australia to fight for the fix to be in. There's no reason Manny Pacquiao should have went to Australia to fight no fucking Jeff Horn.
I don't care what Manny Pacquiao is. Jeff Horn beat Manny Pacquiao, right?
Listen.
I'm sorry, Tom. Is it Tom?
Yeah, Tom Ross. Salute to you, Tom.
Tom Ross. Come on in, man. Come on in. I'm sorry, man. Welcome, man. Wipe your feet at the front door. Come on in. Casa su casa.
Yeah, man. So, and not just jump while people talking, but this is Errol Spence's fault, and I'll tell you why. Errol Spence has done exactly what he said he did.
Hell no.
Hey, can I get 5 uninterrupted minutes?
Yeah, go ahead. You're a little choppy though.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah. You better. That's better.
Errol Spence said, "I'm gonna clean up my side of the aisle." Is he not cleaning up his side of the aisle? Yes.
I don't want to interrupt you, brother. You go ahead and shoot your shot. I'm gonna kill you.
That was a rhetorical question. He is cleaning up his side of the aisle, just like he said he would. They are saying Errol Spence and Bud Crawford are even though they're not. They're saying that. So why would they not fight if not for undisputed? No one wants to see it if it ain't for undisputed. They want to see these guys fight for the championship of the world. If they fight now, then the winner was going to fight Manny Pacquiao. That's not climatic. Because whoever beats Manny Pacquiao not going to get any bragging rights. They're going to say he's too old. So they got to fight for undisputed. Let this fight build. At the end of the day, Errol Spence is going to beat the hell out of Bud Crawford.
Mr. Ross, may I interject for 1 second? PGH, big dog, we're not dealing with UFOs, baby. We're dealing with facts here. The facts in the record book says Jeff Horn beat Manny Pacquiao, okay? Now, you can tune into the UFO channel. I'm sure there's plenty of them out there in the conspiracy theories. But right now, we're dealing with facts, and the record book and the facts say that Jeff Horn beat Manny Pacquiao. Okay, Tom Ross. I'm sorry, baby. Go ahead.
PGH big dog, you speaking facts, but you speaking facts. I understand what you say because it's 100% fact.
That's not a fact. What does the record book say?
Listen, there's three sides to the story. There's one side, the other side, and there's the truth, and this is one of the other sides. So, that is a fact.
Now we're just going against facts.
But listen. Let's put it like this: it is a fact that Jeff Horn did win the fight. That's a fact. It's in the record books. But it is also a fact. Hold on, because we're dealing with facts. So I'm gonna leave out the Aaron Rob Pacquiao. But what I will say that it was a fact that Pacquiao was leaving. That is a fact. That is a fact that he was leaving Top Rank. He left after that fight. That is a fact. That's a fact. And we all know, we done see Manny Pacquiao in some fights with Juan Manuel Marquez did way better than Jeff Horn did, and he still lost the fight. He had to knock this guy out in order to actually get a win.
Now we're going to triangle theories?
We ain't going to do no triangle theories.
We got a whole soliloquy of why Jeff Horn beat Manny Pacquiao. But at the end of the day, Jeff Horn beat Manny Pacquiao.
Listen, Jeff Horn got the W. The fight was close enough for it not to be a robbery. It was a close fight. So however it went is how it went.
How did it go?
He won. I mean, I already admitted that. But what I will say, what I will say is that Jeff Horn is by no stretch of the imagination is an elite fighter, and that just goes back to how you stated how Errol Spence wanted to fight him as soon as he won. Everyone wanted to fight him as soon as he won because everyone knew he wasn't an elite fighter. Everyone knew that. Why
did everybody don't want to fight Spence? I'm sorry, Tom Ross. Go ahead. I'm so rude, man. I interrupted you with Big Dog and his UFO theory.
Yeah. That theory. At the same time, y'all ain't gonna like this because I both got plates, but work with me. It's a fact. He did lose. That is a fact. But
who lost?
Pacquiao lost. That's a fact. But the thing about it is, when dealing with Bob Arum, there's always some shit with Bob Arum. There's a reason why he should have went all the way over there to fight him. He was the A side. Why is he going to Australia to fight? Hear me out. He should that should have never happened. Am I right or wrong? That should have never happened. Floyd would have never went to Australia to fight no damn Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn would have got whooped the MGM Grand. You know what I'm saying? Another thing, if Pacquiao was elite, why was that fight even a challenge? Pacquiao was in there bumping with a C-class fighter because the way he fights. Pacquiao fights so ugly, he could lose a fight to a C-class fighter. So, I don't feel like he got robbed, because I feel like Horn was having Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao probably should have won a split decision, but I really was like Manny Pacquiao went in there and beat the hell out of Jeff Horn. He was in there thumping. You know what I'm saying? So I say have to say this: Manny Pacquiao isn't really as great as people make him out to be. Because when he has to fight,
whoa, you watch your damn mouth now, Tom.
Yeah. Watch your mouth, Tom.
Watch your damn mouth.
I've been saying this for the last years. Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah, you better watch your damn mouth.
Manny Pacquiao is a very
coming on
athletic.
here blaspheming.
He's a very athletic, very tough fighter. When it comes to the 6-week science, if you make it rough and you make it rugged, you can beat Manny Pacquiao, man. If you bigger than him,
shit.
Errol Spence is gonna beat the hell out of Manny Pacquiao.
You got a big what the fuck coming from the chat.
I'm with Donald Ellis. What the fuck? Tom Ross.
Listen. This
I'm gonna send you to the golf channel, Tom Ross.
Manny Pacquiao is an 8th division. He's an 8th division world champion who has over 70 fights. He has over 70 fights, and he's only lost. He has 7 losses and 2 draws. Okay, this man has over 70 fights. So and when we go and look
at this, how many classes did he move up? How many weight classes did he move up? Let Tom Ross know.
7. Right, he's an 8th division world champion. Moved up 7 weight classes. So listen, I have my suspicions about Manny Pacquiao with the magic Alex Ariza protein shakes. Okay, I have my suspicions. But with that being said, there's no way in the world that we can't say that Manny Pacquiao is a world that he's not a legend in the sport. I mean, this guy just. I don't care if Keith Thurman came off a layup. Keith Thurman he's an undefeated fighter. And listen, Keith Thurman should have won that fight. He didn't win the fight, and he got beat up pretty bad. He was leaking all over the place. So Manny Pacquiao, you got to give respect to Manny Pacquiao where it's due. Manny Pacquiao is a legend in the sport, and we've only seen him. We've seen him knocked out in a fight he was winning against Marquez. The only person we've seen that made it really a one-sided fight, to be quite honest, was Floyd. So, and that's what Floyd did to basically almost everyone except Corrales and Marcos Maidana. The only 2 people, Emmanuel Augustus, he still knocked him out, but the only 2 people that really had Floyd like in a fight where it was like, he could have lost, he could have won, or it could have been a draw with those 2 guys. So, I had to salute Manny Pacquiao. I can't say that he's not an elite fighter because he is. I'm just a little wary on where the fuck he getting this second win from all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I don't know. You go from losing to Jeff Horn to doing what you did to Keith Thurman with no drug test. That's where I have some questions at. But he ain't never been caught on nothing. And based on his record and his resume and what he's accomplished, I have to disagree with you and say he's by far.
Manny.
I think he's either a voice, but I met the voice, or I misunderstand what I'm saying. Manny Pacquiao is very decorated, but he wasn't being compared to everyone else. He's being compared to Floyd Mayweather Jr. And Manny Pacquiao is great, but compared to Floyd Mayweather Jr., Manny Pacquiao ain't shit. That's what I was saying.
Okay, you can stand. You can stand on that leg. You can stand on that leg because that was probably one of the easiest fights. Manny Pacquiao and Canelo Alvarez was 2 of the easiest fights in Floyd's career. Yeah. So you could definitely stand on. You could definitely stand on that leg with saying it like that.
I agree with Castillo. I agree with Donald Ellis too. I think it was Chop Shop and probably Castillo. And probably because I think he ran through Diego Corrales, man.
Oh, he did. But Castillo, I say Castillo just because of the first fight, but what most people don't remember about that fight, if you go look at the tape, that Floyd really had a torn rotator cuff in the fight. He was fighting southpaw for a huge majority of that fight.
Well, they were Maidana then.
Yeah, Maidana in the first fight. The first fight. And Floyd was smart because what he did with the Maidana fight was he made sure that he gave Alex Ariza a bunch of money and made him leave the camp for the second fight. And Maidana didn't look the same. He made Floyd was smart. He went and got Alex Ariza out of the camp because Maidana was too big and too damn strong. So Floyd is very, very smart. When it comes to that. But what I'll say, just kind of getting back on topic is that, that fight could not, Drico, what you had to understand about when Spence said that he would fight Terrence Crawford at that particular time, that fight could not be made. There was no money for that fight. There was no money for that fight. I'm gonna tell you why. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you why.
Me and you could have promoted that fight with Terrence Crawford's accolades and what Spence was built up, his in the gym legend, legendary status.
Maybe if Terrence Crawford
was, y'all be giving Spencer way out.
You gotta know we not. You gotta know because you have to use your brain in this equation, right? That fight, I would say that you were correct if Errol Spence was fighting on ESPN and Terrence Crawford was, or Terrence Crawford was fighting on PBC along with Errol Spence. But what you had to understand is that Al Heyman had just got the biggest annual budget in boxing from Fox Sports. From Fox, right? Everyone was talking about DAZN when they had just came out. And DAZN had all this money. They were throwing all this money at all of these fighters. And it was like $1 billion or something. But the annual budget that Fox gave Al Heyman exceeded DAZN's first year fiscal year annual budget. So what were they supposed to do? What you have to do in business is you have to answer to the network. The networks are the bosses. It's their fucking money. The network is the cartel, bro. That's the cartel. You gotta look at it like that. The network box, that's the cartel. That's where the billions come from.
I got one question before you finish.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me that this fight would have been easier to make in the future rather than back when both of them had just one belt? I think different.
Absolutely.
I think that fight would have been easier to make back then when they confronted each other at Fox Studios because they each, matter of fact, did TC even have a belt then? No, but he was signed to fight Jeff Horn. I think the fight would have been easier to make then than it would be now as far as money-wise and financial-wise because now Spence is almost through the roof. TC, when they promote that fight, TC won 50-50 now.
But
I think it would have been easier then to fight than to.
You got two networks, bro. Bro, listen. Yeah. You watch Power, right? I'm gonna try to break it down, right?
Yeah, I know about the network. Listen, the money, all that shit, all that technical shit.
Listen, you got who was the guy that Ghost was dealing with, the Mexican guy in Power, his guy, I forgot his name, the fruity dude. You got him, and then you got the Jimenez cartel. That's Fox and that's ESPN, right? In order for them, listen, Bud Crawford at this point didn't even fight Amir Khan to have 150,000 pay-per-view buys. He only was standing on the leg of 50,000 buys from Victor Postol. So
okay, wait.
How do you listen? How do you make a fight? Listen, how do you make a fight between two huge networks where they have to share the money? They have to share the money, bro.
Because there was two nobodies then, basically.
They're not gonna make no money. They're not gonna. Listen, you got two networks, bro. You got two networks. Okay. They're not gonna make no money.
We can have 5 networks. If there's nobody then, that fight would have been easy to make financially than it would be now.
If there was only one network, Drico, there's 2. That's
how
the
many is it now?
Getting. It's no.
Listen to me. How many networks was it when they first said we're gonna fight each other?
2.
Okay, it's 2. How many is it now?
2.
2, right? Okay. So now, before they got to who they are, before Spence got these 2 belts or 3 belts or whatever he's gonna have or whatever, before Terrence Crawford got this one from Jeff Horn, you trying to tell me it would have been easier now to make a fight?
You earning your name, Drico.
Hold on.
You earning your name, Drico.
You trying to tell me that financially back then it would have been more difficult to make the fight than it is now? No way, Jose.
Yes.
No way.
You are earning your name. Way. You're earning your name, Half Crawford.
No way.
Your name.
Financially,
you're earning your name, Half Crawford.
Financially, now they're gonna have to give Spence. This fight is basically a $20 million fight right now. Back then, it was a $10 million fight.
Listen, Drico. The networks would have took a fucking loss, bro. What are you not getting?
How?
All right, let's take Earl Spence out the equation, right? Let's just take him out the equation, right? Buck Crawford.
No, let's leave him in because we have
to break it down. We have to break it down because these two guys are two different boxing businesses. They're not the same, right? And you got one cartel back in one business. You got another cartel back in the other business. Buck Crawford at that point in time only had 50,000 pay-per-view buys. How do you justify doing a joint network promotion? You can only do a joint network promotion with big money. You can only do a joint network promotion with a Mayweather Pacquaio for it to make sense. You can only do a joint network promotion with the Wilder Fury because these networks are not trying to make a $5 million. I don't know. I'm getting feedback. These guys, listen. These networks are not trying to have a $3 million profit off of a joint promotion. This guy only sold 50 million pay-per-view buys. How do you walk into listen? No, it is not fuck all that. That's what the problem is. That's the problem. See, that's the problem. That is the problem with all you guys that are getting on these social media platforms and arguing based on bravado. You cannot walk into ESPN's office with a fighter who sold 50,000 pay-per-view buys and say, let's do a joint promotion against another fighter who has never even fought on pay-per-view yet. He didn't even fight Mikey Garcia. You cannot do that. You can't do it, Drico. There's no way to do it. The only way you can do that is you have to build both fighters, build their profile. You put Buck Crawford on free TV. He's doing his thing. He's getting the knockouts. He's getting the notoriety, right? And then you have to create a narrative behind him. The narrative is you now go pick off the PBC fighters that do not have belts.
It take 5 years to make a fight, bro. Two active fighters. You got two active fighters, right? You got two fighters. One of them say, I'm my own boss, right? I make my own decisions. I'm my own boss. You got two fighters. You got one that say, okay, get a belt, I'm gonna get you. Then I'm the boss. I'm gonna get you.
I can't entertain this. You're talking bravado, Drico. We're talking business.
No, we're talking
get a belt don't mean nothing. Listen, get a belt don't mean nothing to make it a fight. Get a belt does not sign a check.
He said,
Spence don't sign a check.
We're not gonna get into that. Get a belt, I'll fight you, because that's what he said. That's what he said. He didn't say get a belt, I'll fight you 5 years from now. He said get a belt, I'll fight you.
He said get a belt, we can make the fight. We can get a belt, we can make the fight happen.
Right.
Then listen, when Errol Spence said this, right? Errol Spence hadn't
3 years ago.
Listen, when Errol Spence said this, Errol Spence hadn't even fought Carlos Ocampo yet. He hadn't even fought on pay-per-view yet, Drico. He hadn't even fought on pay-per-view. Spence, when he said that, he hadn't even fought on pay-per-view. He fought Mikey like 2 years later. So how do you walk and have a meeting with two different networks, with one guy who's never fought on pay-per-view, with one guy who has 50,000 pay-per-view buys, which in the pay-per-view world is an
That's a motherfucking excuse.
That's not an excuse,
If you don't want to fight, just say I'm scared.
Oh, see, see.
No,
Drico,
because I'm gonna show you how you build. I'm gonna show you how you build this shit up. You say, this is not just TC, bro. This is a dude with that most
that
highly
don't make
decorated
money.
boxer.
That's not money. He did. Listen, he
this
did
is the
that
promotion.
already. He did that already, Drico. He already did that, Drico.
This is the
he already
promotion.
did that. He don't sell. He don't sell.
Did I let you finish?
Yeah. He don't sell, bro.
You go in there, you say, this is Terrence Crawford. He moving up. He's 3 division, undisputed, undefeated, world champion, and 2 weight classes already, bound to be 3. because he fought Jeff Horn, and you say this is Earl Spence. He's who he is. You heard of his legendary sparring matches, and you build that from that, bro. Who was Earl Spence before he fought Carol Brook?
Was it on pay-per-view?
He wasn't nothing but a sparring partner, bro. He had just a sparring partner legend. It's all he was a gym legend when he fought Brook, bro. So you cannot tell me shit.
No, he wasn't.
Before he fought Brook.
Listen, before he fought Kell Brook, he had 9 straight knockouts, and he knocked out 2 people who had never been stopped in their career before. Chris Algieri was knocked out 6 times by Manny Pacquiao. Was never stopped. He was never stopped.
You still can't compare that to Team Crawford.
We're not comparing it. We're comparing it to what you're talking about. Someone just being a gym rat. What Errol Spence had done at that point already was have 6 million views. Listen, no, it's not nothing. He has 6 million views on. No, he has 6 million views.
We're talking about when he fought Carol Brook.
Well, he fought Carol Brook. He fought Bundu before he fought Kell Brook. That was the time. Listen, Drico. He had 6 million views. He wasn't a nobody. He had 6 million views on TV. You're not a no one when you have 6 million people tuning into your fight. And when you are stopping people, Keith Thurman was a unified champion.
Okay.
He was a unified. Listen, let me finish. He was a unified champion that did not knock out Bundu, right? Manny Pacquiao was Keith Thurman. Manny Pacquiao is an 8 division world champion that right now a lot of people are picking him to beat Errol Spence. He didn't stop what people said was an 140 pounder and Chris Algieri. Errol Spence knocked both of it. He made easy work of both. None of these fights even went past 6 rounds. He stopped them both.
I'm gonna ask you again. Who was Earl Spence before he fought Carol Brook?
He was probably the most hyped contender in boxing.
Why?
Because he was knocking out everybody. He was on a 9 knockout win streak.
I disagree. Okay, I think that when Mayweather co-signed him and when he did in that gym and what he did in the Olympics catapulted him into that reputation that he had before he got that fight with Kell Brook. That's the only reason why.
No, that's not true.
When Mayweather stamped him,
that doesn't do that. That's not true, man.
When Mayweather stamped him and called him the boogeyman of that division, that's when he started that's when you seen Earl with the gazelles on. That's when you seen Earl start wearing a necklace. As soon as Mayweather stamped him. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Earl Spence was a nobody.
That's what helped. That's what helped his popularity for people to watch him. But when people started to watch him because of those legends, it was the results that he was putting on in the ring. That's what it was. How could you say hell no?
It was the rumors that what he did in sparring, bro.
The rumors of what he did in sparring is what people watched. That's why they watched.
Listen, we didn't even know I didn't even know who Earl Spence was. He didn't even come on my radar until they said, well, Earl Spence made Broner cry. Earl Spence made Porter leave the ring.
And then what do you do with that? You watch the guy.
I tuned in, but it wasn't because of what he did in that ring. It's because of what I heard he done in sparring.
Right, but let me ask you. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up about Adrian Broner. So I'm glad you brought that up about Adrian Broner, right? So let me ask you a question. If Floyd Mayweather said the same thing about Adrian Broner, and then he fought Chris Algieri and lost the fight, or he fought Bundu and lost the fight, or it's a knockout dragout fight, do you think 7 or 6 million people are going to tune in to watch his next fight?
Yes. When Mayweather put his stamp on you, it's what it is. When Mayweather put that stamp on Broner, what happened?
Yes.
Okay, then. Listen, when Mayweather put that stamp on Bundu, what happened?
When did he do that? What stamp on what Bundu? What are you talking about?
What's the dude name that lost Jack? Bandu Jack. When he put that stamp on him, we tuned in to my Bono Jack, right? Because Mayweather put that stamp on it. As soon as Mayweather
Jack ever had 6 million views?
No, but you tuned
You know
in.
why? You know what? No, you know why? I'm gonna tell you why he didn't do 6 million views. Because he don't fucking knock nobody out, bro. He's not stopping people that ain't been stopped. That's why he don't have 6 million views.
I disagree. We talking about apples and oranges though. Let's stick to
How? You
Spence.
just pointed out apples and oranges. You brought up Body Jack.
Because when you Mayweather put a stamp on, once again, when Mayweather put a stamp on you, it is what it is. We didn't know Earl Spence. Earl Spence was a nobody until he beat Kell Brook. He was a nobody.
Listen,
and y'all know it.
Y'all
can pretend like y'all don't if y'all want.
That's not true because Errol Spence, even before that, was the PBC. I forgot what it was. He was like the PBC Contender of the Year. He was like their Fighter of the Year. Before all of that stuff, he was already putting in the work. Listen, Drigo, what are you talking about? People watch. What are you talking about?
You're probably the only one that know that.
No, listen, I'm not the only one that know that. Anyone who is a true boxing fan who watches this stuff knows this stuff. So, because here's the thing: a guy who only had who's undefeated and only was 21-0 with 18 knockouts, or 22-0 with 19 knockouts, and only and had 11 straight knockouts. People are watching it. Mayweather helped with his popularity.
We're not talking about 22 knockouts. We're talking 15 when his name started circulating, when Earl Spence's name started circulating, when he was hanging out with Floyd Mayweather. And Floyd Mayweather said, This is the what?
First of all, he was never hanging out with Floyd Mayweather. Let's get it straight.
Say what?
Adrian Broner. No, he was. That's not hanging out with Floyd Mayweather. That's not hanging out with Floyd Mayweather. Adrian Broner hung out with Floyd. Adrian Broner hung out with Floyd Mayweather. Adrian Broner spent 3 months on the road with Floyd Mayweather. Him and his whole team. That's hanging out. The only time that Floyd Mayweather, with Errol Spence did a training camp with Floyd Mayweather and beat his ass in the training camp, right? That's not hanging out with Mayweather because Mayweather kicked him out the gym first. So that's not hanging out with somebody.
Thank you for the definition of hanging out.
Secondly, Errol Spence, when Errol Spence stopped, I believe it was Chris Algieri, and Adrian Broner had lost to Sean Porter. Mayweather was trying to sign Errol Spence to Mayweather Promotions, and then he did an interview with him because he was trying. Excuse me. He wanted to sign Adrian Broner, but Adrian Broner has showed to not be good enough to win these fights. He had lost to Maidana. He had then lost to Sean Porter. So now Floyd Mayweather had moved on and he was trying to sign Errol Spence, but Errol Spence didn't go in that direction. All right. Third, Floyd Mayweather used Errol Spence to tell Keith Thurman, if you want to fight me, fight this guy. They were never hanging out. That's not true.
Now we got the definition of hanging out. We didn't know who the fuck Earl Spence was until he fought Keith Thurman.
Who? What, are you drinking something? What are you talking about? He never fought Keith Thurman. What are you talking about?
I mean, Kell Brook. I'm sorry. Until he fought.
That's not true. That's absolutely 1,000% not true.
When you tuned in to watch him fight Algieri, it wasn't because he was Earl Spence. It's because
yes, it was. What are you talking about?
It's because Mayweather co-signed him, and he was doing that thing that he was doing in that sparring session to them cats, and y'all know it. Y'all cut it out. You didn't tune in. You know that Earl Spence was a nobody before he fought Kell Brook. He was just a spy. He went to the Olympics.
You gotta talk to this man.
No,
listen. You sounded more and more like a Crawford every day, bro.
No, I'm keeping it 100 because Crawford didn't even make the Olympics, so we ain't even in the conversation. Crawford didn't even hit my motherfucking radar in Nebraska until his people got on and said Terrence Crawford. That's when I knew when Terrence Crawford hit my radar. That's how far back Terrence Crawford is in my thing. We talking about Earl Spence. Earl Spence got on my radar when I heard he was knocking out motherfuckers in sparring. And I said, okay, I'm gonna tune into this guy. Then he fought Algieri, and I said, oh, maybe he the real deal. Okay. But the reason after
that, see, that's where you wrong. You got gaps in your timeline. After that came, first of all, when Errol Spence sparred Floyd Mayweather, he was only 4-0. All right.
That's when he hit my radar.
Right, but then, so how do you go from 4-0 when he fought Algieri? I gotta look it up, but he was in double digits. He was like 19-0 or something like that.
I ain't on that technical shit. I don't give a fuck when he fought him. That's when I heard that shit. When I heard that shit, I tuned in and I said, okay, maybe this. Okay, let me see this guy right here. I don't give a fuck if it's 10 years from when he sparred or whenever. That's when he got on my radar. When I heard what he had done, and then I did my research. And I said, oh, he made my man cry. Oh, he made my man quit. Oh, he made Mayweather put him out the gym. That's when he hit my radar, and that's right before
that's your radar. Fight. That ain't everyone else's radar. Everyone else's radar was once Mayweather said that, and then when Mayweather put him in between him and Keith Thurman, and then everyone wanted to see him fight Keith Thurman. So everyone Keith Thurman was winning fights.
When who put him in between?
Mayweather. But what I'm saying
is right.
I said that, Drico. But what I'm saying to you is that you're saying that he was a nobody up until the Algerian. That's 100% false. That's false.
No, I said he was a nobody when he fought Kell Brook. Now I'm not meaning that people didn't know him. I'm not saying that people. I'm not saying that people.
You can't be a nobody if you did 6 million views on TV, bro. You're not a nobody.
I'm not. Yeah, to boxing. He was. To boxing fans and diehard boxing, he was. But to the outside people, they didn't know who Spence was then, bro. Come on, man.
That's false. Again, because the reason he did 6 million views, Drico, is because his fight followed the U.S. Olympic men's team gold medal game. So the people, listen,
didn't know
Drico.
Spence, dog.
Listen. ESPN is the #1 sports network on the planet. Terrence Bud Crawford is arguably top 1-2 pound for pound fighter in the world for many years, right? Terrence Crawford peaks on the #1 network on the planet, somewhere in 2 million views, because that's sports. Errol Spence does 6 million. Listen to what I'm saying. Errol Spence did 6 million because you have people who weren't boxing fans. You had every walk of life watching the Olympics, and they stayed tuned in to watch this guy fight next. So it wasn't hardcore boxing fans.
Listen, mostly hardcore boxing fans are the only people that knew Spence back then before he fought Kell Brook. Before he fought Kell Brook, Errol Spence was not a household name, bro.
That's not true.
He was not a household name.
And Tom, let me get in.
Go ahead, Tom.
Let's say we are separate premise. What's the point of you saying this? What's the point?
What'd you say?
Let's say we are separate premise that nobody in the world is aware of this. What are you hitting? Why are you?
I can't hear you. Is it me or is he choppy?
I'm not sure. There's some feedback.
Let me see if I get something on.
It's probably you, Drico. I'm gonna mute you. Go ahead, talk, Tom.
Let me say.
Yes,
let's say that let's say that we accept Draco's point. What is he hitting at? Because he's saying no one knew Errol Spence. I'm telling you this right now. Bud Crawford was a undisputed champion, and I heard about the same time I heard about Errol Spence.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to see what is he hitting at. What's the point of saying no one knew Errol Spence when that's not true? So we accept that. Where are you going with that?
Right.
Where are you going with that point that no one knew Errol Spence?
Well, he's because he's trying to make the point of saying that the fight could have been made back then, which is false. Here we go. We got a comment from Catman785. I would say more people started to notice Errol Spence because he was smoking cats and Keith Thurman was the biggest welterweight at the time, was ducking him, not because of no Floyd spar rumors. That is a fact. That is a fact. That's a fact. And let me see. Let me unmute you. Let me see, Drico. Right. We don't hear no feedback. Go ahead. All right, go ahead, Tom Ross. You good, Drico?
And the thing about making the fight, when Draco saying the fight should have been made, it would have been lucrative, Draco. The fight wouldn't have been lucrative. It would have been worth their time. It would have been
Tom,
Just
this is
give us
what
some
I
money.
said. I didn't say that nobody didn't know Earl Spence. Don't know Earl Spence. I said Earl Spence was not a household name
You said
before
we
he
didn't know
fought
about
Kell Brook. But he was a nobody before he fought Kell Brook. When I say
Let me
nobody,
somebody
let me
know
break
this.
it down
He
for you.
wasn't.
Let me break
Okay,
it down.
yeah,
Let me
break
break it
that
down
down,
for you.
please.
When I say nobody, I mean that outside of the boxing community, not too many people knew who Earl Spence was. This is for the people in the back. Didn't hardly anyone outside of boxing know who Earl Spence was back then before he fought
Okay.
Kell Brook.
Okay.
You know
I'm
what
gonna
I
say
mean?
something.
Now,
I'm gonna say something that's really gonna piss you off. Because if nobody knew who Errol Spence
and we
was,
ain't talking about Bud uppercut.
they,
We know that Bud. A
tell
lot of
me
people
Bud
still
didn't,
don't know Bud uppercut.
Bud didn't exist. If nobody knew who Errol Spence was, Bud didn't exist. Because everybody who watched that boxing at that time knew who Errol Spence was, man. I'm trying to tell you. They knew.
Yeah, but what he's saying, listen. I'm gonna debate what Rico's saying about this. His point isn't that. His point, what he's saying is that he was a nobody and he wasn't a household name, and nobody knew who he was, right?
Okay, that's majority of boxing.
But I'm gonna tell you how to debunk that and how that's false. There's 2 points, and they both happen simultaneously, right? The 6 million views was the fight, which was bundled, was a title eliminator right before the Kell Brook fight, right? Which followed the USA men's gold medal Olympic game. So you have all the people from the Olympics who are watching basketball. They're not there for boxing. They stayed tuned in, right? And guess what's so great about the Olympics? Might have to turn that. Okay, you good. So, and guess what's so great about the Olympics? The Olympics is watched worldwide.
I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Niggas didn't know Earl Spence before he.
Hold on a second. So, hence is why when he went to the UK to fight Kell Brook, 30,000 UK fans showed up for the fight because the entire world watches the Olympics. Kell Brook never had 30,000 fans show up, ever. Team Crawford never had 30,000 fans show up, ever. Ever. And he's undisputed. So that is debunked what you're saying. He might have been a nobody to you, and no disrespect to you, but you're not everybody. Maybe a nobody just to you. But to the rest of the sports world, he wasn't a nobody. He was the most hyped fighter coming up that everyone was calling a hype job. He was Jeff Lacey 2.0. Eddie Hearn, when they did the promotion, was saying he's the next big thing in boxing, allegedly. But he's going to be tested by Kell Brook. Mm-hmm. So we can't use that and say he was a nobody because it's just not true. It's not true. And then, secondly, we go back to the analogy of making a fight back then. You cannot make a cross-promotion fight with an unproven pay-per-view guy and a guy who didn't have his first pay-per-view failed. How do you ask two different networks to make the fight? How do you do that? You can't do it. And they tried to do it. They tried to do it. Let me see if I can drink back in.
But the way you cooking is you're cooking with some seasoning.
Man, he ain't cooking shit. He ain't cooking shit. Listen, man. He ain't cooking shit. I'm telling y'all right now, bro. I'm telling y'all right now, bro. Only the diehard boxing fans knew who Spence was. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. The diehard boxing fans are the only fans that knew Earl Spence and knew about Earl Spence until he fought that Kell Brook fight, bro. Yeah, we tuned in, but motherfuckers only tuned in when Mayweather co-signed him, bro. You know what I mean? And that Kell Brook put him over the map. When he won that championship, before he won that championship, and this ain't even about TC because TC is more decorated than Earl Spence. You know what I'm saying?
But nobody knew him.
We talk. That's exactly. So back to Earl. So
what are you saying?
If he could be that decorated and did nobody know him, who was Earl before he fought Earl Brooks?
Oh my God! Oh my God,
say, bro.
Oh my God!
Outside, no, really. Like this is a real legitimate question, and I know y'all gonna doubt me because y'all in love, but I'm gonna say,
pause.
Who was pause? Who was Earl Spence before he fought Kell Brook?
Draco, do you know how many zeros it is to 6 million?
Bro,
it's a lot of zeros. That's a lot of people.
It's 100 million diehard boxing fans. It's 100 million diehard boxing fans. Who knew about Earl Spence before he fought? Well, outside of the diehard fans, who knew about Earl Spence before that Kell Brook fight?
Apparently, people in the
UK. Because he don't even got 6 million followers. Earl Spence only got 6 million followers on Instagram.
Well, people don't watch it. People don't turn on the TV and watch a sporting event and say, "Oh, let me go to Twitter or Instagram and start following."
When Mayweather put that stamp on Earl Spence and call Earl Spence, what did he call? What did Mayweather call Earl Spence?
I don't even remember.
The boogeyman. He called him the boogeyman of 147, and that stuck with Earl until TC said, "I'm the real boogeyman of 147." That stuck with
him. Listen. We done went. Listen, he also said Floyd said Terence Crawford is the best pound fighter in the world, and Crawford still ain't a household name. Floyd co-signed don't make millions. Watch you.
Because have you ever seen an interview? Have you ever seen an interview with Floyd and TC? Have you ever seen an interview with Floyd and TC? As soon as Floyd really put that stamp on TC, bro, then we gonna know. We all know that TC. We all know that TC got bad. He's got bad promotion. We know that, bro. That's not even subject to even talk about. We know TC is probably the most poorly
Well, I'd probably say Demetrius Andrade is worse.
No,
Andrade get way
worse. He's worse.
No.
At least Terence Crawford is fought on ESPN in front of millions. Who is Andrade fought in front of? He's fighting on that fucking app.
Terence Crawford is Andrade more decorated than Terence Crawford?
No,
all right.
Decoration don't mean nothing.
Listen. Decoration has nothing to do with promotion because decoration have nothing to do with promotion because Tank Davis ain't as decorated as either one of those guys, and he's more popular than both of them put together. So decoration means nothing.
Tank Davis.
It don't mean nothing.
Who is Tank Davis, bro? Who is Tank Davis stamped by?
Tank Davis is stamped by Floyd Mayweather, but just like Earl Spence was at one point, Tank Davis has the highest knockout ratio in boxing. He's only not stopped one person.
Listen, bro.
So people tune in because they know Tank's gonna knock someone out.
Viral. Every time Tank fight is viral.
It's viral. That's why they're tuning in. They ain't got it. Floyd. And half the time, and let's just be real. And let's be real. Half the time you see Tank being promoted, it's Leonard Ellerbe doing it. 85% of the time, there's someone from Mayweather Promotions around Tank.
Come on. Who is it?
It is. It's like you see Leonard Ellerbe. The only time you let me tell you something. The only time you see Floyd around Tank is when if it's a post conference, or now that they're doing all access, because Tank isn't the best. Tank isn't. Let's just be honest. Tank ain't the best at speaking. He ain't the best at public speaking. So Mayweather will hop in front of the mic and do the talking.
Who the fuck is Leonard Ellerbe?
Leonard Ellerbe, he's the CEO of Mayweather Promotions. I mean, Leonard Ellerby has been part of some of the right. But my point is, Leonard Ellerby. The people who talk the most about Tank out of the Mayweather camp is Leonard Ellerby because that's his job.
Yeah.
Floyd shows up because we all know that Floyd is a very self-centered person, and it's mainly about him. You know, it's about Floyd. It's not about Tank. It's about Floyd. Okay, so
Draco, you ain't trying to do. I know what Draco's trying to do. You try to say Spence would be shit if it wasn't for Floyd. That's what you try to say, and you out of pocket for that.
Yeah, but we all know that's false because
what?
We all know that's false because the boxing public.
You just made a point, but I'm gonna tell you this: if they switch roles, if Spence switched roles with TC, what would it be?
If it was a fifth nigga, we'd all be drunk on a fucking panel. Right. All right, I don't even want to think about Spence switching no role. Secondly, he wouldn't switch no damn roles because Spence had just said a barbershop conversation that Bob offered him $400,000 to sign for a signing bonus, and his pops told him don't do it. He wanted to take it, and his pops told him don't do it. His pops told him not to do it, and he opted to take the stipend of $2,000 a month and build himself up. Okay, so this guy already made way better decisions because he could have just said to his pops, "Fuck that! This is what I want to do. I'm gonna do it." Because Spence is stubborn like that. Because his pops also told him for the last 2 to 3 fights that he needed to get BlueRay back in his corner, and he ain't do it. I know that for a fact. So Spence is the type of person. He like my brother. He a Pisces. He the type of person that when you talking to him, he gonna say yeah, but then he gonna just do whatever the fuck you want to do at the end of the day, and you're gonna be like, that don't make sense. I thought you was gonna do that, and then he just do what he want to do because that's just how they do. Because they easygoing people, so they don't really like conflict with people they close with. So they go yeah, I'll do that, and then what they do is whatever the fuck they want to do anyway. That's how it works. Mm-hmm. So we ain't gonna start making all these hypotheticals because we know you Crawford fans. You have Crawford on the panel. Y'all like all these hypothetical shit. If Earl was over there and that ain't what's happening, bro. What we doing right now is reality. No, right now Earl is fighting Manny Pacquiao.
I only go by fact. Spence said 3 years ago.
Oh God, here we go. This is a broken record. Let me pull out the violin.
Instead of TC.
Okay.
Why is he fighting? Why? No. Why is Spence fighting Manny Pacquiao instead of TC?
For the same reason that I tell you, it's very easy. For the same reason that Terrence Crawford said directly after he knocked out Kell Brook, who do you want to fight next? I want to fight Manny Pacquiao. Then the ESPN commentator said more than Errol Spence. He said yes for the same reason, for the money. That's what it's called, prize fighting.
It's called prize fighting, nigga.
Right? It's called prize fighting. It's for the money, right? And on top of it,
y'all got
Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao is a passing of the torch, bro.
Who did Spence call out when he won? When he beat?
I can't hear you. Freezing up. Who did Spence call out when what? Cause I know where you're going with this, but come on, because you turn him more into a Crawford as every second goes on.
When he beat Mikey. Who did Spence call out?
Mikey, Manny was there. Yeah, he called out Manny. Right, and then what did Manny say in the ring? And then when Manny did a Twitter poll the following week and said,
"I'm trying to keep it 100 here.
I am keeping it 100." And he called out Manny, and Manny was in the ring. Can you show me? Let me ask you a question. I'm not
going to say what Terrence Crawford meant. I'm not going to say what Terrence.
Have you seen Manny? Let me ask you a question, right? You asked me who did Spence call out after Mikey fight? He called out Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao was in the ring, and he was at the fight. Can you tell me one fight you see Manny Pacquiao where he was at a Bud Crawford fight?
Never.
I wait. Never. Okay. Can you tell me one time of all the times since 2014 to now, 2021, from all the times you heard anything being mentioned about Manny Pacquiao from Team Crawford, including Bob Arum, have you ever heard Manny Pacquiao make a public response on social media saying he is agreeing to fight or he wants to fight Terrence Crawford? I'll wait. So if you want to discredit anybody right now about wanting to fight Manny Pacquiao, it can't be Errol Spence, because after Errol Spence beat Mikey, he was in the ring. After Errol Spence beat Danny Garcia, he commented on his performance. He don't do that for Terrence Crawford. So if you want to go to the cat part about who fighting Manny Pacquiao, we can't open that door because that's Terrence Crawford. Because we ain't never heard no response. I mean, the only response we ever heard, to be quite honest, let's just be honest, right? Besides Bob, right? The only response we heard from anybody who has any official capacity with Manny Pacquiao in regards to Terrence Crawford was Sean Gibbons, his manager, who after Bob Arum said they're negotiating a fight, he went on Twitter and said it's absolute nonsense. That was like a couple months ago. So if we want to talk about, don't bring that up about Manny Pacquiao. You coming in again? We got 6 Dricos here. Let's remove this one. All right.
Yeah.
So
Drake was the one that knocked out IOTBA. You did?
We gonna leave that alone. We gonna leave that alone. We gonna leave that alone. Draco done capped so damn much his fucking connection said they done with him. His own internet said I'm tired of this. His own internet said I'm tired of this bullshit. Draco, you don't cap so bad your internet is fucking tired of you. Yeah, see, they need to get ready to get in front of the camera. They said not again.
Right, because they already know what he's going to get ready to say.
Yeah, they already know you want some bullshit. I need you to, Draco, we're going to need you to go outside and stand on your roof with some aluminum foil and a tinfoil hat.
He's basically trying to say,
nah, it's okay, uppercuts boxing, it's okay.
God gracious. Okay, man.
That's because your internet heard all that bullshit you was spitting and it fucking timed out.
Yeah.
You was being watched, man. Look,
uppercuts. We don't talk about that cat on here, man.
Yeah. But anyway, like I said, if there's any cap, like you talking about who want to say anything, we've seen Manny Pacquiao be at a fight. We've seen Manny Pacquiao congratulate Errol Spence, and we've never seen Manny Pacquiao say one word about fighting Terrence Crawford ever. As many times they brought his name up. Not even the offers that they allege that he wanted. That's all stuff Bob leaked. You never heard Manny Pacquiao come out and say any of this stuff. This is all stuff Bob said, right? And we ain't never seen Manny Pacquiao.
Fuck Manny. Who y'all got? Manny or Earl?
Oh yeah, of course I got Earl. That's not even a question. That's not even a question. And my boy BlueRay is back. So that shit ain't even a fucking question for me.
It's gonna be brutal in there.
It's gonna be fucking brutal. So we see how Manny Pacquiao was looking against Keith Thurman when Keith Thurman was coming forward. We see how that was looking. We saw how that was looking, and that shit was a split decision too, where Keith Thurman outlanded him. So I'm going with Manny. I mean, I'm going with Errol, and
of course
I'm going with Errol. And I think the issue here, and I'm so happy, you know, God is good.
Why you going with Earl? What makes you go with Earl?
The reason I favor Errol Spence in this fight, number one, is because he's a very underrated fighter when it comes to his intelligence. I believe he has the best He's the best at finding range and distance. Has probably the best jab in the sport of boxing. And I feel like he's going to outwork Manny. There's blueprints on how to beat him. Even everyone who came forward on him, even look at Jeff Horn. Everyone who come forward on him and make it physical and rough, he got a fucking problem with.
You can't fight backwards. You can't fight
backwards. Right. He's a fighter that has to come forward and jerk in and out. So, I'm gonna go with Errol, and again, I can't wait to hear the excuses. I cannot wait. I can't wait to hear the excuses. And I give the edge. And I'm even more confident about it because BlueRay is back. I'm more confident about it because BlueRay is
back. We already know who Tom guy. He just the person who he worships and got candles around.
Oh, here we go. You sounded more and more like Team Crawford every moment.
No, we already know. I actually got Spence winning this, of course. But we all know, Tom, you got to untighten that button you got because it's making your head look big as a motherfucker. You got a button all the way up to the top, and I think it's fucking with your oxygen. So, but I'm gonna fuck with you, Tom. Go ahead. I want to hear your synopsis of what you think the pros about Errol Spence winning this. Just the pros.
The jab's gonna be everything because if you jab Pacquiao, he resets every time. He resets. Pacquiao has this thing where he flicks, then he jumps in. And what Floyd was doing after that first flick, Floyd was jab on his head. Then he had to reset again. Flick, you drop the jab on him. Spence jab more than Floyd do.
They do.
Believe it or not, Spence jabs a lot more than Floyd. Spence is like an inch or two tall. Spence is an inch and a half taller than Floyd Mayweather.
The only thing that the one thing that makes me
just the pros.
Oh, just the pros. Okay, just the pros.
Just the pros.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
You got time? You say the jab.
The body shots is gonna.
Body work of course. That shit gonna slow the shit out of Manny Pacquiao.
You say that. You say the jab and the body work.
Yeah.
The body shot. That ain't it. People don't realize Errol Spence is a hell of a boxer. Errol Spence is going to be turning Manny Pacquiao with the pivots.
I don't see him turning Manny Pacquiao. I don't see that.
He's going to be backing him down. Errol Spence is going to be doing whatever he wants to do in that ring, man. Manny Pacquiao only got one gear forward. Do. Flick, jab, let me jump in there. He might fuck around, jump in there and get knocked out, man. Don't be surprised if Manny Pacquiao gets stopped in that fight.
Yeah, don't be surprised.
Don't be surprised. Errol Spence is a whole different monster when BlueRay is in the picture. The whole different monster. He could get it done without BlueRay, but when he got BlueRay, he a whole different monster.
And he said it on Barbershop Conversation.
Okay. So your pros is Spence's jab, Spence's body work.
And I said also how great he is at controlling distance and range.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say Spence's range, the way he cuts off the ring. I think that's gonna be a factor. Him spinning Manny, I don't see Spence just turning into tap dancing Loma and able to spin Manny. You know what I mean? I don't think that's the case. I think that punch placement, punch volume, and decision making is going to play and patience and discipline is going to be a good tool, and it's going to be primary for Spence to use. Because if he rush it, Manny's going to get him. Because I think Manny's going to turn Spence. And the same thing because that's Manny. Spence doesn't use angles. Manny uses angles, so I think Manny's gonna try to
What
spin
he beat?
Spence.
What he beat Mikey Garcia with, bro? With
Oh,
what?
come on, man!
What?
I would have beat Mikey
Yeah,
Garcia, bro.
but the question is not whether you'd have beat him or not. But the
He
question is,
bulldozed. He bulldozed Mikey
yeah,
Garcia,
but
bro.
he used a lot of angles,
He
and
angles.
he used
He
angles,
didn't use it.
and yeah, he did,
He used
and
that. He
then
used angles, but he's not known as an
and
angler,
there's
bro.
no
Let's
but.
just
He
keep
used
it 100.
angles. He used
See, y'all
angles.
gotta see
Also,
y'all ain't being 100, bro.
we are being 100.
Y'all ain't being
Also,
100.
how we not being 100 when you said he used? We said he used angles, and you said he did use angles, but so
Bro,
we're not being 100.
y'all not being 100, bro. Spence is not
He
known
used
for
angles.
using
Nah,
angles,
he ain't
bro.
used angles.
Whoa.
What did he beat Mikey with?
Spence is not
Oh, he
known
used
for
angles.
using
What?
angles, bro. He's not known for using
Tommy,
angles,
what
bro.
he
We
do
gotta
is,
be 100, bro.
He
Let's be
he
100.
uses he
Tommy,
uses what
what
he
he do
needs to
is,
use.
he compare you to
Oh
the best
God. See,
people.
we can't. Why are we having a conversation here, man? Y'all can't beat 100, bro.
He uses what he needs to use per who he's
How you know
fighting.
what he need to use?
Well, he
Listen,
shows it
Why?
listen,
listen.
he didn't
Spence is
fight.
not. What is Spence known to? What is Spence known to do? Is
He's
he
known as
known for angles? Okay, we'll say Spence is known for angles. Then.
we're
Okay.
not saying that. What we're saying is that he has them,
You can't
and
use
when he
angles.
used them, that's what he used. He used it against Mikey. And if you go back and watch the Lamont Peterson fight, which I think was his best performance from a boxing perspective, mixed with the power, you'll see that he used a lot of angles on Lamont Peterson. A lot. A lot. He was turning Lamont Peterson all day
Bro,
long.
Lamont Peterson was scared to even punch back.
That's who
Let's
fought
be
us.
100.
That's
Let's be 100.
that's because that was the
That's
last.
BlueRay.
That was the last
Bro,
time.
when
And that was the last time Spence used BlueRay.
Spence shut him down so bad. Spence could have did anything. Mikey was so small. Spence was just basically showing off to with Mikey, bro. He could have done
Look how you
anything to
think
Mikey.
you the man
You know what I'm
Ezekiel,
saying?
man.
Spence is not known for angling, bro. That's just 100. Spence is known for coming straight forward and bulldoze it,
My
not
man,
bulldoze, but
you
delivering them body blows. He
you
known
know
for delivering them.
you know he changed the topic. You asked us some
No,
pros. You never asked us what he was known for. You said what's some pros.
bro,
Right.
y'all is
You changed
man,
the
what's wrong?
conversation.
You see, God don't
Bro,
like ugly. I mean,
y'all
well,
is
your
tripping.
internet don't
Y'all
like ugly.
tripping, man. Listen, man. Listen. What the hell is going on here, man?
Your internet saying you full of shit. That's what's going on. Your
No,
internet is
y'all trying
saying
to tell.
blasphemy.
I can't believe that y'all is up here. What the fuck is going on here?
Blasphemy. Your internet is tired of your fucking capping. That's what's going on.
I can't believe. So Spence is known for angling now, y'all.
We
Come
didn't
on,
say that. We
man.
didn't say he was going to. You see what he do? You
Okay,
see what he do one time? We never said that.
Yeah.
We said he has it in his arsenal and he can use it. And then Tom said that he would turn Manny. You said he wouldn't do it.
And
you
then
said
when I said Spencer's not known for angling, y'all made up a whole good. Yes, he is because he used it against Mike. No, Spencer's not known for using angles, bro. He's
That
not.
was
That's
never
not
the
his
argument.
style, bro.
That was never the topic.
That's not Spencer's style, bro. That's not Spencer's style. Now back to what I was saying. Manny's gonna be the one that tries to angle Spence, not Spence trying to angle Manny. Spence is gonna go in there. He's gonna use his size. He's gonna use his weight. He's gonna lean on Manny. He's gonna try to attack Manny's body. And he's going. This is the pros and cons. And he has to be. I mean the pros. And he's gonna have to be patient. He's gonna have to use punch placement. And he's gonna have to stay out of the way when he punch. Oh, that's the cons. But he's gonna have to stay out of the way and move his head and not come in on that straight line when he delivering them body shots with Manny. That's the pros right there. Now let's hear the cons. Any?
What cons?
I think the one con that I have for Errol Spence in this fight is
what
defensively.
Nigga, you crazy.
The one con that I have for Errol Spence in this fight that I think Derek James is most likely gonna. Well, I don't know if he's gonna fix it because this is part of Spence's fighting DNA. Is that a lot of times on defense he moves back in a straight line, and if you look at how Manny Pacquiao knocked out Keith Thurman, it was Keith Thurman moving back in a straight line, and Manny keeps lunging forward with punches sometimes. So I'm figuring that they're going to make an adjustment for that. But when I watch, that's the only thing that I look at that really like say, okay,
Right,
well,
that
that's it. But that's it. That's it. But that's what I
What's your con? What's your con, Tom?
there's a big difference in the way Keith Thurman moves back and the way Spence, for the most part, moves back in a high guard position. Where
he
you
tucks
can't.
his chin. He tucks his chin a lot too, because
He tucks
he
his
did that
chin.
against Danny Garcia. He sometimes try to shoulder roll and move back. But go ahead, Tom.
Right, right. Keith Thurman moves back with his chin in the air
Yeah, he
and gets
did.
his head down.
Yeah, he did.
Keith Thurman also, if you realize this, it wasn't just the headshot. Manny Pacquiao got Keith Thurman
Hit
to
with
the
a body
body
shot.
first.
Yeah,
He hit him to the body first, and then he laced him. When you ever see
he laced him.
the body? You ain't never see Spence hurt to the body. And he be
No, we haven't.
sparring, he be sparring middleweights and shit. You ain't never see Spence hurt to the body.
I'm waiting to hear the cons. You have yet to give me a con about Spence. So far, you said that he was an Iron Man. We got that.
Because in this fight, Manny Pacquiao is going to have his spots. But I believe once Spence gets into his groove, he's going to walk Manny Pacquiao down. It's going to be brutal.
No, you said now once again,
I don't
we
think
want to hear the
Spence-
cons.
I don't think Spence. I don't think he's ever going to be in any real trouble in this fight.
So you don't think you don't think Spencer's gonna have no trouble out of Manny this fight?
I don't think, of course, Manny's going to land punches. But as far as being
That's trouble, nigga.
as far as being on the verge of losing, never. I think when Spence gets in his groove, it's going to be brutal.
I personally think. So you don't have any cons. You think Spencer's got a check in every area.
Manny
Right.
Pacquiao's body is not built to take those type of body blows.
Okay, so you think Spence don't have? So you don't think Spence has no chink in his armor whatsoever going into this fight? That's what you're saying, right?
No, man, that would be unrealistic. Manny Pacquiao's going to land. Manny Pacquiao is very.
What we're saying is, what is the cons that Spencer's what's the cons that Spence in this fight against Manny Pacquiao? So far, you told me that Spence.
That one bad habit he has of moving back in a straight line. If he moves back in a diagonal line, because Manny Pacquiao is going to come full service flying at you. If he moves back in a diagonal line, it's going to be really, really bad for Manny Pacquiao. But if he does what he normally does, then Manny Pacquiao is going to have a little success. But Manny Pacquiao is not going to drop Spence. He ain't going to drop him like he dropped Keith Thurman. And what Spence was in, it's going to be like when the when Brees came through. When Brees was marched, niggas down. You know what I'm saying? The Spartacus shit is going to be like that. It's going to be brutal.
I'm gonna tell you what. This is actually a dangerous fight for Spence, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's a more dangerous fight than I think that TC would have had a better chance of beating Manny than Spence. I would like it's a better matchup of TC beating Manny than Spence because I think that the cons of Spence is, for one, Spence moves back, whether he puts it in a high guard or he shoulder rolls or whatever he does. If Spence moves back, Manny's going to continue to punch. He's just not going to just throw one jab and then back off. He's going to continue to punch Spence, regardless if his guards are high or what. If Spence take that step back, Manny's going to come forward. That's just that experience. Speaking of experience, I think Manny's going to probably set some traps, and that Spence has to be aware of that veteran setting those traps and what those traps are. And I think that it's going to boil down to Manny out or Spence has to out southpaw Manny. If Spence sometimes get lazy with his jab, I think that Manny's quick enough to come over. Yeah. Spence sometimes gets lazy with the jab. He leaves it out there and he gets countered. He gets countered easy. Yeah. And I think that Manny might. I think that Manny is experienced and fast enough to sidestep and deliver probably a 2-punch combination. And if Spence goes in that guard, I think Manny's going to continue to punch. Also, I think that Spence has to watch out on the angling that Manny's gonna give him. Manny's gonna angle Spence because once, just like you said, that Manny has to reset. Spence also has to reset when he um. Yep, that's it right there. Catman 785. Um, Manny. Same thing you said about Spence resetting. Manny resetting. Spence also resets. So if Spence goes into that high guard and he has to reset, that's trouble. Because guess what? Now Manny can back up and reassess, and he also can reset for Spence and mount up another attack. So that's what I think. That's a bad habit of Spence's when he puts his high guard up. That's a bad habit against a man like Manny Pacquiao. That's
Okay,
my cons of it. My winner is I pick Spence to win, but I think it's going to be a tough fight, and I think that Spence is going to dig it out. I think it's going to be tough though, but Spence is going to dig it out.
I want to go back to something you said that I don't agree with. You said you think this fight would have been easier for Team Crawford.
You said the wrong thing to Tom Ross.
I think Bud would have. I think Bud with both of them can beat Manny, but I think Bud would have beat would beat Manny
style.
easier. Yeah, better style.
I bet he had a better style. I agree with that.
Yeah,
but it's not Floyd.
I could agree with that.
If Manny Pacquiao hit Bud the way he hit Floyd, he'll stop Bud. Bud Tenny. Bud, yes.
Where you be getting these guys from, bro?
I can't argue with the man. I mean, I think Manny. It's just me. I think Manny Pacquiao is a way better boxer than Gamboa, and I think he has more power than Gamboa. So I can't disagree with Tom Ross because he's saying that. I mean,
I'm the only one that got balls enough to say that.
I can't disagree with him.
See, now this is when y'all be calling me a Crawford because that same left hand is legendary. If that left hand land on Spence, what the fuck you think gonna happen, bro?
We know Spence got a chin. We seen Spence eat big shots from Kell Brook.
He ate a shot from Manny. So how can you say that?
Listen.
Floyd ate Manny shit. Spence could eat it too.
Exactly. Floyd ate it.
What?
Floyd ate it.
Floyd is a smaller man than Spence.
Okay, so if Floyd can eat it, TC can too. See how y'all sound?
We see
where you be getting these guys from?
Did we see Terrence Crawford momentarily propose the Mean Machine?
Right.
It was momentarily. He got on his knees. You know what I'm saying? True. Like, okay, so we haven't seen Spence.
What happened to Mean Machine? What happened to Mean Machine?
Listen, we're not talking about that. We're talking about Bud's chin.
You can't mention one without the other.
Let's talk. Let's talk. We can say the same thing about Gamboa. We're not talking about how that Bud can't fight or he's not. We're not talking about how Bud can't fight or he's not a big puncher or a great boxer. What we're talking about is his chin. That's what we're talking about. Listen, so let's stay on topic.
The topic was I think that Bud would be a better matchup for Manny Pacquiao.
I admitted that. I said stylistically, yes. Yes. Absolutely. Stylistically.
That's all I said.
Tom Ross is saying, though, that he could fuck around and stop Bud just because of his punching power.
Okay, and, well, he can fuck around and stop.
Let me say this, right? I'll say this. The shit he hit Keith Thurman with when his nose was all leaking all over the fucking place. I don't know, man. I don't know. Man, he started darting in and out and shit. I don't know. I'm just keeping it 100. I favor, but I agree with you. I in terms of styles, I think Terrence Crawford has a better style to fight Manny Pacquiao. He's rangy. He moves a lot. He can switch. He got that long ass reach, and Manny Pacquiao be getting hit with shit too. So I understand what you're saying about that. I am not disagreeing with that at all. See, and people say, "Oh, Kwame, you biased." I'm stating that Terrence Crawford, I think, has a better style than Errol Spence in terms of matchup wise. But it doesn't. But it doesn't. Here's the thing: it doesn't mean that he would beat Manny in a better fashion than Errol Spence can. He may have a better
Right.
style, but
Right.
because I'm trying to tell you, I'm praying because I spoke to BlueRay a couple weeks ago and I asked him. I said, "How was that first workout with Errol?" He said he's strong. He said his mentality. He noticed his mentality was different, and he's already strong. He said we spoke. He said the thing he liked is that Errol pointed out the things that he needed to work on. And then after listening to the barbershop conversation, it seemed because Errol talked about his core and his lower back, which I also noticed. Man, I'm a fucking G at this shit because I noticed the same fucking thing. I saw the same thing. I said this before. When I was at the Carlos Ocampo fight and I went to the weigh-in, I was out. It was outside, and Errol Spence was on the. He was, he flexed. He had so much vascularity when he flexed his core. I was like, God damn, he might kill this dude. And as soon as he landed that punch on the inside, Carlos Ocampo, did you remember how he looked? It was a body shot. He tried to get up and his face looked like he threw up a couple times on himself. And then he laid back down for like another additional 3 minutes before he was able to get up. And that is what was missing in Errol Spence in these last couple fights. If you look at Errol Spence, I remember looking at Errol Spence when he met up with TC, and TC was like, "You fat, nigga, you fat." His core wasn't strong, right? He was fucking around. And then he had to lose all of that weight for the Mikey fight, and that's why he didn't have the same punching power. And then we look at the Sean Porter fight again. When he got in camp, I remember he was probably like 3 weeks in the camp, and his abs was just starting to come out. And he said, "No more fat, boy." And I was like, you were supposed to, all the other camps, motherfucker, you look like that months before you even went into camp. You look like a fucking G.I. Joe action figure, And it showed in the Porter fight. And what I believe is this, right? I believe that Manny Pacquiao believed that the guy he saw against Danny, Porter, and Mikey is the guy he's going to fight. And that's not who he's going to fight on fight night. That's not who he's fighting fight night. Errol one thing I like about Errol, when you listen to Errol Spence do interviews and speak, Errol Spence he's a highly intelligent person. Not only is he a conscious person, he's very honest and intelligent about himself and where he's at. He may be stubborn. He may be stubborn at times because he didn't want to work with BlueRay for a while. But when you hear him assess himself, he's very honest about that. So he knows that he wasn't at his full potential. And he also knows what this fight means for his career. This ain't Danny. This ain't Danny. And I said this before, right? That Danny Garcia is the worst of the best welterweights. So while people were saying that Danny Garcia wasn't a tune-up, I was happy, but I knew for Errol Spence's pedigree and level of talent that he was a tune-up for Earl, but he ain't a tune-up for no average boxer. But a lot of people, they look at Earl because he's a straight up and down fighter. They don't see it's like Errol Spence is like Tim Duncan. It's like, okay, Terrence Crawford, right? Terrence Crawford more like Kevin Garnett. You know what I'm saying? Lanky, yelling, screaming, emotional, all of that shit, and it looks good. The footwork and all of that, it looked good, and it's great and it's effective. But Errol Spence is like Tim Duncan. Is great fundamentals that don't look flashy, but then all of a sudden you down 30 in the game, and this motherfucker got 35 points and 16 rebounds and 4 blocks. When you look up, you're like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? And and a lot of people when they look at Spence, they like, oh, and that's why I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna say it here. That's why a lot of people picks Terrence Crawford to beat Errol Spence because they look at the styles and they say Errol Spence is not flashy and Terrence Crawford could switch and this and that and this and that and this and that. That's not, and that ain't what it's gonna come down to. I'm trying to tell y'all, it ain't gonna come down to because both of these guys have a lot of will. I give both of them. They got a lot of dog and a lot of will. But I'm just trying to tell y'all, when a fight break out, it's gonna be about who could take the better shot. And it ain't Terrence Crawford. It ain't Terrence Crawford. And by the things that they say, they underestimate Errol Spence because Bomac believes that what he's seen from Errol Spence in the Mikey Garcia fight and in the Sean Porter fight, and we won't say Danny Garcia because Danny was the car accident, but what Bomac believes he saw is a decline in Errol Spence physically from drinking. That's what he thinks he saw, right? But what
isn't that kind of factual though?
No,
I would say no.
Tom, we already know.
I would say to be fair, yes, but not to the degree of what they believe it's to. It's a combination of him also not training and staying in shape. Because Drico, you from Brooklyn, I'm from Brooklyn. We know, right? We could go to Wingate Park or what's the other park in Brownsville? I forgot. Lincoln Terrace Park, where they at?
Yep,
Lincoln. There's dudes, right? There's dudes who do calisthenics and hit the chin bar every day and they drink 40s, but they look like they got bodies like supermodels. They chisel to death. They smoke weed, drink, eat whatever they want. But once you stop doing that shit, the stuff you put in your body, it shows up on you. And Earl, like he said, he had time and he had money. And he wasn't going to the gym every day, so it started to show up on him. And then he was declining because of that, but he was just so good that he could still beat these guys like
now,
that.
See, now that was my point right there. To beat Manny also, you're not going to be able to beat Manny off of that heart. You're going to have some skills to beat Manny. So if we expect Spence to pull one out the bag like he's been doing, no, he's going to have to apply some skills to Manny. He's going to have to set some traps. He's going to have to recognize traps. We already know you already said Spence ain't got no weak spots, Tom.
But you
don't be listening. Don't listen.
Right. Exactly. Because for you to even say that means that you didn't just listen to what we were saying is because
I might have been going in and out.
Right.
I might have been going in.
Because that's what has carried Spence in his last 3 fights is what we're saying.
It's not going to carry him in many fights.
It's the physical. That's what I'm saying. Because he physically wasn't the same person in the last 3 fights.
He needed the skill.
Right.
The skill level.
What I'm trying to say is.
Let me just say this real quick and don't lose your train of thought. What I'm trying to say is this, right? From a size perspective, we watched, right? Well, let's talk about skill, right? We watched Mikey Garcia dismantle Robert Easter Jr., right? Had him looking like Tommy, had him looking like Martin when he fought Tommy Hearns. These niggas swole up. And Robert Easter Jr. has a longer reach than Errol Spence and is a taller fighter, the more rangier fighter, and he was able to get in. He was not able to do that against the same thing against Errol Spence. So that shows you that there is a skill level that was there, but Errol Spence said, and I was at that weigh-in, and it's like I said, I met BlueRay in person for the first time at that weigh-in. It just happened like that. I wound up sitting next to him. And when Errol came out on stage, I looked at BlueRay. I said, yo, he ain't work with you. And BlueRay was just trying to keep it G. He laughed. He said, what make you say that? I said, look at him. And he ain't saying that. He just started laughing. I said, look at him. You know? And you can see physically he wasn't the same person physically. And then after the weigh-in, I never forget, we went to Papados. they went to eat at Pacquaio's, a restaurant out there, and I went out there, and Earl came out and he took like 3 pictures, one with ILTBA, one with another person. Everyone bum rushed him. He said, "I'm only going to take one more." And I think he had known me from being on ILTBA platform, and he said, "I'll take a picture with you." And I dapped him up, and he felt weak as shit when I dapped him up. He felt weak. I'm talking about the Mikey fight. He felt weak, and it really had gave me some perspective on fighters. I was like, damn, this is the type of shit they go through. He didn't look right. I swear to you, right? He did not look right when he was at at Pacquaio's. He didn't look right. Like, he looked kind of almost sick, like, in a way. Like, he didn't look right. His dad was there, and I had spoke to his dad a couple times at the Lamont Peterson fight, and I met him before. His dad from Jamaica, and, you know, my people from Jamaica, my wife from Jamaica, so we had that in common. And I was speaking to his dad, and Earl was right there. I said, "What's up?" You know, Earl was like, but he didn't look right even after the weigh-in. And then this guy says he wore a full sauna suit for 2 hours the day of the weigh-in, shadow boxing, and he wasn't even sweating, trying to drop 3 pounds, and he made weight. So I tell you everything you need to know. Physically, he was not the same person. And then think about it. They did what they did. 50,000 people at Cowboy Stadium, 360 pay-per-view buys. You know he got a bag off of that. Because I remember when he did the Ocampo fight, and we were I would say backstage at the Star with him. And I remember him saying in the interview, he was like, "The check I got for this one was crazy. That was for Ocampo." And I remember all I saw, I never forget this. I fell in love with Dallas, Texas for the Ocampo fight. I went down there. I saw nothing but black people coming to the Star, driving nice cars, coming to the Star. I was like, damn, you black? Now here in Texas, you can get money. That's what, because I'm always thinking like that. And then they was buying so much of his merchandise in there. I mean, he sold so many fucking T-shirts in that bitch. So I'm talking about, he sold tens of thousands. He sold, and I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't sell 10,000 T-shirts. He sold T-shirts in there, and then I was there 2 days before the fight. Half of Dallas was wearing Spence T-shirts before the fight, and they were still buying T-shirts. And I remember him saying, "I got a fucking crazy." He said, "The check from this shit here is crazy. This from Ocampo." He said, "This check crazy." So we went partying with him, and I just leave it at that. After that, Earl would party. I just put it like that, you know. And the next fight, you got to think he made even more money. His face was fat and all this shit, but now, and I'll say this: I wish it never happened as it did with the accident. But I feel like God had to slow him down because he was moving real fast. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
He was moving real fast, and it could have been a situation where it was worse for him. But he got his bearings back together. He had 158 pounds. He ain't even in training camp yet. He had a 158. He ain't even in camp. They ain't going to camp till I think like the 21st or some shit like that.
That means
and he's already training with BlueRay. It's not going to be the same fighter getting in the ring. And he know what this is about because this is Mikey Garcia was the biggest fighter in his career. Sean Porter wasn't the biggest fighter in his career. Then Danny Garcia was the biggest fighter in his career because what it meant. Because that was going to tell him if he could keep his career going. Now this fight here is what is going to launch him from being a star to a superstar. Mm-hmm. And he's aware of that. Trust me, he's aware of that. And Manny is a vet who I will say is the type of person, well, he's going to train hard for any fight because he's just a professional in that regard. You know what I'm saying? He's a professional in that regard, but I'm going to tell you where Manny fucked up at. Manny fucked up by the opponents he was trying to fight before Crawford and Spence because it showed where his mindset was at. His mindset was in cash out mode. Conor McGregor, why did he got stripped for the belt? Ryan Garcia, his mindset is in cash out mode. He's gonna come to fight. Don't get it twisted. But they fighting for two different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
What people have to understand is they're fighting for two completely different reasons. And this is going to be the passing of the torch. And you know what? Team Crawford, we're gonna because that was the last part of the show what we're gonna talk about. Because Monty Brown put out a video and he had the recording of Bernie speaking about Earl car flipping and God ain't on his side and all this other shit he was talking about. And they're sitting around banking that he lose the fight because they want to be able to come in and then fight Manny Pacquiao.
Right.
That's what they're banking off of. They're not a fan of boxing. See, too much of Bob Arum has rubbed off on them. They've been around that bullshit for so long that part of that shit is in their DNA now. Because Bob Arum think about himself, and they see that's what happened, and they went too far down that rabbit hole with him. Bob Arum was thinking about himself and doing manipulative shit and saying nasty shit in the public to make the fight happen. And what they want to make the fight happen too. So what they gonna do? Go against what their own promoter is saying? No, right. But they've made so many people have bought in to what they have said. Bob Arum has said how he has manipulated the fans, right? And then you want me to tell you when Bob Arum tell you the truth? Bob Arum tell you the truth when it comes to fucking money. Mm-hmm. His money.
Yeah.
His money, because that's when it's truthful, okay? He'll say,
let's sell a fight.
Right. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now that he sees that he's most likely not going to be able to capitalize on Spence and a Crawford fight, or even possibly, let's just say, Manny Pacquiao gets past Errol Spence, he's not going to be able to capitalize on that because he done shitted on Terrence Crawford, and Terrence Crawford is going to be out of there. He's taking meetings with MTK Global. He's going to Dubai. So they know he out of there, right? And what Arum is doing, which is what he did the first time he talked shit about Crawford after the Brook fight in the media, is that he is using Terrence Crawford as a scapegoat because, as I said before, he used ESPN and he sold ESPN the Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence fight from day one when he was signing with them, when HBO dropped him, right? His Top Rank had financial problems. There's another guy running Top Rank. They have financial problems. And part of that deal was selling the Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford fight because that was supposed to be projected to be a big fight. And that's why Bob Arum never budged off of 50-50 because, trust and believe, those were the terms that ESPN agreed with him to make that fight. And he poorly mismanaged Bud to get the 50-50. He mismanaged it because his game plan was wrong from the beginning. His game plan by discrediting Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia, and Sean Porter, that was wrong. It was wrong.
I disagree with that. I would disagree with that right there for one thing.
Okay.
Because if I'm Team Crawford, my fight is the best. I don't care what y'all got over there. My fight is the best. So that's exactly how he's supposed to think. He ain't supposed, like I said before, he ain't supposed to come in baking cookies for them niggas. He's supposed to say, hey, I got a fighter over here. This is what he do. This is what he is.
But he did.
Yeah, but you don't discredit. But here's the thing.
Y'all ain't nothing compared to my fight. Regardless of what he did, regardless if he discredit him or not, it's boxing.
Right, Drico. You're right. You're right,
boxing,
Drico.
Bro.
But you're right, Drico. But let me tell you something, right?
This ain't church.
And I'm gonna tell you this, right?
Yeah.
You
But let me say
can.
one thing. I'm gonna
The,
forget. Back to Spence and Manny. Spence, even though he's got BlueRay, even though he's 3% body fat, this right here got to be ready for Manny too.
and
This
trust me,
right
it
here,
is.
he
It
has
is.
to. I'm going in and out. This has to be ready for Manny. One lapse, like Keith Thurman said, one lapse, Manny got him. Bro, Manny has experience. Manny has seen a Spence. Spence hasn't seen a Manny. Manny has
Manny
seen
hasn't seen.
about.
Manny ain't seen no
Manny has
Spence.
seen.
Manny hasn't seen the
Manny has
Spence.
seen. Manny has
Manny never
seen
seen
it.
no Spence.
Matt, oh my God. We gotta
Manny
make it
barely.
make sense,
I
y'all.
think. I
We
think
gotta be
Manny.
real,
Think
bro. We
about it. I'm
gotta
being real. Manny has. I think in his career, out of all these fights, he's only fought like 3 southpaws. He's had like
but
70
but
fights.
but what I'm saying is, bro, he's seen I'm just let me just talk.
You just
He's
say he's
seen a
seen many styles. He's seen many
yeah,
styles.
he's seen many styles. I'm sorry,
Right.
y'all.
Right.
I apologize, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Now, what by me saying that is he's more experienced than
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt, I can't argue that.
right, right. So when I say that Spencer's gotta be ready up here, that's what I'm getting at up here. Fuck this body. Fuck the 8 pack. Fuck all of that shit right here. If he has 1 second lapsing up here, Manny got him. And it's not a knock on Spence because I got Spence to win, y'all. Before y'all attack me, he has to be ready up here. You know what I mean?
Let me
Like
tell you
real
something.
talk. Yeah.
I tell you this. From the limited time I spent around Errol Spence, I would say that's his best attribute is his mind. Because
Yeah.
Nah,
and his
because
will.
you
I
see
mean,
how he got hit
let me
against
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me
Porter.
finish. Let me finish. I'm not talking about that. I'm not
He
talking
got
about
hit
that.
against Porter because he was lapsing up here, bro.
Right. Listen, the reason Errol Spence was lapsing up there is because he wasn't prepared correctly. That's why he's fighting on. He beat Porter because he's just better than Porter. He didn't have to take as much punishment, but you know why he took that much punishment against
Oh,
Porter?
fuck.
He took that much punishment against Porter because he wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing outside the ring before training camp. That's why he took that much punishment. And Porter was what? That motherfucker was in training camp in like March, like
That,
6 months early.
that was the
And
best Porter. That was the best Porter ever
the
ever
best
used.
Porter, yes, Porter was. Listen, the only reason Porter didn't get knocked out because he was in such tip top shape. That he didn't even go down. You know, the thing about how great a shape Porter was in that his eyes went up in his when Broner knocked Porter down, it was a flash knockdown. You know, you get hit and your body reaction it just goes down. It was a flash knockdown. He wasn't hurt. He wasn't hurt or anything. When Spence connected with him, his eyes went up in his head. But he came back this quick because he was in such tip top shape. Like when Mosley rocked Floyd to that capacity, he was wobbly. But he was in such tip-top shape, he was able to recover that quick.
Now,
Spence
go ahead.
issue in that fight was Spence was believing his own Kool-Aid.
That's
Spence was
mental, ain't it?
believing, right? That's what I'm saying. Spence was believing that he was the boogeyman. Like I said, the two things that there were 2 times that I didn't like Spence's behavior was in the meetup with TC when he said, "I am the boogeyman." That tells me that you are believing your own hype. That to me is an issue. And when he did that interview, I forgot with who after the Mikey fight, and he said when it was time for him to do strength and conditioning, he was playing the video game. He was playing Madden. He wasn't even doing push-ups. And he's consistently said that. And these were the reasons why we saw that version of Errol Spence in those last couple fights. He had
But
listen,
I'm
you
not
can
talking about the mental prep before the fight. I'm talking about the in-house, in the ring laps.
yeah, but you gotta understand, like they
When he was
always tell
dancing
you,
against
but
Porter.
right, but like they always say in boxing, the fight is not won on fight night. The fight is won in camp.
Preparation.
That mental, if that mental was in camp, it would have showed up in the ring. That's the
Well,
difference.
what I'm saying is, don't fight me on it. I'm a Spence fan, y'all. I'm a
No,
Spence fan.
we're not
What I'm
fighting you on
saying
it.
is, he cannot have a mental lapse in that fight, bro. Like, no, nothing. He
He
has
won't.
to stay focused. He has to stay on target. He has to stay patient. He really has to execute too against
Blu-ray's the
Manny.
key. I'm trying to tell you guys this, man. Blu-ray is the key to that. It's not physically what the workout will do for Errol Spence. It's mentally, because when you start to work out like that so hard and disciplined, it tightens you up mentally. It spills over into other things, just not physically, but that stuff spills over into other things. You listen. I remember speaking to Keon, and Keon was like, "Damn," he kept asking BlueRay when we had BlueRay on the show. He said, "Do you think Earl is going to need to train with you before it can't just be camp? He gonna have to start training with you before camp." But I don't think BlueRay knew whether Earl was going to train with him or not, because Earl kept saying, "I'm coming to fuck with you for camp," and he just never showed up, right? But Keon was saying it's because from a mental standpoint, it's a lot for you, not physically, but mentally, to even get started with something like that. Camp is camp, because camp
You think Spence is mentally ready for Manny? You think that he's
absolutely.
physically? You think he's physically ready for Manny?
Not 100%. Not 100% right now. I don't think he's. I think right now before camp, he would get in there and give Manny a good fight and could possibly win it. But I think once he goes through training camp, it's going to be a whole different ball game.
You think Spence is going to be able to withstand that stamina that Manny has? 100 points.
Manny was getting tired against Thurman. Are you kidding? Spence is the one who's Manny got to worry about Spence stamina.
Draco,
you think that? Yeah.
I resent where you're going with this. You make it seem.
Oh God damn! What the fuck?
Draco just be devil's advocate. He ain't going nowhere.
You making it seem like Spence is in more danger than Manny is. Manny's the one that's going to be in danger.
Hey, Spence, from what I saw, Spence is in more danger than Manny is.
No, he's not.
Judging off the last.
I'll be surprised if Manny don't retire after this fight.
Judging off the last fight, this is a dangerous fight for Spence, bro. I know that you might think that Spence has no Achilles heels. This is a dangerous fight.
What I'm telling you is Manny's more dangerous than Spence in this fight.
But the thing is, Spence. Listen. I'm a respectfully ask you guys to agree to disagree on your points on that one. Okay?
No, because I'll tell you why. The weight is on Spence to perform. The weight ain't on Manny because he expected to lose. So Manny, I didn't
say that.
I can't agree with that. Only because Manny Pacquiao got the entire Philip. Manny Pacquiao, listen.
Go ahead, Kwame.
Listen, if you go on YouTube right now, you type in Errol Spence versus Manny Pacquiao, you're gonna see so many videos in Philippine language. Manny Pacquiao has the weight of the Philippines on his shoulder. He's Jesus to them. Okay.
That's you talking. I'm talking to the man that said that Spence was going to absolutely run through Manny Pacquiao. And because he has no Achilles heel, he has nothing, and it's going to be easy, and Spence ain't going to get hit. And he's going to out-angle Manny. Go ahead.
What's the game to change the argument? What I said was Manny Pacquiao is in more danger than Errol Spence is. And you talking about who got more mental pressure. I'm talking about physical harm.
No, I didn't say that. Listen to me, bro. Listen to me. I said that Spence has to be mentally prepared to fight Manny. Okay? Not that he's gonna mentally beat. I don't play the mind games. Once Spence get in that ring, he has to be focused. And he has to have a plan. He's got to stick to that plan. He's got to execute that plan, because one mental lapse, and Manny is able to and capable of landing that one shot that can put his motherfucking lights out. Do we agree with that?
I don't think Manny.
I don't think Listen, Drigo. I don't think at this point Manny got one punch knockout power for people like someone like Spence. I think Manny Pacquiao it would be an accumulation of punishment. The last time we see Manny Pacquiao have that type of one punch knockout power really was against Matisse, who we don't know. There was no fucking testing for that because before Matisse said he went 8 years with no knockout. Then all of a sudden he go to Asia and he's hitting like fucking Roberto Duran all of a sudden, right? And then right, and then I'd have to say Ricky Hatton. Other than that, I've never really seen one punch knockout power from Manny Pacquiao. It's an accumulation.
Have you seen one punch knockout power from Spence?
No. That's what I'm saying. You're right. It's a thing about accumulation. Both of these guys, and that's what it is. Both of these guys normally get stoppages from accumulating punishment on their opponent.
Exactly.
But here's the thing, right? Manny Pacquiao's punishment accumulation doesn't come from what slows you down in a fight, which is body work. It's from headhunting, right?
Okay. So what is Manny known for?
Manny's known for his speed and his angles, right?
Manny's known for his knockout. He's known for that left hand, right? We know that he ain't got a knockout in some years.
Well, he's not known for knockouts. He's not known for knockouts now.
Wait a minute, Tom. Hold on, y'all. Manny's known for that left hand, that powerful left hand, isn't he?
Yeah, he's known for that.
Okay. Spence is known for his body attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that there we have it. Now, since Manny's known for that left hand, you know the last thing that a fighter that leaves a fighter
is power.
Okay, right. Now we got it. Now, by saying that, what if Spence goes to the body and Manny counters to the face or the head of Spence? This fight can change, bro. This is a dangerous fight, bro. This is a dangerous fight, Tom.
If a dog has a square ass and shit bricks,
Tom, this is a dangerous fight. Whether you want to believe it or not, this is a dangerous fight, bro.
I'm not saying that. You keep changing the
Yes, you did. You said, I'm going to quote you. You said this is going to be an easy fight for Spence. Spence has nothing. The only thing Spence got to do, he can go back into his high guard and it'd be all over with. Spence going to breeze through this thing. No, it's not. Nah, Spence, this is a dangerous fight for Spence.
See, I feel like you talk to yourself and you answer yourself.
You said that. You said that.
I said
you said that shit.
More physical danger than Errol Spencer's.
And I said you put some respect on Manny's name. That's what I said to you. And I said you put some respect. As soon as you said that, I said, okay now.
I believe Spencer take Manny, but Manny's not gonna be able to take Spencer.
I don't know, bro.
He was barely dealing with Floyd power. Floyd was backing Manny up in the fight.
Floyd ain't got no power, bro.
Floyd was backing Manny Pacquiao up in that fight.
Floyd is experienced, bro. Floyd is experienced. Floyd used angles, bro.
The power.
You can't listen. Floyd don't got power. Nigga, where you been the last 20 years?
I'm not saying he don't got power. I'm saying he don't hit as hard as Errol Spence, dude.
Bro, Errol Spence is not as experienced as Floyd Mayweather, bro. You see what I'm saying?
Once again,
he's not Mayweather spun. Mayweather spun. Mayweather pivoted. Mayweather do his thing. Spence is a straightforward boxer with no angles. Like I said before, he's a straightforward fighter with no special effects. He can angle, but does he? But is he known for angling? No, he's not known for angling. No,
because he normally don't have to.
Can he box? He's known for Spence can box, but does he box? No, he doesn't box. It's rare. But can he? Yeah. Well, he gonna have to box against Manny. He gonna have to angle against Manny. All that shit y'all been talking about, Spence know how to do. He gonna have to stop using that lazy jab, leaving it out there. He gonna have to angle him, and he's gonna have to box. He's gonna have to be quick on his feet. He's gonna have to be all that against Manny, because Manny bringing that ass with him. Bro, I'm telling you that right now. That's it.
Every time the media says what you saying, Errol Spence come out and he put a masterclass.
We ain't talking about Manny.
And then they moved the goalposts after it happened.
Spence never faced a Manny. He never faced a Manny.
Vice versa, and he's never faced a Spence. So
Manny has seen everything. Manny has seen everything. He's seen everything.
The closest thing, let me tell you, the closest thing Manny Pacquiao seen to an Errol Spence was probably Antonio Margarito, and he was no longer had loaded gloves. That's probably the closest thing. That's probably the closest thing. We can't even say Clotty. Like that's probably the closest thing. And so, and none of these guys were southpaws. None of these guys were as big punchers as Spence is.
I think that Manny
and none of these guys had.
I think Manny's experienced enough to adjust.
I think he's experienced enough to adjust, but the question is, can he withstand what's coming at his age?
Right.
That's the question. Can he because I want you to think. Let me ask you a question, Drico. Let me ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you this question.
Yeah.
Do you think Manny Pacquiao could withstand the type of beating Kell Brook took?
No. But those two different fighters.
That's gonna happen to him.
But that's my point. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Kell Brook was standing there. Manny's going to angle Spence.
Kell Brook was not standing there, Drico. Kell Brook slowed down.
Kell Brook is no Manny, bro. Kell Brook is no Manny.
Yeah, but physically he's bigger.
He's bigger than Manny.
That's the point. The onslaught is crazy, coming, man. Bro. Listen, the only thing that I'm trying to say to you, Drico, is that Manny hasn't had to withstand something like that, and we've seen the success. What? He hasn't had who? Listen, who is Manny Pacquiao? Okay, let's go down the line for the last couple of years.
I don't even know who Manny fought.
But I'll just go down to the most popular fighters. We'll look at Juan Marquez, right?
Right.
He's a counter puncher, a smaller guy, right? Not the biggest, very intelligent puncher. Very
so
intelligent.
Y'all discrediting
all
79 of Manny fighters?
We're not doing that, Drico.
That's what y'all doing here.
No, we're not. You're not letting me finish because we're gonna talk about the most relevant people because we can't go back to most of those guys who fought in the fucking Philippines at 106 pounds.
That's experience, ain't it?
That's experience, but that's not world class experience. We got to this is the big stage. So we look at Barrera, we look at Morales, we look at Juan Manuel Marquez, we look at Brandon Rios. None of these guys have that type of size and strength, and also pedigree, Olympic pedigree, 3-time, 7-time national champion. None of these guys have that same pedigree, and is that size, and is a southpaw. That's the thing you're also missing. I think Manny has only fought like 3 southpaws in his career, and the last time he fought a southpaw was like fucking almost over 10 years ago.
How many southpaws has Spence fought?
Listen, we have to start. We got at some point. We got to stop
doing.
We're not
asking a question.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but that's not what we're talking about now. We're talking about what Manny will be able to withstand. We're not saying how many. We can move to a Spence later, but we're talking about
no.
Manny.
But when we comparing them, let's compare them. Shit, why?
Yeah, we can compare
goddamn, if we're gonna say
we can compare them, but we can't. But that's wouldn't it
be right to say Manny only faced 3 and Spence faced 2?
We have already acknowledged this earlier that we can't even find sparring partners to emulate Manny. So we know that Spence hasn't faced a Manny Pacquiao. What you're stating, though, is that Manny Pacquiao has so many fights and he's seen so many styles. What I'm trying to tell you is, yes, he may have seen many styles, but he has not faced this combination of fighter before with the size, with the pedigree. I think a lot of people take that part for granted about Errol Spence, and it gets lost. I talk about it again when I bring up the whole Tim Duncan factor because of his straight up and down style. But we have to remember, this guy comes from an elite pedigree from the amateurs, from fighting internationally.
Okay, now.
Right.
Where does Manny come from?
Manny, I'm going to be honest with you where Manny came from. I'll be honest. People gonna be mad. People gonna be mad, right? Manny came from the Philippines, who had an exciting style, who was raw talent that Bob Arum saw, and then later in his career got his boxing refined by Freddie Roach, and then the secret sauce of Alex Ariza's shakes showed up as well. Because before the Alex, even when he had Freddie Roach, before Alex Ariza showed up in his camp, he wasn't looking good. He got outboxed by Eric Morales.
See,
he wasn't looking that great.
Easy work.
That's true.
Once Alex Ariza showed up in his camp, he became this super explosive puncher whose head grew, and who people decided to rub put under the rug the obvious, because he was compared to Floyd Mayweather, and Mayweather was the villain. So no matter what Manny did, nobody wanted to see that, because everyone wanted to see Floyd lose. If we're talking about the facts.
That's right. Facts. And now let's go back to who Manny fought.
Listen. And I'm not finished. And then, once Alex Ariza left his camp, his power disappeared for 8 years.
Right.
And the big punches he was taking from guys got him slapped. I'm just telling the truth. I'm just talking. I'm just going off data. I'm not going off opinions.
That's facts. See, Tom. See how I don't dispute facts? That's a fact. But those are facts that you just said.
No.
We're gonna go back.
And let me just finish this one point, because I want to finish my point with Errol Spence, and I'm talking about pedigree. We remember when Floyd Mayweather did that video where he was talking about Manny head grew and all this. And he asked this question. Where was Manny at in 96? 97?
98.
Where was he at in 98? Where was he at? See, because
what they got to do with Spence?
I'm bringing that up to you. The reason Floyd said this stuff was because Floyd pedigree. He was in the Olympics like Spence. He was robbed of a gold medal. He was dominant already, right? He was already on the pound for pound list. All of this stuff. So it's a pedigree thing, and I'm not saying Spence is the same exact pedigree as Floyd, because Floyd is once in a fucking generation type of fighter, right? Mm-hmm. But what is missed about Errol Spence is his pedigree as well. Manny has not fought a guy like that who has that many amateur. Listen, let me finish.
Right there. Okay, go ahead.
Manny has not fought a guy who has the type of amateur experience that Spence has, who's the size of Spence, who has the experience. He hasn't seen that yet.
Okay.
He's seen different styles, but he has not
faced anything that pedigree. You let me know.
I'm done.
When you finish.
No, I'm done. Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay. So you're trying to tell me that I'm just gonna name off the last five. We're gonna say what I got here. We got Keith Thurman. Mm-hmm. We got Adrian Broner. Mm-hmm. We got Lucas Matisse. Mm-hmm. We got Jeff Horn. We got Jesse Vargas. We got Timothy Bradley.
We just named two people who can't punch. Go ahead.
But Timothy Bradley can come. He comes straight forward. He throws punches. All of those are different.
That's not true.
All those are different styles. All of those are different styles of boxing.
Did you watch Timothy Bradley fight Devin Alexander?
No, but listen.
It was one-sided. Timothy Bradley. No, Timothy Bradley be slugging, bro. Timothy
Bradley don't stand in the pocket and slug.
No. He only stay in the pocket and slug with Provatnikov. Did you watch Timothy Bradley? Did you watch Timothy Bradley fight Juan Manuel Marquez? Timothy Bradley uses angles.
Listen.
He's a boxer.
Fuck all that. We talking about who Manny Pacquiao has fought that you say that look at all those people I named, bro. I list the most powerful punch. Keith Thurman can crack. We know that. Keith Thurman can crack. Adrian Broner has a punch. We know that. And he's slick. And he's hard to hit. Lucas Matisse, well, that's the highest boxing knockout ratio in boxing history, when including Wilder, right there. Including
I know how to shut this
Tom, I bet you. $100 right now that Lucas Matisse has the highest. Why you interrupt me then?
I bet you
now.
I bet you shut you down on this. You want to know why? You want to know why he was so competitive with Keith Thurman? He didn't have to take Olympic style testing with Keith Thurman.
But we ain't not getting into that shit.
Also,
well, I'm gonna send you to the UFO channel.
Unless screw that part. Also, Keith Thurman had a 22-month layoff. Right. And almost got knocked out. And almost got knocked out by Josecito Lopez.
Right.
I don't care. He still lost to Manny. Manny still fought him, and Manny still won. Okay, now we're gonna go back over this again. Keith Thurman, Adrian Broner, Lucas Matisse, Jeff Horn, Jesse Vargas, and Tim Bradley, and then of course Mayweather. So you trying to tell me out of all of them boxers right there, not to mention the rest that he fought, which I can look up and see. I didn't even mention Marquez and Shane Mosley. We just gonna leave them out. Okay.
I want you to do me a favor, Drico. I want you
so y'all gonna tell me
hold on. I want you to go back to that list right now, and I want you to name each one of those fighters, and I'm going to give you a rebuttal for each one of those fighters. Okay, so go with your first one.
Keith Thurman.
Okay, is Keith Thurman a southpaw?
Oh my God!
No, just these are questions. These are the questions. Because we're saying, listen. Is Keith Thurman? No, I'm answering the question.
That ain't got nothing to do with it. Oh my God!
Drico,
he's not a softball. No, he's not a softball.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Good.
He knows he's not a softball.
Okay. Because just remember, I'm answering these questions based on stating that Manny has seen something like Spence. So, Keith Thurman's not a southpaw. We established that. Does Keith Thurman have a dominant jab?
Can Keith Thurman punch?
I didn't ask you that. Does Keith Thurman have a dominant jab?
I would say Keith Thurman has a jab.
Does he have a dominant? Okay, so that's no, right? Okay.
No, he don't.
Okay. Is Keith Thurman, as you say, a come forward fighter who, for the most part, plants his feet to land shots for power?
He can.
Keith Thurman's a guy who bounces around like a bunny. That's what he does.
But he can.
He got punches. He can punch. I'm just saying, but he's not a guy who normally stands there and plants his feet.
Is he known for that? No. But can he do it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what y'all said about Spence, right?
Okay. Is Keith Thurman a dominant body puncher?
He can be. He can't take him. He can't take him, but he can deliver.
Keith Thurman's not a dominant body puncher, but he can fight inside, but he's not dominant. He's not a dominant body puncher.
He can fight inside, but he ain't a dominant.
No, I mean Keith Thurman can fight. No, Keith Thurman can fight.
No, Keith Thurman can't fight.
Let me ask this in a different way.
Y'all gotta keep it 100.
No, I am keeping it 100. So I'm gonna ask the same question, but in a different way, right?
Yeah.
Is Keith Thurman is one of the biggest weapons in Keith Thurman's arsenal his body attack?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the fighter. Because I'm all asking questions that are Earl Spencer's strengths. So let's go to
the end. I got a hell of a thing for you.
Okay, let's go to the next. Okay, all right. So Adrian Broner is mainly flat-footed, so we can kind of give him that, right? But does Adrian Broner, or is Adrian Broner capable of throwing 80 to 100 punches around? Like,
is he capable, or does he?
Is he capable? You only are capable of something we've seen you do before.
Yeah, he's capable.
He's not capable.
But does he? No.
That's not does he? He's not capable. He was never capable of that. He never did it against Paulie but even when Poe's not even a big puncher, okay? Adrian Broner is a counter puncher who shows up. He shows up first and he tries a pot shot like Floyd. He does not throw. He's not capable of throwing 100 punches around. We've never seen it happen. Let's be honest, okay?
Yeah,
so that's not true. So Adrian Broner, can he throw 100 punches? Is he capable of throwing 100 punches? I think the entire boxing world will say no to that. No, okay? So is Adrian Broner known for being a big part? I don't know. Okay, there you go. Is Adrian Broner we could go into the southpaw part, but we know he's not a southpaw. All right.
Right.
Is Adrian Broner a big physical fighter?
No,
he's not. Okay.
Mm.
Does Adrian Broner have a dominant jab? He's not. Does Adrian Broner great at controlling distance and range?
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Huh?
He's not. No, he's not.
Madonna walked him down and will.
He's not. All right.
Oh my God. Okay.
So,
Keep
all
going.
right. So we go to Matisse.
So he's not. So his quickness and his boxing ability, and for him to get close enough to jab you and far away for you to miss and dump because he's slick defensively.
We have to talk about. Because we're talking about. We have to talk. We're talking about.
Let's go to Lucas Matisse. Lucas Matisse.
And mind you, remember we have to talk about because we're talking about who Manny fought and the styles he's seen. So we have to. We can't talk. So we can't talk about Adrian Broner. The problem at 135, we have to talk about the Adrian Broner he fought. We can't talk. So when we talk about Lucas Matisse, we can't talk about the Lucas Matisse who fought Danny Garcia because that's not who Manny Pacquiao saw.
Well, come on, wait. We're not going to do that.
We're not going to do that because we're talking about what Manny Pacquiao has experienced in the ring from these fighters.
We're not going to do. We're not going to because that's just our opinion. Then let's go by Lucas Matisse and what he. You see what I'm saying? Right. Once we get into that opinion shit, then that's when it all gets.
But it's not opinion because we all know that.
It is opinion because I could say Floyd was washed up when he fought Manny.
Is it an
and some
opinion?
people say Floyd was in his prime.
Listen, is it an opinion that Adrian Broner had a lower punch output from then on after he fought Marcus Maidana? Is that an opinion or is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Okay, so we can't talk about when we're comparing Adrian Broner fighting Manny Pacquiao. We can't use the Adrian Broner who beat DeMarco and Vicente Escobedo. We have to talk about the Adrian Broner that Manny Pacquiao fought because we're talking about what Manny Pacquiao has experienced and the styles he's seen in the ring.
Now, this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to speed it up a little bit because this is my synopsis. Okay, you said all of that. Now, all of that checks the box of everybody. No, Lucas Matisse might not be the slickest defensive boxer. Lucas Matisse might not be the tallest boxer. But you know what he puts a check in that box at? He has the power to knock you out. So he's a dangerous opponent. Mm-hmm. Adrian Broner, he might not be a Lucas Matisse and have Lucas Matisse power. He might not have the height and the strength of let's say, a Jeff Horn. But he has the quickness and the slickness. That goes to Manny seen that part before. So when I say that Manny hasn't seen, Spence hasn't seen Manny, but Manny has seen a Spence. That's what I'm trying to say. Each one of these fellas is as experience. Hold up, Tom. That goes to as experience right there. That's like Canelo. Canelo learned so much off of that one fight with Floyd Mayweather that he can damn near imitate the shoulder roll now, just like Mayweather did. He learned so much off of that fight, he's almost invincible. That's a fact, Tom. You can't dispute that. Now, I'm not saying that each one of these fellas, I'm not saying that each one of these fellas present a certain kind of, they're not none of my softpaws or none of that shit. But what I'm saying is each one of those fighters possess something that Manny has saw that Spence has before. The jab of Mayweather, the slickness, you know what I'm saying? He's seen that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a Voltron that Manny has saw. No, he hasn't seen Spence per se, all of Spence. But and Spence is a different fighter than all of them. But does he have the experience to adapt because of these people that he faced? Yes, he does. Does this make a difficult fight for Spence? Yes, I think it does.
Okay, I could agree with you on that based off of Manny Pacquiao's experience.
Right.
Because I can't because I what's up, Tom?
For him, for Spence, he would have to fight someone who had all that combined. You're talking about one attribute.
Man, Spence don't have that combined, bro. Spence don't have all that. No, he don't, bro. Spence is not a one knockout artist like Matisse was. Bro. No, bro. So you can't say he's all of that.
You don't need one knockout power to have power.
So we gotta be. Listen here, Tom. You gotta be 100 when you come on here, Tom. You can't be on here worshiping somebody, bro. You can't do that. You gonna have to be 100, bro.
Are you telling me Spence don't have power?
I'm saying Spence don't have one punch knockout power. Is that a dispute?
You don't need one punch knockout power to knock out Manny. Manny been knocked out to the body in his career several times.
Manny's been floored by a jab by somebody at a very small weight class.
Do you know?
Y'all basically saying Manny's just a pushover. Spencer's gonna come in there and hit him in the body.
No one's saying that. No one's saying that. I think
you talk about one. You don't necessarily need that to beat up Manny Pacquiao.
Right.
You don't need that because he been knocked out.
So listen, Tom. All I'm saying is that experience right there, that Manny. You asked me, right? Like his spin, and I'm telling you that all those people that chalks up as experience for Manny, we all know that Spencer's gonna beat him. We know.
I don't know what's going on. I think your internet again is censoring your capping.
we all know.
Your internet, though, you talking some bullshit. That's what we all know.
No, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. Y'all, it's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 1. So it's going to seem like
it's not 2
yes, it is. Because Tom is just listen. Tom says that Spence is going to come in there and steamroll. You can't tell Spence. Even you say. Yeah, it is going to be a problem with Tom said, oh, hell no. It ain't going to be no problem.
That's what time is, though. That's what time is, though.
That's not reality, though. That's not reality.
You're exaggerating what I said. I said Pacquiao was going to have his spot. He's going to look good. But with Spence,
no, you didn't. You said Spence at the beginning of the show time. I'm going to hold you to this. You said that Manny was no good. Spence was going to run through Manny, and Manny wasn't nothing. That's what you said. You said Manny wasn't nobody. And I said, watch your mouth, Tom. I said, watch your mouth, Tom. I'm paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing, but that's about what you said. And I said, watch your mouth, Tom.
Y'all always paraphrasing shit. That's all y'all do. Y'all paraphrase everything.
You said that.
I said, just what I said verbatim. I said, Manny Pacquiao. But once Spence settles in, it's gonna be brutal. And then Kwame said brutal. I said brutal.
No, you didn't. That's not what you said. That's not what you said. Because Kwame even disagreed with you. And Kwame said you got to put some respect on Manny's name. When you said what you said, Kwame said you're gonna have to put some respect on. Now we got to keep it 100, Tom. We got to keep it 100 on.
You're mixing up two different scenarios. Man,
no. You mixing it up.
Kwame got on my head earlier when I said what I said about Manny Pacquiao. That's when he got on my head.
I got on your head first.
That's when I said. Right. That's what I did. That was because I'm like Manny Pacquiao is an elite fighter.
When you said that. You said that though. You said man, and I said I'm not gonna let you talk about Manny like that. You're gonna put some respect on Manny's name because you didn't. You said that Manny was a nobody. Listen, when you rewind this, you gonna see
Mayweather Jr.
Who?
He's saying compared to Floyd, he's a nobody. That's what he's saying.
What?
That ain't what you said, nigga. See what I'm saying, this nigga.
Yeah,
but all I'm saying is I got Spence winning. I got Spence. He needs to mentally be prepared. We know he's physically prepared.
How do you have him winning? How do you have him winning? That's the question. Oh, that means bullshit was coming out of his mouth. It's some bullshit was going to come out of his mouth. The internet said no bueno. We don't want that. So look, yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up because we're going on 3 hours and I gotta ride to Philly in a couple of hours. So yeah, look, man. I think it's gonna be a really good fight. I think if Errol Spence, if the old Errol Spence shows back up, the old Spence, the Bundu Algieri, Kell Brook, the Lamont Peterson or Ocampo Spence shows up, I think Manny Pacquiao is going to get hurt. That's me personally. That's me personally. And I don't want him to get hurt because he's a legend. I don't want to see him get hurt. I'd rather see the fight just get stopped. But it's very intriguing because Manny Pacquiao has a very awkward style. He's a great. He might be one of the best. Not might be. He's one of the best offensive fighters in the history of the sport in terms of offense, and it should be a really good fight. And the styles should clash. That's what makes fights great. Is when you have styles that will clash. They're not the same, and neither one of these guys. Well, I'll say this for Spence. Even the fights that I don't think he performed well in or didn't perform as well as he could have, Errol Spence is never in a boring fight. Never. That's just his style. His style. He's never in a boring fight. Manny Pacquiao, I would say he's never in a boring fight, but the fight with Floyd was boring because Floyd turned it boring because he just decided to box him, and there was so much pressure on him not losing. There was more pressure on Floyd not losing than actually winning the fight. It was more about him not losing the fight. So Drigo said, "Fuck my internet." He's in the chat. So yeah, there's more pressure on him not losing the fight than actually winning the fight. So Floyd fought to not lose, not to win the fight. Which is the difference there. So it's just going to be a really great clash of styles, and it's a huge win for either one. One is the passing of the torch. In a perfect world, it's the passing of the torch. I can't say that I have Manny losing 100% because Manny is capable of anything. But I don't see him. I would call it an upset if he actually wins. It'll be the passing of the torch. And then secondly, it will build Manny's legend of now I just beat two young, undefeated champions that were the top guys in this era, which will line up a super mega fight for him and Terrence Crawford, where the focal point would be more about Manny Pacquiao than Terrence Crawford. Because of what Manny Pacquiao would have accomplished against these younger guys. It'd be like, can Manny Pacquiao, can he run through this generation of fighters? And he's still compared to Floyd because they're trying to say if he beats Errol Spence, is he better than Floyd? But no, because the only thing Manny Pacquiao has proven by winning fights or beating young champions is how great Floyd is. You know what I'm saying? That's all it's proven. And because that was one of the easiest fights in Floyd's career was him and Canelo. So that's it. Triga says, like you said, they are fighting for two different reasons. Manny is for the bag. Earl wants his stripes. Yeah, I could agree with that. I think they. But Manny, Manny is a man of principle too. He's religious. He's a man of principle and stuff. So Manny is fighting. He is fighting for the bag, but he's also fighting with a sense of pride too. Yeah, he's fighting for a sense of pride because his people believe in him, and that's a lot. And Derek James brought that up. I watched an interview with him. They said, "What's so dangerous about Manny Pacquiao?" He said that he believes. That's big. That's big. That's bigger than anything. It's believing. That's bigger than anything. So great fight. I'm excited for the fight. Definitely excited for the fight. We did get a little bit off topic, so we got 7 more minutes until I'm gonna wrap this up because we'll be going for 3 hours and 7 minutes, and I got to wrap it up. Yeah. But the last topic, and Drigo, you can just chime in the chat. You still here? The last topic, which I had brought up, was Terrence Crawford, Team Crawford, and some of the things that were being said. And it is coming from Bernie, but we know that Bernie has his own channel, and a lot of the times, most of these guys, one thing I'll say about Crawford's team, except for Bomac, because Bomac is his own man and says whatever he wants when he wants, because Bomac's a character like that. Most of these guys don't speak on behalf of Terrence Crawford without his approval. Not to the public, they don't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and with Bernie making a lot of statements about Errol Spence's car flipping, he had just made a statement about that. And, you know, God not being with Errol Spence, and they're doing all of these things against Terrence Crawford. You know, my opinion on that is why are you guys so interested or so invested in Errol Spence and not putting your energy into putting Butt in a better situation? You know, here's what I say to you, Tom, is that if I have a team, right? Let me go here. He says Tom, you're biased.
Right.
So if I have a team around me for anything, whether it's business or boxing or he was. I'll leave that up. If I have a team, whether it's for business or boxing or anything, and I'm struggling, right, in any type of way, I would want the people in my team to be giving their energy to me to make my situation better, not taking their energy and putting it on bringing someone else down who's in their own lane. Because it's not Errol Spence's fault what Crawford is going through. He's a man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he made his own decisions. He decided to stay with Top Rank. I don't know what the business dealings were, why he did or why he decided to go that way after Bob Arum admitted that he killed the Manny Pacquiao fight before, that he was trying to protect Manny Pacquiao even though Manny Pacquiao was leaving, right? Which made absolutely no sense. And then after Bob Arum comes out and, makes all those crazy comments about Crawford, to the public after the Kell Brook fight, about the Beverly Hills, and he should care if we're going to re-sign him and all this stuff after everything he's done for Arum. Because, the truth is Terrence Crawford has done everything he's supposed to do. His job is to fight. Mm-hmm. I've never seen Terrence Crawford come to a fight out of shape. I've never seen, since he's been at welterweight, regardless, they make his opponents and he dispatches of these opponents. If these guys, we may say, oh, these guys are not elite fighters or whatever, which I don't believe that they are. I think they're world-class fighters because they're pro fighters, but these aren't the elite of the world-class fighters. But what I will say about Terrence Crawford is that these guys don't belong in there with him. They don't stay in there with him. He does his job. His job is to fight, So if the person who's supposed to be handling his business is not handling his business, why isn't his team calling that out? The person that I respect the most, and I won't call this person they by default, I guess they are Team Crawford because they're associated with Crawford, would be his sister Letitia, because when Bob Arum said that stuff, when Bob Arum said that stuff, she was the only one who said something public and addressed him about it. She was the only person who did that. And that's where the energy needed to be at. And that's why I respect Teofimo Lopez, because even though Teofimo Lopez is probably going to have a lot of bullshit to go through with Bob Arum, at least he put his foot down. From a business perspective, at a young age, and said, fuck you guys, I'm going to go, y'all want to try to box me in and do all this stuff? I take my shit to purse bid. I'll do all of this. And to show you that Arum has no respect for his fighters, he was mad at Eddie Hearn for bidding on the fight. Like, right. T.O.'s his property. When it's up to anyone can bid on a fight. Right. But that goes to show you that his mentality is that Crawford is his property. He's not a person. And he makes his decisions based on Terrence Crawford and his perspective being his property and not Terrence Crawford being his own person. And what I feel Team Crawford needs to do is stop focusing so much on what Errol Spence is doing and call out the big elephant in the room, which is Errol, because Errol is the problem. And even if you want to see, I put some blame on Terrence Crawford because of the comment he made after Bob Arum aired him out the first time. And he came back and said, Bob's a good guy. And I know in my heart he was trying to make these fights. But Bob Arum has said like 2 years previous that he killed the Manny Pacquiao fight.
Right.
And that alone right there should have told you that you need to get away from that guy, because if he would have made the Manny Pacquiao fight, let me say this, right? I said this before. You have to spend money to make money, right? If he wasn't thinking about his own pocket, right, he would have given Manny Pacquiao so-called $20 million he was asking for to fight Terrence Crawford. Because if you believed that Terrence Crawford, as you said, was going to hurt him, and you didn't want to see that happen to Manny, that would have boosted Terrence Crawford to superstardom. And these guys from PBC would be chasing him like people chase Canelo for the payday. So this guy has completely mismanaged this guy's career. But what he has done...
He did it purposely, though. I'm going to tell you how he did it purposely.
I'm going to let you get into that.
Yeah,
but the dangerous thing about what he has done by mismanaging his career is that he has also brainwashed these guys to believe all the reasons why he didn't make the fight by blaming the other side for his inept abilities to do the right thing for Terrence Crawford. And these guys have went so far down that rabbit hole of blaming Al Heyman and blaming Errol Spence. See, because the reason that, I'm going to tell you this, the reason that they're so mad at Errol Spence is because the pressure that Bob Arum made them feel, because he was supposed to deliver that fight for ESPN, and he's seeing that it's not going to happen. That's what the issue is. He was supposed to deliver that fight, so he kept telling Terrence Crawford, now, call Errol Spence out, say this, say that, say this, say that, say this. I need you to do this. He doesn't promote himself like Tio or Loma. He doesn't do this and that. So he's going to try to put, which is funny because Terrence Crawford's title is fighter and Bob Arum's title is promoter, but he's telling Terrence Crawford that he's not promoting himself. So what the fuck are we giving you a cut of the money for? You're either going to be a promoter or his manager, because you ain't promoting him. You feel me? You're not promoting him. And these guys have went so far down that rabbit hole and felt so much of that pressure that they now believe it for themselves, and now they're upset at the other side, which that it's just not right, and we have to at some point call a spade, and we have to at some point stop being so afraid of Massa. You just have to, And I don't want to get into a whole bunch of a whole bunch of deep things about that. But the thing is, we're so quick as Black people to want to fight our own or disrespect our own for the smallest thing. But Massa can say whatever he want, however he want, to whoever he want on a worldwide stage to influence your financial well-being. Because by you going out, by Bob Arum, listen, Bob Arum said that once the Manny Pacquiao fight and Terrence Crawford fight wasn't made, he said that they didn't have the financial backer the money didn't show up, right? But we could probably blame him for that because he's the guy who went out in the public and says this guy doesn't sell.
Right.
Or we've lost so much money, we could build a house in Beverly Hills. Then you go and say, hey, we want you to make a $50 million purse where Manny gets 40 and he gets 10. But this guy can't sell nothing. So as an investor, right, or a financial backer, because these guys who have that type of money, their money means a lot to them. It ain't about blowing money. They ain't get money by not giving a fuck and wanting to take losses.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys, or whoever is fronting the money, why wouldn't they rather make a fight with someone who put 50,000 asses in the seats in Cowboy Stadium with Manny Pacquiao instead of doing with someone that the person who's supposed to be having his back and making him look great is going out and telling the entire business world that he can't make you no money.
Mm-hmm.
I've taken a loss. So don't be, and this is what I was saying to Drico about the fights being made earlier, because I get it. I get it, right? The whole situation with get a belt and blah, 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 this, that, and the other. Listen, all that shit is great. That's awesome. Like, that's the stuff we want to see as fight fans. I understand that. But get a belt doesn't sign the check to make a fight. Get a belt doesn't secure a venue. You know, get a belt doesn't do that. That's what gets the interest in the fight.
Especially a WBO belt.
Right. That's what gets the interest. That's what gets the interest in the fight. But what you have to understand is you have two different multi-billion-dollar corporations backing two different fighters. And in order for them to come together, they want to make big money, because you have to think Fox is owned by Disney. ESPN is owned by Disney. Fox and ESPN are in competition. Fox took Skip Bayless from ESPN, and they have Undisputed. This is more. See, I'm going into stuff that people don't think about. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So that's why sometimes it's hard to have these conversations, because people want to just say, "Oh, you pocket watching, you don't want to see the fight." Nah, I'm just a person who knows how to think. That's reality. The difference. It's reality, you know. So and I have some experience in corporate America. I work in corporate America, so I understand it's about revenue. They care about limited. They care about money. That's what they care about, making money. So you can't go to ESPN and Fox and say, okay, well, this guy was undisputed, right? And he done knocked all these people out. And this guy on the other side from your competitor, but he doesn't sell anything. And to date, and we're talking about before Amir Khan fight, which was his second pay-per-view, he's only did 50,000 buys, which is horrendous, which wasn't his fault. By the way, it was Aram's fault, because he should have put that on pay-per-view at all. He was basically in a personal vendetta again with Al Heyman. Al Heyman was paying these fighters too much money back then, and he was putting these guys on free network TV. Mm-hmm. And people were seeing Keith Thurman versus Sean Porter for free. Keith Thurman versus Danny Garcia for free. And then you put Terrence Crawford fighting Victor Postel on HBO, pay-per-view. Who the fuck is going to buy that?
Right.
Who going to buy that? So you sabotage this guy because you're trying to keep doing things the old way. When Heyman came and innovated the business game for boxing and put it in a new direction, you didn't want to go in that direction. You wanted to call him names and keep doing the old shit that you was used to doing, which didn't work no more. And then you had to get out of that. And then you didn't want to invest in Terrence Crawford and promote Terrence Crawford because you had your deal with HBO and you wanted to promote the Eastern European fighter.
Yep.
These are all facts. Which tanked. And HBO said, fuck boxing. It ain't making us no money. See, that's what these big corporations do when they lose money. They're out. They say, fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So then you go to ESPN because now you're basically a middleman. You see, as a promoter, you need to have a good relationship with a network because the network is going to give you the money. Because every time someone says, Bob Arum, will you make the fight? He even said, I'm not going to take a hit to my net worth investing in Terrence Crawford to make a fight and I lose money. That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells you that he wants to use other people's money to make the fight. He don't even believe in him to use his own money because it's too much of a risk. Right? So how do you make a fight with these two guys who are fighting on two different networks and one guy had poor pay-per-view numbers and Errol Spence never even fought on pay-per-view yet? How could the fight be made? It can't be made. It couldn't be made. Economically, it could not be made. And the job was for Al Heyman, because this was supposed to be the big cash out fight, because it's about money, because Al Heyman's a suit too. Got to think. Al Heyman, he's put on the biggest boxing events in history. Mayweather, Pacquiao, Mayweather, Canelo Alvarez, Mayweather. He's done all of those. So it's money for him too, and he knows what it takes to do it. So what you got to do is you have to build your fighter. The Mayweather era was out, so he had the leverage because the PBC they had three of the four belts, and they were upset because they weren't going to have access. Errol Spence was going to be fed the opponents who had those belts. So when it was time for these guys to meet, they would have all the leverage. And that's what the issue was. And that's all the issue has ever been. From a business standpoint, it has never been about anyone being scared of anyone.
Right.
And the thing is, here, where Crawford has to take responsibility in this, is that you should, for your own, because a lot of times what black people do is they want to be loyal to everyone. Oh, when you on an NBA team or a sports team, you go, we losing, but all the time. But I love the fans and the owners, and there's so much pressure. I'm gonna just stay here. I'm not gonna do what's best for me.
Mm-hmm.
But then what happens is when shit don't work out, the owner trades you in the middle of the fucking night. You finding out on Sports Center that you got traded.
Right.
While your kids is in school in fucking California, and now you in Toronto, in another country, and you found out on fucking Sports Center. That happened. You feel me? So you have to make these decisions in your best interest. And with Terrence Crawford seeing that those belts were over there, you can't take it personal if you were told things about Al Heyman, you don't like this or that. You feel what I'm saying? He said, I'm gonna put Draco up here. You can't sit around and make get personal. They didn't want to do this or that. You have to do what's best for you. And if those belts are over there, you needed to be over there for you. For you. Because here's the thing, right? Because you have all these guys, right, that say that they're Bud Crawford fans, which really aren't. Because if they were, he wouldn't be in this predicament. They would have bought his fights. They would have bought his fights. They just Spence haters, but they'll say they're Bud fans because they want to kick Spence down. But here's the thing. Okay, when these people have to understand this. All of the PBC fighters at welterweight have all fought each other, except for Errol Spence fighting Manny Pacquiao. We're talking about the top guys, right? Because Ugas just became a world champion, so we could just start to include. But Ugas even fought Sean Porter for a belt. All right, so All these guys fought each other. There's no way in the world you could tell me a talent like Terrence Crawford would have been over at PBC and he wouldn't have got any big fights. He would have got big fights. They weren't going to shelf him. I mean,
that's why I don't feel sorry. I don't feel sorry for Terrence Crawford.
How would they? They wasn't going to shelf him, but they'll be mad that Bernie is mad and saying that the black people, Al Heyman, Keith Thurman, Sean Porter, Errol Spence, Floyd Mayweather, all these black people, nobody. It's funny, they bring up race now, but they bring up their own race to say something bad about that race. Yeah. But none of these guys went into the public and devalued or put Terrence Crawford's financial business or financial value in jeopardy, which is what's important because he's a prize fighter. It was none of those black guys, because Al Heyman don't even speak to the public. Nobody even knows anything about Al Heyman, except everyone's fucking thanking him and they see a picture of him here and there. You don't even barely even see this motherfucker at a fight. Okay? Yeah. And every time you hear something from one of the fighters, and we can't say it's a black fighter because Angel Garcia, who's quick to cuss anyone the fuck out, who's Puerto Rican, and people accuse him of being racist for comments that he has made, loves Al Heyman. Leo Santa Cruz named his child after Al Heyman. So it ain't about So it ain't about race or blackness, and he only for black. That's not what it is. Because he do right by his people. Because he understands. See, this is what he understands. A little bit of a lot leads to a lot. Floyd's not Al. Floyd represents Al in boxing because Al does other stuff. Floyd is Al for boxing, but he ain't Al. Floyd is intelligent, but he's not as smart as Al Heyman is. No. Okay. No. So Bob Arum is from the old school, like Don King. Want to charge you $35,000 for towels if you ain't looking.
Right.
You feel me? Well, Al Heyman is saying, fuck it. I'd rather have all these people signed and just get a percentage of what they're doing, and in the process, show them how to set up and be their own business. You know, it's like the record business, right? We don't see, and I'm not saying this company doesn't exist, but we don't see it on the forefront on any of these ESPN deals. Look at Tank Davis. We see Gervonta Tank Davis promotions on his fights, his pay-per-view fights. We see Man Down. We see Sean Porter promotions. We see Danny Swift Garcia promotions. We even see Keith Thurman. We even see Manny Pacquiao promotions now on these fights. But we never see Terrence Bud Crawford promotions along with Top Rank in ESPN. So why be mad at Al Heyman and these people for doing things their way, which you should respect that, because it was never personal to Bud Crawford. He's just collateral damage in a war of power that's up here. The fighters are down here. The fighters are down here. He's just collateral damage. And what my opinion is that you just need to have better people give you better advice. Period. It's not about disrespecting nobody. It's just about having better people around you. You could love your people, or you could be your people. Y'all could be from the hood or whatever the case may be. But you need people around you that bring value to your situation. The value shouldn't be trying to insult the next man or trying to fight someone who don't agree with you or what. It ain't about that. It's about winning at the end of the day. For me, anyway. For me, it's about winning. And I feel that, Bernie basically was out of line for a lot of shit that he said. And a lot of shit that he said didn't even make sense, to be honest. This guy said, in one of his videos, he said they wanted to fight Ortiz. Who did they say? Ortiz. He ended it with Mikey. They were all Latino fighters, he said. And he said, He said we're gonna do this. We're gonna do it the Mayweather way. And this just goes to show you how ass backwards these people think. How can you do it the Mayweather way if you ain't doing it yourself?
Right.
Floyd got away from this guy.
And that's the reason why I don't feel sorry for Bud. Bud had an example, several examples of why he said never dealt with Bob Arum. Yeah, I'll give you two. Yeah, Muhammad Ali. They got a whole act. They have a whole turn behind Muhammad Ali for how he was raped by Bob Arum and the Nation of Islam. You got Muhammad Ali. You got Floyd Mayweather Jr., two of the greatest fighters who had to get away from Bob Arum. But Bud has that token Negro syndrome. He want to be that only black guy. You can tell, man. All the fighters on the PBC, all the welterweights, all the belts over there. When you go fight with Bob Arum, somebody who went public and said black fighters get paid too much money.
That's crazy.
The thing about it is Bob Arum handles black fighters. He promotes white ones.
Right.
He promotes Tyson Fury out of nowhere. So Tyson Fury signed on, he was promoting Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
He promoted the hell out of Lomachenko. Lomachenko can't sell water to a goddamn whale. I'm talking about a whale who swims in the water. Not the whale, not the drinking whale, the actual whale. Lomachenko can't sell no, but he promoted Lomachenko, but he won't promote Terrence Crawford. Wanna know why? He'll be damned if he see another Floyd Mayweather Jr. on his watch.
Facts.
That's the reason why. Crawford did everything. Crawford did everything he was supposed to do, besides pick the right team. In the ring, he did everything he was supposed to do. But sometimes things are as they begin, not in the middle. If you play chess, you know what I'm talking about. If you got a bad opening, you're gonna get whooped, no matter how good you are in the middle game. And he opened up very bad, but wanted to go fight.
Right, that's a good analogy because I play chess, and you're right about that.
Right,
like his opening, his opening had too many flaws in it. It carried into the middle game. You're exactly right.
Too many flaws. You know what I'm saying? Too many flaws. And the thing about it is, I play chess too, so that's crazy. The thing about Bud is this: Bud, I don't care what nobody said. This might be getting too personal. I believe Bud has a complex when it comes to white people. I don't believe Bud would be taking this type of mess off of black promoter. I paid you to promote me. How's it that I work for you? The promoters work for the boxer. Al Heyman does his job for these guys, working for them as their advisors. He's getting them businesses. He's getting them promotional companies. He's trying to stop money for them so they won't go broke. He's working for them.
Facts.
But is Bob Arum working for Crawford, or is Crawford working for Bob Arum? It's kind of like the NWA movie. Damn, E, who working for who?
Right. You know, I don't understand it, and I think I think it's if a person decides to side with whoever, I think I know your stance on what you believe in terms of when these two guys meet up and who's going to win, and my stance on it as well. But I think both of these fighters are good enough fighters where people are entitled to their opinion one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is the argument of why fights aren't happening are being based off of who you believe is going to win the fight and not the actual situation.
Right.
It's like, I believe Bud's going to beat him, so the fight didn't happen because this, and that, and none of it makes any sense. It's like when Drinker was saying, "Oh, it's easier to make the fight earlier." It's like, okay, well, in business, if you got a house, if you bought a house, say in New York City, in Brooklyn, and the price of real estate you see keeps going up and up and up and up every year, where would you sell the house as soon as you get it, or would you If you have the chance, would you fix the bathroom, rent it out, do renovations, make it modern, and then sell it in 5 years or 4 years, where you could have possibly got $1 million for it initially, but now because of the renovations, which we'll call that like Spence getting those belts, right? And it being built and it being more attractive and time going by and people anticipating it. Now you can sell this house for $6 million instead of $1 million. And that's basically all that's happened. But what happened is one side made promises to networks that they were put under pressure to deliver that they couldn't deliver. That's what that was. And that pressure trickled down to Bud and his team, which then they took that pressure and then they projected that on the opposition. When it wasn't the opposition's job to rescue them from this situation, because that's like ESPN telling Fox that they don't need to be working on their projects that they have going on that they've already budgeted money for in their fiscal budget for the year, that they need to do something with them.
Right, that
doesn't even make sense. They should be building they shit over there. So they're more improved. So when it's time to do something, it could be something huge. But again, the issue, and I go from the beginning, is this: discrediting Keith Thurman, Sean Porter, and Danny Garcia was the first mistake. Because, see, that's the sign of a devil. You don't have to discredit others to build yourself up. And that's what I was trying to explain to Drico. Is that Terrence Crawford is a bad motherfucker, and he have all these belts and all these stuff and all these accolades. They could have just stood on that and said that he could watch these guys and let's get these guys in the ring. But instead of doing that, he said that these guys suck. The only person we won is Spence, which was just bad to do it that way. Because could you imagine? All right, people have this argument that Crawford hasn't fought anybody. Could you imagine if Terrence Crawford, after he beat Jose Benavidez, say he got the belt from Jeff Horn, and they did the Benavidez fight. The next fight was his fight with Amir Khan, right? On pay-per-view. Mm-hmm. And they gave him a whole bunch of money. Could you imagine if they would have made the fight with Danny Garcia and offered Danny Garcia $7 million for the fight? And he would have watched Danny Garcia and they would have promoted their fight, and they would have promoted their fight and said that, look at what Crawford has done to a PBC fighter. Errol Spence is not going to be able to hide. We're going to come after another PBC fighter. Yep. And throw some more money at Sean Porter.
What they do? They lowball Danny Garcia.
They lowballed Danny Garcia, and they gave us a bunch of shit fights that people knew Bud was going to win. You know, people knew Bud was going to win these fights, and no one wanted to pay for it. Well, I'm going to pay for that. I already know you're going to beat the shit out of Amir Khan. He ain't got no chin. He got a paper chin. Why we...
He said Bud a street cat. I don't think he's that street because he's way too trusting. He way too trusting the white folks. He's way too trusting.
Well, I have to agree with him. He is a street cat, but a lot of street cats, right? It all depends, because you have street cats that they only know how to be street with street niggas.
Right.
But when it comes to see, you got street cats that will be hollering gangster, 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 right? And be ready to shoot their own people, But when the police show up, they put their hands in the air or get on their knees.
Yep.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
So,
and in that vein, you're totally right.
And my point is this. You see, a lot of people say I might get a little too deep here, but that's what happens when you've been introduced to God as being
right,
not looking like you.
Yep. You ain't getting too deep. You cooking.
That's what happens when God don't look like you. Then when you see someone that they showed you was God in the flesh, you can't disrespect them because subconsciously you've given them a God complex. That's why you can't talk about Bob in public, right? But you can say, but your team can say, "Fuck Al Heyman."
Right, easy. Right.
You know?
Al Heyman, Bob Airman doing what he's supposed to do.
Right.
But they can say Al Heyman's a bitch ass nigga.
Right.
You don't even know how Al Heyman look.
Right. You feel me? So that's the thing. You know, you a lot of people are too trustworthy, and you know, and these people have. Bob Arum is a cat who is pushing 90 years old. He done ran through so many. This is it's automatic for him to do the lie and do the bullshit. He's been doing this shit for long. Think about this. He's been doing this longer than Buck Crawford has been on Earth.
Been alive.
Yeah, he's probably had like a 20-something year head start doing all of this shit before Crawford was even born. You feel me? But what'll happen? That WO belt. But it's sort of I ain't trying to sell that WO belt instead of fighting defending. Man down for life. Yeah, I love Spence fans. But what has happened here is, you know, it looks like they're going to be leaving. All right. My personal opinion, people always say, all right, the best thing you can do is work for yourself. I don't believe that. I believe if you know how to be an entrepreneur or be your own boss, you should work for yourself. Some people, and it's okay. Some people need to be employees. Some people just need to. Some people need that guidance. It's not disrespect. Everyone is not made to be a businessman or entrepreneur. They're not. They need that direction. And based on some of the decisions I've seen made, I wouldn't trust them to make good business decisions. Only because, the reason I say that is only because they've been under Bob Arum's regime and his lies and deceit and his doctrine for so long that they're not going to be, it's part of their DNA now. So if they go out on their own, that's the only way they really know business as.
Look at De La Hoya. De La Hoya said with a Mexican Bob Arum.
Right. That's what they know business as. So, and it's sad because I feel like, you know what? You want to talk about, they want to talk about the easy road, right? The people love that with Spence and Crawford, the easy road. But the reality is he needs to take a page out of Spence's book and go down the easy road, which means sign with PBC. That's what he meant. Then why wouldn't I do that? Right. I have this shit lined out. Me and Al Heyman. I mean, people pervert that whole interaction because in that interaction, Buzz said, "So who Al says you fighting?" Which goes to show you that he understands the business because he didn't say who you want to fight. He said who Al, what names Al said, and Spence said Porter. He was fighting Mikey. He said then Porter. He said Danny. He said Manny, and then Thurman. And then Buzz said he didn't say my name. He didn't say my name. He said nah. He said.
Why the fuck you gonna say your name?
Right? Why is it, you not employed by us? Why would we say your name?
You ain't guaranteed you ain't on the calendar.
I just got all of this money from Fox. This is Heyman. I got all this money from Fox. I have the fighters who I can make these fights with, and I have the belts. Why wouldn't I do this over here first? Nah, you know what? You know what we gonna do? I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. Now we ain't gonna do that. We gonna go over here and keep arguing with Bob Arum about 50-50, even though at this point he didn't even fight Khan yet. So we're gonna keep arguing about 50-50 when you only did 50,000 pay-per-view buys. And I'm about to fight Mikey. But we gonna keep arguing about 50-50 because that's what Al Heyman would rather do. Instead of taking the money that Fox gave him, right? And make these fights over here that you have 3 belts for, we're going to say, nah, fuck that. We ain't going to pay attention to that. We're going to say, nah, Fox, fuck that. We're going to sit here, we're going to argue about 50-50 with this guy.
For 5 years.
With the same guy, listen, with the same guy that when I just did business with him on the highest grossing pay-per-view fight of all time with Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather, this same guy, then the following week or next couple of days, sued me for $100 million. So I'm gonna take your money. I'm gonna ignore you, Fox, because you just gave me more money to deal with this year than DAZN gave Eddie Hearn access to for 1 year. Right. And I'm gonna say fuck all of that, and I'm gonna sit over here and fight to make a fight with this guy. Why this guy's calling me a cancer? Because you gotta remember, Earl said in that meeting, you said Al don't exist. So he had already called him a cancer. He already said that he don't exist. So we're not going to make these fights over here. We're going to go do that. That's what the easy road meant. Because they were all talking. Because Crawford is an alpha personality. He's the type of person, if he has something to say, he's going to say it, right? Mm-hmm. So if Earl Spence said to him, to his face, I'm going to take the easy road because I'm scared of you or I don't want to fight you, he would have said something about that right then and there. But his response was, you're smart, but you're not that smart. That's what his response was to that. But, we have to go off small-minded people with small-minded narratives, which a lot of times makes sports to me a little trivial and boring because people don't expand their brain to actually think. They want to argue and fight and resort to name calling like we in high school and stuff like that. So and be disrespectful. So it is what it is.
The problem is, Kwame, is that people refuse to acknowledge boxing as a business. They refuse to acknowledge that. What they don't realize is boxing doesn't have. They don't have association like the NBA. They don't got a baseball association. Boxing is every fight is negotiated. It's not like basketball. They negotiate the NBA before the season starts.
Right.
Boxing is that every time you fight, and the number's not right. It's not right.
Right.
That's what we're not understanding. You got to take boxing. You got to take the traditional boxing in the business, and you got to take it all in a whole. You can't have the tradition. These fights need to be made, and I want to see these fights. Damn what you want to see. It don't make sense for this fight to happen, so it's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Trico crazy.
Why did the Fury Wilder fight finna happen? Guess what? COVID is over with for the time being.
Facts.
Now the fight gonna happen.
Facts. And on top of that, right? Right? A lot of people miss this part too. Wilder Fury had nothing to do with Bob Arum, the first one. It was Frank Warren, Tyson Fury, PBC, Showtime.
Right.
It's a Showtime event. And it did good numbers. And they had a rematch clause. And what Bob Arum did was he then swooped in. This was a veteran move on his part. He then swooped in and signed Tyson Fury with that rematch clause in play, and they gave him 2 cupcake fights to get his rhythm back to fight Deontay Wilder, while there was still a rematch clause in that fight. But he did that because that got him a seat at the table with Al Heyman.
Yeah.
It got him a seat at the table because he couldn't get Al Heyman. So this forced the seat at the table because they had to negotiate the fight. And then he came out and said that the fight was going to happen between Spence and Crawford. He talked to Al. This is what Bob came out and said.
Mm-hmm.
They talked about their fight. They talked about Tank and Lomachenko. And they talked about some other fight. I forgot what it was. Oh, and Wilder and Fury.
Yo.
I mean, Drink, I got love for you, but I mean, at the end of the day, these fights is a business. These fights, these are. I think what people don't take so serious about it because, and this is no disrespect to anyone, is that because they're not touching tens of millions, they don't understand how shrewd business is when there's tens of $millions being invested on the line. You can say they hide it behind numbers, but that's bullshit. It's about the networks. It's about the networks. Period. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is this. He did that to get a seat at the table with Arum. And then what did he do? The devil that he is, try to pervert the contract with COVID and escape a sign clause rematch with Wilder Fury. Notice how we didn't have all this glove shit and all this bullshit because again, what he was trying to do. See, people don't think Tom Rush, you play chess. I play chess. I could think because you have to look at moves ahead and you have to look at how shit is set up because people do shit for a reason. There's a play on that. So what he said, what Aaron was trying to do was say, okay, you know what? The fact that I can't get this fight with Spence, because it wasn't that he didn't think the fight was going to happen. He needed the fight to happen because he was on a time crunch.
Right.
He's on a time crunch to make the fight happen.
But he needed leverage.
Yeah, but he didn't have. The problem is he never had any.
He never had any, so he had to.
Right. And Crawford, listen, COVID even fucked him up worse because it blew a whole year, right? Mm-hmm. And Crawford, and then what happened is Crawford contract is expiring. So this fight needed to be signed and delivered to give to ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But it couldn't happen. So he said, you know what, fuck it. What I'll do to make up the money is I'll say, fuck Al Heyman and Deontay Wilder. We're going to try to do the Tyson Fury and Joshua fight because I can make more money off of them than Buck Crawford anyway because both of these guys could sell and I could give this to ESPN. But it all fell apart. Because when you got fuckery going on as the foundation of your shit, it don't have nothing to stand on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You funny as fuck, Trico. You just start agreeing with it. That's his sense of humor. He just funny, man. Yeah. Yeah. And that's
hey, Kwame, Greg don't know about the battles we done had.
He don't know. Yeah, exactly. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? But that's the real though. That's the real. None of his shit. All the shit play a part, bro. You see what I'm saying? Oh, they could have made the fight 50-50, 50-50, this and that, 50-50, 50-50, this and that, right? But you saying 50-50, but on the flip side, you still have business going on with this guy. And for the second time that you got another big money fight going on with this guy, you got them dragged back in the court. They in court with Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather over that and the Ali Act shit. He take him over the Ali Act, something that was made for him.
Right.
The nerve of him, right? And then listen, and this is all speculation, right? But this is what makes sense to me. See, when I had these debates with these simple-minded people about this shit, it's just funny to me. Because what most people don't know is that when he sued Al Heyman, they agreed on a settlement. There was a settlement that they agreed on. And most likely what was in that settlement was that Al Heyman probably had to make a couple fights with Bob Arum. Hence, Felix Diaz and John Molina. Remember, those two fights happened right after that. He gave them bullshit fights, probably to fulfill what was in the settlement agreement, because it was an undisclosed settlement. But all of a sudden, you got to think about this. All of a sudden, after they come out of court, they made some fights together. But low fights, bullshit fights, nothing. You know? Molina and Felix Diaz, he threw over there for you, right? So now you think, now probably after Heyman fulfilled his settlement agreement because it was just a certain amount of fights he probably had to do, a certain amount of business he had to do. He said, I'm done with you. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
You took me, this business, nigga, you just trying to sue me? Like, lawyers cost money. You came after me for $100 million?
Right. So stupid shit.
No, if you notice, Oscar De La Hoya sued Al Heyman too at the same time. Have we seen a PBC and De La Hoya fight? Or a Golden Boy fight? Have we seen one of those? Hence no Charlo and Canelo?
Right.
Hence no Tank and Ryan Garcia? Okay. You know what I'm saying? See, people don't look at none of this stuff. They just get a belt. See, that's the easy way out with these conversations. You feel me?
People don't realize that very few fights are 50-50, man. Very few.
Very few.
Very few fighters are even when it comes to promoting fights.
And here's my thing. We brought this up plenty of times before, not just myself. And this is, and I feel sometimes with you, Tom, that you can be a little extreme when it comes to Crawford. Me personally.
Because you already know
but I understand. But I understand why, because I understand your personality. So I understand why now. Because I understand your personality. And here's the thing. What's Manny Spence? 50-50? Hell no, it ain't 50-50. But I tell you this, we don't even know what it is because it's not being discussed before the fight. And guess what? It ain't 50-50, but the fight's made. So, because we have Bomac on audio saying that Manny Pacquiao and Errol Spence are both 50-50 fights for Terrence Crawford. But then they will get ready to take 20%.
Yeah.
Oh man! So the thing is, Terrence Crawford, and I'm directing this to Drico because Drico likes to talk about what he accomplished at 140 and how decorated of a fighter he is, and this and that, right?
Don't know.
Okay. Well, Floyd Mayweather was never undisputed, but I believe I don't know if I'm incorrect. I believe he started his career at like 126.
Yep.
And I don't know, did he fight Gennaro Hernandez at 26 or 30? Okay. I think he fought him at 30. I think. I have to check. But he was never undisputed, right? Yep. But he fought in more weight classes than Crawford. And when he met up with we won't even, because a lot of people try to use the Well, you say De La Hoya in the split he took. Well, Errol Spence ain't no damn De La Hoya, right? They like to use that. What was Floyd's first pay-per-view fight? Who he fought? Pay-per-view fight.
Arturo Gatti.
Exactly, it was Arturo Gatti, right?
Yeah.
And they fought in Atlantic City, Arturo Gatti's home.
Yeah.
And Arturo Gatti had maybe like 6 losses already, or something like that, 5, 6 losses.
Mm-hmm.
But and Floyd Mayweather was noted as a pound for pound fighter, top pound for pound fighter. I think either Roy Jones had lost by that time already or close to losing.
Yeah.
At that point. But Floyd Mayweather got the smaller purse than Arturo Gatti. He made less money than Arturo Gatti. See,
he was way better than
he's just as decorated as Crawford, close to, or just as decorated. And their first pay-per-view did like Spence numbers, like 300-something thousand. Mm-hmm. They both made a little over $3 million. But Gotti was the A side because A side had nothing to do with getting a belt. It had nothing to do with the easy route. That pay-per-view had everything to do with numbers. It wasn't hiding behind no numbers. And guess who Floyd was fighting for at that time? Arum. Mm-hmm. So Arum understands that's how it works. So why all of a sudden now is a different story? I'm gonna tell you why it's a different story.
Arum do not like the fact that he got a ability to a black motherfucker. I'm telling you,
you hit it on the head. You hit it on the head. That's exactly what I was gonna say. You hit it on the head. You hit it on the head. Because in business, he's not supposed to be losing or be given the advantage in business to a black man. Mm-hmm. That's the issue. That's the issue. That's what a lot of people are missing. It's the issue. Mm-hmm. Listen, Drico, TC undisputed 3-division, undefeated. Mayweather wasn't undisputed, but he was arguably number 1 pound for pound at the time when he fought Gotti. He took less money.
Yeah, low-key, Mayweather wasn't undisputed due to technicality.
Yeah, and he fought right.
When he beat Baltimore, he was going to be undisputed. The Baltimore had just beat Zab Judah. And all of a sudden, somehow, some way, Don King got the belts back from Baltimore.
Right. Right. So he took less money because when you pound for pound and you have a mission to actually be the best, then you're not worried about what the other guy is making.
Right.
That's the point. Listen, Tom, if you and I going into business, right, and it's a multi-million-dollar deal, are you gonna hold up the deal because I'm getting $6 million and you getting $4.5 million, but you never did or made more than $2 million before?
No, I'm not holding up the deal, especially if you're more established already. At that time, Arturo Gatti was more established on that stage than Mayweather was.
Yeah, Mayweather was exactly that. And what did Mayweather do? He came out there, he blew him out the water. He showed that they weren't remotely on the same level.
Right.
And then he moved on to bigger and better things. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at all the shit he went through with De La Hoya, ring size, gloves. He went to they made him fight at 154 with 10-ounce gloves.
Those are the biggest fuck on Mayweather.
Biggest pillows, right? Pillows. He goes to the weigh-in, 154-pound weigh-in. Oscar weighs 154, which means that he had to drain, but he had to cut weight to get down there because he hit it on the nose. Mayweather weighed in at 151 pounds at the weigh-in. They came in fight night at 150.
Well, he never officially. Floyd never fight 154 when he fought at 154.
But did you hear Floyd saying, you know what, fuck you, Oscar, 50-50, my way or no fight? No, because
it would have been no fight.
Right. because he know, because Floyd knew what was at stake for him. He wasn't worried about Oscar. He was worried about him and what it meant for his career. He wasn't worried about what Oscar was making because he was looking at the long game. The long game said, I'm going to make, after I do this, you may make more money now, but I'm going to make more money later.
Kwame, that's why I say everybody want to compare Bud to Floyd. Bud ain't Floyd. Because think about it. If Bud was as talented as people think he is, then he will be making these decisions because he will have faith in his talent. How many times did Floyd step up and fight the best fighter in the division? As soon as he got to the division, damn near every time.
Yeah.
If Bud couldn't get in the fight at 147, why the fuck he ain't go to 154?
I think you know what it is. I think it's because Bud is 100% fighter and no business. And when you're like that, you can be taken advantage of. You know, let me see. Is TC Spence? Oh, you said it's TC Spence 50-50. I'm not talking money. I think TC Spence it was 50-50. Based on what I saw from Mikey Garcia.
Yeah.
I think TC Spence was 50-50 based on what I saw from Porter and Danny. But based on what I saw from Bundu, Algieri, Brook, and Peterson, no, there wasn't 50-50. I'd have to say Errol Spence. I would have leaned on Errol Spence 60-40. I had Errol Spence stopping him. Honestly. And I think a lot of people are looking. That's why I'm so excited for this fight with Pacquiao, because a lot of people believe that the Errol Spence they saw in the last 3 fights is Errol Spence. They think it's because, quote unquote, the level of competition stepped up with Mikey. No, this guy was fucking around. That's what was happening.
But should be told, those guys didn't want to fight Errol Spence before that car accident.
No, listen. Let me tell you something. Those guys didn't want to fight Errol Spence until he didn't stop Mikey Garcia.
Yeah.
Because they felt, because Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, and Sean Porter had, well, not Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia and Sean Porter had already lost. So they weren't afraid of losing fighting Errol Spence. They were afraid of how they were gonna lose was what they were afraid of. So once they saw Errol Spence was slipping and fucking around and not taking his craft serious and being a gym rat, it was the opportune time for them to go in there because they didn't have the ego about me losing my O for the first time and, having to psychologically recover from that. They already lost. So they said, fuck it, let me get the payday because, especially Danny Garcia, because Danny got a rock chin and Sean got a hell of a chin too. So it's like, shit, if he ain't knock out Mikey, let me just go in there and get a payday. Let me go in there and get my payday. And if I lose, I lose, but I'm not going to get embarrassed. That's what that was about. So, and I said this before. I never would wish anything like what Spence went through with his car accident would happen to anybody ever. Right. Not anything to that extent. But I feel God do stuff, or the universe, or whatever you believe in, do stuff at a rate that it needs to happen to get your attention. Because some of the pictures I saw Spence taking while he was partying, he was looking out of it. Like he was just living too fast. And maybe it could have gotten worse, just going down that path. And it had to come to a halt. You know what I'm saying? And I, like I said, I never wish that on anybody for anything like that to happen. But sometimes, God find a way to get your motherfucking attention. You gotta shake you down to your motherfucking core. And I believe that
we gotta address this. She said, "So you admit Spence was marked as food, and TC never been marked as food." Gary Russell called out Terrence Crawford, man.
let me tell you something, Drico. Let me learn you something. You talking about food, right? I'm gonna tell you, TC marked as food right now. Let me tell you about who? Boots Ennis. He food. He been marked as food because Boots Ennis not only said he'll beat Terrence Crawford, he said he will knock him out because he has no chin.
Yeah, he said he will stop him.
He said he will stop him, and I believe it. And I'm not hating. That's just my boxing opinion. That's just me. People think
that's what people understand. People don't respect Crawford like y'all respect him. That's y'all guy.
Right.
These guys that don't care.
Did you guys really sit up and watch the velocity that motherfucker Boots was punching Litness with?
Man, that's in the bad.
I'll be honest. I say this again, and people think I'm just trying to shit on Crawford, right? I am more nervous about a fight with Jerron Boots Ennis for Errol Spence than Terrence Crawford. That's me personally, because of his physical size and his abilities. Because this guy he's literally like a fucking middleweight size. He's fucking huge. He's 5'10". He has a 674 arm reach, and this motherfucker got skills. He's scary. That motherfucker is scary. Mm-hmm. He's scary good. Scary good. Okay. But my point is, he marked his food, but we it's funny. Everyone want to try to throw Boots on Spence, but Boots is free. He ain't announced no fight. Terrence Crawford ain't announced no fight.
Right. So what y'all talking about? Terrence Crawford ain't gonna fight nobody else. You might as well.
I tell you this. If Terrence Crawford and Jerron Boots Ennis announced a fight for pay-per-view and was promoted right, it'd do at least 300,000 buys. 250 minimum. 250 minimum. It'd do 250 minimum, which would be double. Which would be double Bud's biggest pay-per-view. He would do double. Double.
But Terrence Crawford ain't gonna take that fight. You wanna know why?
No.
Terrence Crawford knows.
He's funny as shit.
Terrence Crawford ain't taking no fight.
I think Terrence Crawford will take any fight because he really believes he's the best. He believes in his heart that he's the best. But I think there is some apprehension.
You got a big heart, man. You got a big heart. I love you for it. But
that's what I'm talking about because this is the top rough I know.
Terrence Crawford believed himself that much. He would take his ass over to PBC in the beginning.
I can't argue with you on that.
He over there top rank, eating all the tomato cans up. Get strong on the tomato cans.
There was a meme in our face group book, Loyal to the Game Boxing and Sports. And whatever that reality show is, it's a pawn shop. It's a white guy, he got a pawn shop. And people be bringing shit in there and he'd be like, let me call my specialist on this or whatever. And the specialist will come in and say, hey, this is authentic, it's not, and this is what it's worth. And then the pawn shop guy will make an offer. So someone made a meme and this guy came in and he said, I got a tomato can for sale.
What?
And the guy said, let me call my tomato can specialist. And Terrence Crawford showed up.
Hey, Tommy.
That shit was funny as fuck.
Click on Draco comment. This how he changed the arguments.
Which one?
The last one Draco did. The last one. You never said that he didn't want after that.
Wait, hold up. This one?
No. You never said it was going to outsell Spence. The one before that one. You never said it was going to outsell Spence. What do he be talking about?
I never said that. That's not what I said, Drinko. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. He earned his name half Crawford today. He really put in overtime for that shit today. I gotta give him. I gotta give you an A for effort, man. I never said that. I said that it would outsell or it would double Bud's highest pay-per-view with Khan, which was 125,000, or would round up to 150,000. It would do at least 250 to 300,000 if that was promoted right. Anderson Crawford, yeah, that'll sell.
Yeah,
that'll sell.
Draco's new name gonna be Strawman. All he do is make Strawman arguments. That's all he do is this nigga just be making his own argument up. Like, God,
he said, "Joe want to co-sign that shit." He said, "He asking, hell no, man. We gonna give you an assertive hell, motherfucking no. We're not saying it's gonna outsell. We're just saying that it would be a pay-per-view that people will watch. And on top of it, people trying to say, Boots is green and all this shit. Name one person at 147 that Terrence Crawford fought that's better than Jerron Boots Ennis right now.
Nobody, man. Nobody.
If Kell Brook deserves a shot, Ennis deserves a shot. If Amir Khan deserves a shot, Ennis deserves a shot. If Mean Machine deserves a shot, Ennis deserves a shot. If Benavidez deserves a shot, Ennis deserves a shot. And Horn had a belt, so he was supposed to get that fight. But that's my point. That's my point. So people would, and the reason that would sell. It don't gotta worry about who know Boots. Now, damn Draco, can your internet work? Because you see these comments you making, I could cook you on them. Because I could use, like, it's so easy. Now he said, "Who knows Boots outside of boxing?" Right? That's what he's saying. Isn't this the same guy who just argued with me? Right? Listen. No. Isn't this the same guy? Oh, there you go. He back. Bring your ass up on here, motherfucker.
Oh, y'all done let a real nigga in the house.
Aren't you? Hold on, Draco. Aren't you the same guy? Aren't you the same guy that said no one knew Errol Spence outside of boxing before he fought Kell Brook?
Yeah. I also said no one. No, you got to say it in totality. I also said that it wasn't for Mayweather stamping Spence, he wouldn't be known.
Listen, there's people stamping. There's people stamping Boots. Mayweather stamped him just a couple weeks ago.
Nobody knows Boots outside of the diehard.
Listen, Mayweather. But what I'm saying is Mayweather stamped him a couple weeks ago, bro. He just said. Mayweather just said none of these top guys are going to want to fight him. Mayweather just said that.
That's including Spence, then, right?
Do you see that? This is what I'm talking about. He has earned his last name. He has officially. This is what Team Crawford does. This is what Team Crawford do. He's an undercover agent. This is what they do.
Say it both ways.
As soon as you bring up a point that shows that you are right in regards to Crawford not having the upper hand in the situation, they say, "But what about Spence?"
Wait a minute. No, I got a question though. Who has Boots fought to even be mentioned with? Who the top two welterweights? Who the top two welterweights?
Hold on.
Well, I mean, you ready? No, Tom. I know where you're going. Just do a woosah real quick so we can let him finish this. No, because I want to answer his questions. That way we can get a fair chance to answer him. Just don't interrupt.
Who are the top two? And I'm here by myself.
Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. Okay, now keep going.
Top two. Okay, that's all I asked. That's all I asked. Why has Boots been named?
And your question was, you guys said who has Boots fought? You said who has Boots fought to fight Terrence Crawford? That was what you said. Now,
no. Who has Boots fought?
No, you said that.
In the name. Wait a minute. Who has Boots? Who has Boots fought to even be named with Terrence Crawford or Earl Spence?
Okay, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you asked. Tom Ross, go ahead and cook on that just for a minute while I bring up some facts.
First of all, we gotta separate Errol Spence from Terrence Crawford. We gotta do that real quick because
No,
he hasn't
how
fought.
we gonna separate? How we gonna separate them?
No,
Oh, because Earl ain't got the accolades that Terrence got. Okay, my fault.
He haven't fought anybody at the welterweight division to be mentioned with Errol Spence. But at the same time, neither has Terrence Crawford fought anybody at the welterweight division to be mentioned with Errol Spence. So they both in the same boat.
Huh?
Now, at the welterweight division,
Oh no, they're not.
at the welterweight division, he has
No, they're
fought
not.
no one.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
He'll be at the tail end of his career.
I'm not. No, we're not gonna entertain that.
Okay.
No, they're not.
You cannot entertain it, but Bud has not fought anybody at the welterweight division.
Listen, Boots Ennis is talented. He is. He's skillful. But to be mentioned with a Spence or a TC, nah, bro. Last fight Boots had, he just cracked the top. What was it? He fought his last opponent before this one was 145th ranked. Come on, bro.
Okay, Kwame. This is what he did. That's very sick. This is what he did. That's very sick. We wasn't even talking about Spence, but he conversation because he know you can't put the same.
Okay, we'll say TC. TC is a champion.
You can with Bud Crawford because at 147, you get 147 at 146. Over with. Everything that 140 does not matter.
You just said that Earl. You said that Earl had a pedigree, right? From the Olympics, right? So if you say that, oh fuck.
Yeah. Come on, take it away.
Hello.
I'm gonna take
it away.
Okay, so you just stated.
Earl had a pedigree.
Go ahead, finish. I want you to finish.
Said that if Earl had a pedigree from the Olympics, then how come we can't bring up 140 with Terrence Crawford?
I mean, we can bring that up. I don't care about that. I don't really give a shit. This was I want to address that. You said Boots Ennis hasn't fought anyone to warrant a fight with Terrence Crawford. That's what you said. Okay. Now.
Yeah.
Jose Benavidez
ranked 100.
Jose Benavidez, right? Record is 27-1. Only one loss to Terrence Crawford with 18 KOs. And he never fought after Terrence Crawford because his knee was fucked up. Right? Now, you asked who did he fight? You asked who did he fight to warrant that fight? Right. Frank Rojas.
Yeah.
A two-star fighter. He beat this guy. He beat this guy after he was shot in his leg. Was who ranked? Was who ranked?
Ain't Terrence the champion at 145? I mean 147?
Yeah, we're talking. Your question was. Let me reiterate this again. He was a champion at this time because this was the first fight, his first title defense at 147.
Who did Boots beat? Let me
finish. Let me just finish this. We're gonna get to that. Now,
okay.
Benavidez is 27-1 with 18 KOs and one knockout loss to Terrence Crawford. He lost, right? You said who did Boots beat to warrant a fight? Well, let's see who Jose Benavidez fought. Frank Rojas, no one know who that is. Matthew Strode, no one know who that is. 24-5. Francisco Santana, 24-4. Sidney's, who the fuck knows? 26-10-1. Jorge Luis Piaz, I don't know who that is. 38-5-2. The only name that we know on here is Mauricio Herrera, the guy that Danny Garcia should have lost to. 21-4 at the time. No, but it's not a this is not a triangle. Your question was who is Jerron? Your question was who is Jerron Boots Ennis to be mentioned?
Look up who he fought.
Oh yeah, and I want you to remember this again. Okay, 27-1 is Benavidez's record at the time he fought. So he's 27-0 when he fought Terrence Crawford with 18 knockouts. All right. So let's look at
David. Was David a dangerous fighter?
I don't know what he was. I know he had one fucking leg in that fight. That's what I know. Yeah. All right. Jaron Ennis. Let's pull that up. Jaron Ennis. 27-0. Which is what Benavidez was when he met up with Crawford. With 25 knockouts.
Wasn't the fighter that he fought before this last fight? Wasn't he ranked 145th?
No. What the hell are you talking about? He fought like Sergey Litvinov. He gave Sergey Litvinov his first L.
Not Sergey.
And he fought Chris Van Herden. One before that. Chris Van Herden was a no contest. He's about to knock him out until he headbutted him. That's not true. And they were fighting for a big
145th, isn't he?
100. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
He's a 4.5-star fighter. He only had 2 losses. I see that.
He ranked 145th or 143rd.
That's not accurate. Chris Van Herden ain't ranked that fucking low. Chris Van Herden is a step up fight.
That one for ranked 143rd.
And look, the only knockout loss he had was to Errol Spence. That was he only lost to Errol Spence by knockout. And then after he lost to Errol Spence, he had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fight winning streak. Then he fought Ennis, and it was a no contest, but he was about to get washed. He had
Ennis call out.
Unlike
Ennis call out Spence.
Ennis called out everyone. And you're doing it again. You got to stop this.
Okay.
This is what I'm talking about.
No,
you got to stop. You got to stop. You have to.
We got to call it even. If we're gonna say how Boots affair against TC,
yeah, we still
say,
up.
Okay,
you
this
still
is what
up?
Spencer do versus Spence.
Listen.
Right?
We're not talking about Spence
listen.
Because they arguably.
Drico, what you're doing, right, is the same reason why the fight between him and Spence isn't happening. And you're doing what everyone else is doing.
No.
Is that listen.
According to y'all,
every time we bring up Crawford, you bring up Spence. It's like Crawford cannot exist. We want to compare his record and who the opponents he's fought, and you keep bringing up Spence. Y'all keep doing this, and then y'all want to be mad that the fight didn't happen for 50-50.
That's not true. That's not true. When we brung up Boots not only called out Terrence Crawford, he also called out Spence too.
Listen, that's one instance, but that's not accurate. That's one instance after he just won his fight.
What ain't accurate?
Also, let me finish. He also let's see how you duck and dodge around this. He also called out Terrence Crawford when they offered Sean Porter $1 million, and Sean Porter said it was a lowball offer, and Boots Ennis said, "I'll take the $1 million and let's make the fight happen." And you know what we heard?
That's true too.
Crickets. We heard crickets. And to this day,
that's true.
And to this day, and listen, and to this day, neither one of them have an announced opponent. And Boots has already fought in between that time and is ready for another fight. And
that's a fact.
And on top of
that's
that, and on top of that, Bob Arum has also come out recently and said that ESPN don't want to put up the money for Terrence Crawford against Sean Porter because they're scared. So what's the excuse for not wanting to put up a low? Yeah, they're scared that they're gonna lose the money because he don't sell. Yep. That's why they don't want to put it up. It's just real. So tell me, what is the reason why he can't? They won't put up a little small measly $1 million offer for that fight. He ain't got no one.
I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
So here's the rule.
What I can tell you
Here's the
this
rule.
though.
Until you can answer that, because I think that warrants an answer, because there's a lot of facts that are there.
I can't tell you.
So
that
until you can, here's a bet. So here's a bet. Until you can answer that, then you can no longer follow up every question. You can no longer follow up every question that we ask about Bud Crawford with another opponent. With what about Spence?
Okay, so it's fair. It's not fair for you to say how Spence affair with. I mean, how TC affair with Boots, if not mentioning Spence's name too, because Boots not only called out TC, he called out Spence too.
Yeah, but check this out. But let's. That's a fact, right?
So we can.
But check this out. But check this out. But Errol Spence is getting ready to fight Manny Pacquiao. So we don't need to be talking about hypotheticals, because we just basically did a long stream just talking about that subject. While Terrence Crawford, he done popped up again on the screen with someone else. Let me see. There we go. What's going on with you, Drigo?
Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford on the same level.
So my thing is, Errol Spence has a fight, an exciting fight, a fight that people would anticipate, but Terrence Crawford doesn't. So we're asking about a potential opponent that we could possibly see that would be an exciting fight for him to go out with a bang and leave top rank. So we don't want to hear about him and Spence and Boots and Spence. Let's talk about Terrence Crawford and Boots, because it seems like
Let's talk about Earl. Let's talk about Earl. Let's talk about Earl.
Listen, we're gonna stay and see. This is what happens with Terrence Crawford. See, with the Terrence Crawford debates and argument, the argument, when they no longer have a foundation to stand on, they bring up hypotheticals. I like to stay in reality. Errol Spence is fighting Manny Pacquiao. When we package that and we put that over here, Terrence Crawford at this particular time and moment, disappeared again. Terrence Crawford at this particular time and moment does not have an opponent. Let me move that. I thought that was him coming back. Terrence Crawford at this particular time and moment does not have an opponent. There we go. So Terrence Crawford, again, for the 30th time, doesn't have an opponent right now. So I want to talk about real stuff, because one of the things I notice about all fighters, and we're not trying to make an excuse for Earl or trying to make an excuse for this person or that person, but one of the things I notice about all fighters is when all fighters have a fight coming up and they're asking about other fighters, they say, my main concern is the person in front of me. So I want to respect that tradition of fighters, and I want to shelf Errol Spence in a fantasy fight with anybody, because right now we're kind of getting a fantasy fight with him and Manny Pacquiao in reality. Right now, Terrence Crawford has no one announced. Right? And the facts are...
That's fact.
The facts are that Aram said that ESPN didn't make the fight with Sean Porter because it could be a big fight, but they don't want to put the money up because he's not a pay-per-view draw. That's what these are his words. I can only go off of that. They were comfortable offering Sean Porter $1 million to fight. Jerome Busanis says he'll take the $1 million. Terrence Crawford doesn't have an opponent. I can agree that I can tell you right now, the performance that Boots had against Lipnitz, they would rather see that over a Josecito Lopez fight, right? He says Jerome Bruce Ennis has only, out of all his fights, he only has 2 fights where he didn't knock the person out, and one of the fights that he didn't knock the person out, he was going to knock him out, and it turned to no contest from a headbutt in the first round. So Jerome Bruce Ennis is also a fighter like Terrence Crawford, who has a 74 arm reach just like him. Jerome Bruce Ennis is also a fighter that is a switch hitter who fights orthodox and southpaw just like Terrence Crawford. So Jerome Bruce Ennis is saying that he'll take $1 million. So
is that how it go? We're gonna hide behind numbers too. We're gonna say just for
business.
We're gonna hide behind the numbers. We're gonna say how many did Boots bring in? How many people in the seats did Boots bring in his last fight? Do you know that? We're gonna play numbers.
I guarantee you.
I'm gonna play y'all.
I guarantee you he'll bring
listen.
Listen.
I got. Listen, Drico. I'm right, Drico. See with me.
No hypothetical.
Drico, yeah, we ain't gonna go hypothetical.
You said
Drico,
fact, no hypothetical.
See, Drico with me.
Okay.
I live for shit like this. Boots Ennis fought in a bubble, just like Terrence Crawford did in his last fight against Brook. They seem about even.
They seem about even. Is that a fact?
They're even. They both fought with no fucking crowd. Both of them. So that's even to me. You ask what do they bring in? They both brought in the same shit. They fucking family.
Their last fight, that was when the world was open. How many people did Boots Ennis bring in? And how many people did Terrence? Because see, y'all behind numbers. Y'all say the reason why this fight in Spence and TC ain't happening is because of the numbers. So I'm gonna say
that's not a listen. That's
gotta be fair.
Listen.
We gotta be fair.
Listen. That fight, first of all, that fight between Terrence Crawford and Boots Ennis, a hardcore boxing fan would pay to see it, and it'd be a pay-per-view fight, right? But technically,
how many people is that?
Let me finish my thought. Let me just finish my thought, and then bring up what you're gonna say. That is technically the hardcore boxing fans would pay for that. I would pay for that. I paid $99 to watch that fight. That's just me because I'm a huge fan of Boots Ennis and I respect Terrence Crawford's game, and I think that's a great fight to watch for any boxing fan. But the reality of is that's not a pay-per-view fight because Terrence Crawford doesn't.
So why are we talking?
Let me no. Because all fights aren't pay-per-view. You can't match. No. All fights aren't pay-per-view because Terrence Crawford's last 2 fights weren't pay-per-view either. His fight against Brook wasn't pay-per-view, or Mean Machine wasn't pay-per-view. So so when you're talking about Spence and Crawford, and you're talking about Boots and Crawford, you're comparing apples to oranges. It's not the same thing. It's not the same deal. But when you're comparing Boots Ennis and Terrence Crawford in the immediate present, it's oranges. You're comparing oranges to oranges because they both fought in a bubble. They both have the same. They both. Besides the no contest, they both have knocked out all their opponents. Right?
And neither one of my pay-per-view attractions.
Right? They're neither one of them are pay-per-view attractions.
Just like y'all said that right. So that's not a good matchup right now, right? So Boots and TC is not a good matchup right now because of the numbers, right? Do we all agree?
No, we never said that. We never said that. It's a great matchup. It's a great matchup because their numbers match right now. But they both aren't pay-per-view. See, this is what you got. This is what you got to ask yourself. You only ask yourself because it's a network TV fight or it's a cable fight. When it's a pay-per-view fight, you match the numbers. When it's a network TV fight,
I think Bud and
when it's a network
TV and it will be a loss right now.
Tom Ross, this excuse. Tom Ross, do you hear these excuses? Do you hear
Low
these?
key,
Do you hear these fucking excuses?
Right. But do you want to know why this? They don't think he can be.
No excuses. I
That's
just
true.
think the numbers ain't right for them to
That's
bring
true.
him.
That's true. I'm glad I got this because I'm gonna put this one up.
You
Let me tell.
You don't think that he could be him.
That's exactly why he's wiggling his way out of this so bad. He wiggling his way out of this so bad because the facts are the fact. Let me listen,
Bob.
Listen. This is so easy for me, bro, because it ain't a pay-per-view fight. So we're not talking about taking a loss. We're talking about ESPN Nielsen's ratings to see how many what the peak is when people watch the fight. And if we're gonna compare apples to apples, you're not when he fought Kell Brook, no one said what numbers did Kell Brook have opposed to what TC numbers were. They made the fight because it's a cable fight. It's not a pay-per-view fight. No one said the same. No one said what numbers do he have versus Mean Machine either. We talking, and that was a fight when the world was open.
Use numbers with Spence. You can't.
You can't use their fight is a pay-per-view fight. That's why you have to compare it.
And then.
So your problem is you think Bud and Spence is the same.
Wait a minute. You can't.
See, that's what happens. Drinko. Just admit it. You don't think you don't want to see Terrence Crawford in the ring with Boots. Just say it.
But
do what to Boots? I want to hear it come out your mouth.
Bud and Spence are arguably 1 and 2.
Okay. But are we asking you about? I'm asking you about Terrence Crawford. Listen,
as far as 147.
I'm asking you about Terrence Crawford and Jerron Boots Ennis. You keep talking about Spence. We don't want. This is what I'm talking about. He keep going back to Spence.
I think TC could beat Boots Crawford right now. At this point, right here. Terrence Crawford can beat Boots Ennis.
I want to see it.
I want to
see it. And I bet you the boxing with that fight. Listen, a lot of people. Let me say this to you. I'm gonna say this to you. If you bring up Jerron Boots Ennis, this is what the BPC, the Blood Protection Committee, says. Oh, y'all want to throw boots on Bud, but he on the same side of the street as Spence, right? But let me say this. If Bud Crawford, if there was an announcement that came out this weekend that Terrence Crawford and Boots Ennis were fighting, everyone would be excited to watch that fight.
Yep.
Any real boxing fan that enjoys boxing would watch that fight.
No. Boxing fan. But the numbers will be too low.
What are you talking about? Bro, listen.
Y'all said it.
He fought. Listen. That's bullshit. You want me to tell you how I'm gonna call bullshit on that? Because Terrence Crawford's last fight where he fought on ESPN in public, when before the pandemic, when people were watching the fight, he fought Mean Machine, and then he was saying that it was one of the highest peak rated boxing events for the calendar year, where it hit like 2 million on ESPN. They didn't tune in for no fucking Mean Machine.
Right.
So don't come with that shit. Because if he fights Jerron Boots Ennis on ESPN, it's going to do more than that. Yes, it will.
So
who's Mean Machine? Who's Mean Machine? Because Boots and Bud haven't fought yet, but Mean Machine and Bud have fought, and they did good television rating numbers. Who's Mean Machine? To the people who tune in to fucking ESPN. Because mind you, Mean Machine had a draw with Ray Robinson, his previous fight to that. The same Mean Machine, the same Ray Robinson that Udanis Ugas, who can't knock no one out, knocked out. Right? So you gotta miss me with that now. Cause you sitting up talking about who is Boots Ennis. Who the fuck
That's a
was?
good point.
Yeah, who the fuck was Mean Machine? And also the Kell Brook fight that was in a bubble.
That's a
that
good
one
point.
also,
You made a good
and
point.
listen, and that fight with Kell Brook also that was in a bubble, that also had high viewership ratings. Like 2 million. They were bragging. Remember, Team Crawford, baby Crawford, popping up numbers. Oh, we did 2 million. Pete, look at this. We did 2 million.
See, what Draco is missing is Bud getting numbers when it's free. People just gonna pay their hard-earned money to watch Bud. But if it's free, motherfuckers will watch.
Nigga, it's cold. It was COVID time. Nigga can't do shit but watch TV. They couldn't even at that time. They couldn't even go to the fucking sports bar and watch that shit without wearing a mask or social distancing. So people tuned in and they watched it.
Listen,
and Bud put on a good. He put a good show. He knocked both of these guys out.
I understand all of that. I understand all of that. I'm a dude that sell 150 million units of cereal every 3 months annually. So I understand all the numbers, all of that shit when it comes down to that. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is,
I don't think you do.
Back to boxing. Bud boxer, if the numbers will beat Ennis, but the numbers ain't right, so they ain't gonna fight.
No, it ain't. Let me tell you what's not right. It ain't the numbers. It's not the numbers that's not right. What's not right is it's the risk versus the reward for Terrence Crawford is not right. That's what's not. It's not the numbers. Because if it was about the numbers, they wouldn't afford Kell Brook or Mean Machine. Yeah. It's the risk versus the reward. That's just real. Yeah. That's just real. And when you say and when you at any time the risk versus reward, because that's what Keith Thurman was saying. That's what Sean Porter was saying, and that's what Danny Garcia was saying about Errol Spence when he was knocking everyone the fuck out before he became world champion. And guess what? When he got when Spence got his chance at a title, when Spence got his chance at a title shot, he showed up and showed out. So why would I shortchange Boots? Right. I ain't gonna shortchange Boots.
I can't, man.
I just saw another live today.
I agree.
I just watched another Instagram live today with Jerome Boots Ennis. That motherfucker is bigger than Errol Spence. Physically. He's bigger than him. And they call Spence a weight bully. So he's bigger.
You think Bud would beat? You think Boots will beat Bud?
Yeah, I think Boots will knock him out.
He got a real good chance to beat Bud.
I think Boots will knock him out. Okay.
Listen, man. Bud,
and that's no disrespect. That's just my honest opinion.
He can beat Spence?
I think he has a good chance of beating Spence. Me personally, I don't want to see Errol Spence fight Boots until he go to 154. I think he need the size. I think he need the size. I'm just being real with you. I think he need the size.
Watch Tommy. Tommy. Beat Spence.
He asked, does Boots beat Spence? That's his question.
It's a possibility. Do I think he will beat Spence? No. But it's a possibility. Because the thing is, every time we talk about Bud, you want to bring up Spence. Bud and Spence is not the same. When Bud get hurt, Bud don't know how to. He don't know.
Spence, bro.
He don't know how to think. Bud try to fight his way out of getting hurt. So when you hurt Bud, you can stop Bud.
And here's the thing. I know people gonna be like, "Oh, I'm so biased and all this and that." I don't think the fight go past 6 rounds. I'm gonna tell you why. Because Bud get hit early in fights, clean with Boots and Bud. I don't think it goes past 6 rounds. I don't. I think he would knock him out cold, and I don't think he go past 6 rounds. And I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Because Bud gets hit clean in the beginning of fights. Flush. Mean Machine. Khan was hit him flush. Felix Diaz hit him flush. Lottie's Horn was hitting him flush. right?
Brooke was tagging his
Brooke was almost shut his fucking eye.
Spence don't get hit flush.
Oh my God, bro!
You know what? I'm convinced.
Oh my God!
I know Key don't even
I'm
think.
asking.
I know Key don't even think y'all even know how Bud look. When y'all look at Bud, y'all
I see. I can't. I see. You can't say Spence's name. You can't say Spence's name without putting God in it.
Yeah, because every time, this is a reoccurring pattern, and I think here's the thing: you're not aware of this,
Y'all
Drico. I think
crazy,
it's
Y'all is
involuntary.
crazy.
It's involuntary, Drico. I've
Y'all
noticed.
is
This is involuntary. This is a BPC reflex. This is a Bud Protection Committee reflex.
Some fighters are mixed. Like you can't mention Ali without mentioning Foreman.
That's bullshit. You can't. You can mention Ali and mention
so some people
Frazier.
are tied together, bro. That's just
Listen. But
I'm not a beat. Good.
Nah.
Yeah, I know how to beat this. What you do? I accept your premise. Okay, Spence do get his flush, but Spence take punches way better than Bud Crawford do.
Yeah, he does.
Now argue that.
He does. But I'm not. You're right. But he can't.
Damn.
Because it's a fact. But I'm not allowing that though. See, that's cool for you, Tom. But I'm not allowing this.
I'm tired of doing this.
Yeah. But this is a moment. See, you know what? This is like Drico went to counseling and therapy, and he's having a breakthrough moment because he himself.
Spence
listen,
does get hit.
Yeah, he does.
Spence
but
does get hit.
Not like Blood.
But we need you to see. But here's the thing, Tom, because we're making progress here, and I don't want you to sidetrack him because we're making progress. Okay. At this time, I think Drico isn't aware that involuntarily that this is what he does.
Yeah.
He's not aware of it. Now we're gonna bring this to your awareness, so we can have this breakthrough moment with you.
I just both of them
listen, and hear the facts because we could go through the tape because this is film, and we can even go through the chat. Every single time that there's a moment where Bud Crawford, you see a vulnerability in Bud Crawford, you ask the same question about Spence. That's what you do. Anytime there's a thing that there's a vulnerable when Bud doesn't seem invincible, then you ask, can Spence do or hold up to the same thing? And there has to be a point in time, right? Because this is the power of manipulation. And it ain't your fault, Drico, because this is what Bob Arum has programmed you guys to do. He has linked these guys together the same way. He has linked. Here's what I'm doing. I'm bringing it. I'm because I want to free you. That's what I want to do. I want to free you.
To think.
I want to free you.
Program. I'll be getting y'all programming. Y'all
listen. I want to free you. This is crazy. But we're not even bringing up Al Heyman. That's you. See, this is what Bernie. This is a BPC. This is what they do. They're not even blaming it on Al Heyman. This is a BPC deflection.
You said Bob Arum?
Yeah, he's not big on Al Heyman. Right. So listen, but this is the thing, right? This is like the moment where Morpheus. This is like the moment when Morpheus brought Neo the red pill and the blue pill, right? Okay. Bob Arum has done this to you. You've been manipulated.
Clones. Did you clone this nigga, Tom?
You've been manipulated like the rest of the boxing public.
Deflection.
Because, and this is how I'm going to prove it to you. Bob Arum did the same thing with Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence that he did with Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. It's the same thing. It's the common denominator in all of this is Bob Arum. He's done the same thing.
No, brother.
He's done the same thing.
No, ain't no.
And it's an absolute where where if you say Floyd do something, you'll say, well, Manny Pacquiao.
Certain fighters
If Floyd
are
beat Ricky Hatton, Floyd beats Ricky Hatton, Manny Pacquiao beat him faster. Floyd fights Cotto, Manny Pacquiao. He's done the same thing.
Right.
He's done the same thing. He has linked these fighters together. He has manipulated the psyche of the boxing fan who doesn't care about anything but seeing a fight and being entertained. And he has ingrained that in y'all head. That's what, and the biggest thing. Let me tell you, the biggest manipulative thing that he did, Tom Ross. The biggest manipulative thing that he did was the 40-40 and the winner gets 20. That is speaking to a boxing fan's ego.
Right.
Because it's about bravado and macho. Well, shit, if you could beat him, then
who believes that?
You know how many people said that?
Yeah.
They should. How many people was arguing saying Spence should take the 40-40 and the winner get 20, and that's fair?
Right.
And it was only and you know for a fact that if Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence were in two different switch situations, where Terrence Crawford sold 350, 360, 375. What's up? Salute to the OG Monty. Salute to you, my good brother. Keep doing what you're doing. Actually, Monty, your video about Team Crawford and Bernie and EJ inspired this live stream. That's what we had cooked on. We've been on here for 5 hours.
My brother.
Yeah. But again, what he has done is he has manipulated you guys to believe and accept things that he wouldn't even accept. Because if Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence had the switch situations,
bro, y'all giving Bob too much power, Bob.
No, we not. That's the problem. That's the problem. He wants you to overlook that. That's the problem. Don't dismiss it.
Keep cooking.
Right. I'm gonna keep cooking because
y'all is crazy, man.
Because if Bob Arum, listen, Drico. If Terrence Crawford,
Bob is outdated. He ain't got no game, bro. Y'all giving him too much.
Bro, he's deflecting.
No, we not. No, we not. You don't. The truth to set you free, Drico. Oh, I'm trying to free you here. You know, this is like the first time someone told you. This is like how Drico was taking. You know how Drico was taking this? It's like the first time you told a black person that they were introduced to Christianity and slavery. They've hung on to it for so long that now once it's coming out, it's like they don't want to. They can't process it because they believe the shit so much. Listen, this is a fact, bro. This is a fact, bro.
I'm totally
Bob Arum, the same person that didn't want to pay Teofimo Lopez, that ESPN had to give Teofimo the money to make the fight because Teofimo said, "Fuck it, I ain't gonna do it." The same person who wanted to give Sean Porter only $1 million, right? Is you telling me this guy, if Terrence Crawford, if Terrence Crawford, so Errol Spence's numbers, and Errol Spence sold 125 pay-per-views. Yep, that's what it is, cognitive dissonance. 125,000 pay-per-views at 50. And then Al Heyman said to Bob Arum, Terrence Crawford is scared of Errol Spence. We accomplished this, that, and the other. We want 50-50 or fuck it. We want 40. We just let's just do 40-40 and 20% to the winner. Are you telling me that you can say with a clear conscience and a clear heart that Bob Arum would say, fuck it, let's make the fight happen?
Bob Arum ain't taking no loss if you can help it.
No, man.
No, okay then. So all of this
stuff
ain't
gonna go on.
Right. So that's my point. That's how you know if you can say that, then that means that by him saying this, you've been manipulated. See, the fans, he has manipulated you guys to the point where you cannot even mention Errol Spence, or you cannot mention, you can't even mention Terrence Crawford without Errol Spence. We're talking about Errol Spence has a fight already with Manny Pacquiao. He's focused on that. We're focused on that. We talked about that. We cooked on that.
Right.
Now we're saying that we're bringing up nothing but facts, not opinions. Not opinions. My opinion is that Boots will win the fight. That's my opinion. Other people, Monty probably would tell me hell no. I think that's his stance on that. But that's his opinion. I respect it. And this is my opinion. But we're gonna bring up facts. These are facts.
Chico Bear tell you hell no.
Right. And that's fine, because I can respect that. But these are the facts though. Okay? Sean Porter allegedly initially said that he got a low ball offer for $1 million. Right? Terrence Crawford, to this point in time, does not have an official opponent, while Errol Spence does. So I don't want to hear about what about Spence and Bud and Spence. I don't want to hear that, because Errol Spence has a fight that everyone wants to go see. A huge fight. Not even a huge fight. All right? Terrence Crawford doesn't have a fight announced. Right?
Yeah,
I agree.
Doesn't have a fight announced at all. Yeah, and that's what I said. And I respect that, Monty. I have no problem with that. I respect that. Because he possibly could beat him. But me personally, my opinion is I don't see the fight going past 6 rounds. I see a stoppage for Boots. That's me personally. I think Bud gets hit too flush initially in the beginning of the fight. I think Boots is
Money is in the chat.
I think
Money
Boots
a person got some logic.
Yeah, but I can respect Monty's opinion, because Monty put in a lot of work in this boxing shit. So I respect it.
See, but when Monty say that, Monty say that based on Terrence Crawford.
Right.
He's not going to treat him Errol Spence.
Right. And notice how I didn't. And then notice how I didn't. Once he said that, I didn't link Spence to Bud and said, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't do that.
I based it on Terrence Crawford. Errol Spence ain't in the ring with Boots.
Right. But my point again is Monty. I mean, Terrence Crawford doesn't have an opponent, right? He has no opponent. People would watch that fight. It would do good ratings on TV, right? Based on
so you're saying that Boots and Spence, Boots and T should fight, right?
I would pay to see it. Yes, without a doubt, I would pay to see it. Me personally, because if they want to line up, I think Boots is better than Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah.
We see Maurice Hooker go in there and mark up Virgil Ortiz's face, right? And we see Boots Ennis look like he's ready to go to the club after Lipnitz, the same guy who retired Lamont Peterson. So, and the win was way more impressive, right? So my thing is this. My thing is, if Crawford don't have an opponent, Sean Porter put the business out that $1 million was a low ball offer. Jerome Boots Ennis, let me see what Monty just said here. Yeah, Boots. There we go. Boots will beat Ortiz's ass. Right. So if it's cool for Ortiz to get in the ring and he's at the top of the WBO, why is it a problem for Boots? You feel me?
I agree.
So Boots came out publicly and said, because Terrence Crawford loves to clap back at people, right? Someone say something about TC, he clapped back, right? Boots said on Brian Custer's podcast, Bud is too. He said he'll beat all the welterweights. He's the best welterweight. He got too much tricks for Spence. He didn't say I'll knock him out. He said I have too much tricks for him. He said Bud is too chinny. I will stop him. Those were his words. Those are his own words. And then after Sean Porter said, Bob, don't disrespect me and give me a low ball offer, Boots came out right after that and said, I'll take the $1 million. Bob just came out and said that that Sean Porter would be a big fight, but ESPN is too scared to put up the money because Bud doesn't sell pay-per-views. That's what Bob just said. I'm just going on facts. It's not opinions. So you telling me right now that a multi-fucking-billion-dollar company like ESPN, who probably writes off tens of millions or $100 million off in taxes, don't have $1 million to give Boots Ennis to fight Bud? He ain't got no opponent. and he owed him a fight. And Boots ain't got no opponent, and Bud ain't got no opponent.
I mean, can't speak. I can't speak on. I can't speak on the money tip or why, but I can say that TC will beat Boots. That's how I feel, in my opinion.
I can
I think
respect
TC will
that.
beat Boots at this point in time. I think Boots is skillful and everything, but I also think Boots. Yeah, I think that TC will beat him at this point right here. I also would like to say the reason why people connect Spence and TC is because, like I said before, like Ali and Foreman, Ali and Frazier. Right now it's Haney. It's becoming Haney and
No,
Tio.
those guys were
It's
connected after they fought, not before they fought. They were connected after
Devin
they
and Tio is tanking, and you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's that's how I think. The names are being connected now because it'll be thrown in a pot. You know what I'm saying? So
I
I
mean,
think that certain names are
I
being
could be,
connected which one with one another because those fighters that each one of them into.
I could be honest, right? I could be honest. Risk versus reward. It's not a smart move for Terence Crawford. Not at this point. It's a risky fight, and the reward is not enough, personally.
I
But
agree.
my point is, and I'm saying that from the perspective of Terence Crawford, from his perspective, his team or management team perspective, from a business perspective, because boxing is a business. See, I'm not being biased when I just throw bravado and ego and say, "Oh fuck that, he should do it." Nah, I could be fair. Risk versus reward is probably not the smartest move for them to make, especially if you still have plans on getting a big payday with Errol Spence. I don't think, because again, and this is why I say this, right? Terence Crawford gets hit clean and flush too much in the first three rounds. I say the first 3 rounds he get hit
Brother,
too
let,
much.
let me interact. You say risk versus reward. Why would Terence Crawford risk that title against a dangerous person like Boots Ennis if he really wants to fight Spence
Bro, that's what I just said.
next
You're asking,
or whenever on
but
down the road? You got to be smart. Y'all say
right, you
playing
just
chess. That's a checkers move if he
right, but you
fights with.
just right, but
Yeah.
that's what I
fought.
just Drigo, you're asking me the question that I just
I mean, if he
explained
was
to you.
good enough,
I literally just said that. I said I can understand that. It's if you want to pay it with Spence, that is true. That's a risky fight. So I understand that.
Right.
I understand that. See, and I said for me, it's not ego and bravado to be like, oh fuck that, he's scared, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Nah, I'm not gonna say that. All right, I don't know what's in that man's heart, Terence Crawford. I'm not, but what I will say is this: it's a fucking that's the most dangerous fight. That would be the most dangerous fight of his career so far. So far, period. That guy is huge. He's a big puncher. And the reason I'm giving my opinion that Ennis could beat him, right? Because I know that Jerome Boots Ennis could duplicate what Kell Brook did to Terence Crawford. He has the skills to duplicate that. He has the skills to time him because Kell Brook was timing him, and Kell Brook is not as good of a pure boxer as Ennis, and Kell Brook don't have the same reach as Ennis. He don't have a 74-inch reach like Ennis. He don't punch as hard as Ennis either. And the thing about Terence Crawford that I noticed that a lot of people overlook because people get excited by knockouts, and because Kell Brook was a former Errol Spence opponent, they were so happy to see him knock Kell Brook out so early so they could shit on Spence because they've been manipulated. Even the whole ESPN broadcast was so manipulative to where when they were showing clips of Kell Brook, they were showing the clean punches he landed on Errol Spence. Like he actually won the fight and didn't quit.
right?
But this is all manipulation. You got to watch these things. It's what it is, right? But you look at Boots. What I saw in Terrence Crawford is this, and I want you to take a look also again. But I see it. A lot of people don't see this shit, but I see it. I'm gonna tell you this: when Terrence Crawford, I was getting about to be shut, versus Kell Brook, he could not stop a simple jab 1-2 from the orthodox position stance. The way that he had to switch, and he took away Kell Brook's jab by going southpaw. That's what he did, right? And kudos to Bud for having that in his arsenal. He worked on all of that shit. That's part of his arsenal. He used it. He got the knockout, right? The thing about Boots is this. Boots can switch as well. He knocked out Lipness from a southpaw position. He looked more comfortable the same way. The thing about Terrence Crawford that bothered me big time about Kell Brook tagging him like that was he couldn't stop it until he went into another stance. For a top pound-for-pound fighter to not be able to defend a jab, that is an issue for me, looking at that. Now, Terrence Crawford against Gamboa. When he got pieced up and hurt, he was in the conventional stance when he got pieced up. And as soon as he got hurt, I want you to go look at the tape, because I ain't trying to diss him. I just want you to look at the tape. When he got pieced up, in his weakest moment, when he was looking like Bambi at the legs, right? And he was disoriented and hurt, he by nature switched back to southpaw, because that is what he is most comfortable at, is at southpaw. I look at shit. Terrence Crawford is a slick motherfucker, and the mind games he play with fighters, I'm gonna tell you what he do. He has enough skills to outbox most fighters from either stance. But if you are an orthodox fighter, he will initially come out orthodox to fight you. If you are a southpaw fighter, he will initially come out southpaw to fight you and then switch the shit up. You go back and you look at Mean Machine. When he got rocked, he was in the orthodox stance. When he figured he needed to turn up the heat, he went southpaw. If Terrence Crawford fights Errol Spence, he's going to come out as a southpaw first, because he's going to want to see if he can outbox him as a southpaw, which the southpaw stance is really his best stance. That is really his best weapon. The southpaw stance is his best weapon. He has the most offense as a southpaw. His most dangerous punch as a southpaw is his right hook. His right hook, especially his check right hook when he's stepping backwards. That's what he hurt Gamboa with. That's what he hurt a lot of people with. But my point is this. Before all of that stuff happens and he irons all of that shit out, he normally gets tagged up a bit. And I'm just telling you, I just have Boots put him to sleep, bro. And that's not me saying because I'm Spence is my guy and there's an ongoing rift between Spence and Bud. I'm just saying Bud will lose to Boots because I'm hating. No, that is my pure boxing and analysis and opinion on it, and based on the things that I just told you. I don't see the fight literally going past 6 or 7 rounds. I think Boots is just too big of a puncher for him.
Bud is always reckless in the beginning of fights, no matter who he's fighting. Always reckless. He's always getting clipped. Something crazy. And if you get clipped by a fucking Boots Ennis, it's night-night.
Yeah, it's night-night. Because his Bud Crawford, when he gets hit, it's not about how good his chin is. It's about how Bud Crawford recovers good. When Bud Crawford gets hit, his body doesn't react the way that he would like it to react when he gets hit clean.
He gets hurt.
His body does its own thing. It detaches from him. But because he's in great shape, like a Floyd Mayweather, when he got clipped by Mosley and was hurt and was wobbling, he recovers great.
Mm-hmm.
Against Mean Machine, he recovered super quick. Against Gamboa, even though he was wobbled, he recovered super quick. Right? And just to go off on a different subject real quick, Drico coming back. To go off on a different subject really quick, that was my issue with Devin Haney this weekend. Not that he got clipped, but that he didn't recover.
The lack of recovery was crazy.
He didn't recover. He was hurt. Right. Floyd was hurt worse against Mosley than Devin Haney, and he recovered quick. Bud was hurt worse against Gamboa. He recovered quickly. That's why now when you say T.O. Sparks Haney, I agree with you now. Based on what I just saw from that.
You agree with me?
I agree with you. Yes,
okay, all right.
I agree with you now. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't agree with you before, but now I agree with you.
There you go.
I agree. See, I'm real like that. See, a lot of people don't understand that about me, Drico. I'm real like that. I'm real like that. If I see with me, what you see is what you get. I don't do so I don't look bad. I gotta try to be wrong and strong and keep. I ain't like that. That ain't me. It is what
you made some good points. Y'all made some good points. I try to be 50-50 about the situation, but then Terrence Crawford don't give me a leg to stand on at times, bro. You know what I'm saying?
65-35?
Yeah.
Really, Drico, what you really are is the split that Terrence Crawford should take to make the fight happen. That's what you really are. You like 65-35.
He should have took the 60-40. He should have took the 60-40.
Yeah, because it's gonna be if EJ win now, see, and they already got the built-in excuse now. Oh, if Earl win, he gonna say something crazy, and then if the fight don't get made, it's his fault because he's scared. And listen, I said on this show, if Bud Crawford would have fought Manny Pacquiao, I had him knocking Manny Pacquiao out. I said he had every right to come to the negotiating table with a 50-50 split.
Yeah.
Yeah, every right. I said that.
I think right now TC should fight Ugas though. Stay away from Enos. It's too dangerous. That's too dangerous of a fight.
Yeah.
Like you said, the risk and the reward.
See, I respect that, but before you was disrespecting boots, you was calling niggas sneakers, shoes, socks.
I still don't like him, but I can't take away from his skill set.
Or maybe still put the baddest man in cell block. You're not trying to go to cell block before get some real work.
That's right. Don't sleep on Ugas.
Nah, buddy go fuck him up.
Beat the shit out of you guys, man.
Bud gonna fuck Ugas up. But Ugas don't have nothing to keep Bud off of him.
See, you know how you be real.
Time is real. This is what time is. I used to listen. Let me tell you something.
I ain't saying Ugas gonna win. I said those.
Listen. Oh, he said listen. Let me tell you something, Drake. I'm gonna tell you about a debate Tom and I had on another channel that I ain't even gonna mention.
Yeah.
Tom Ross had the nerve to come out of his mouth and say that Bud Crawford will get knocked out by Adrian Broner.
Oh Lord!
Yeah, and we argued about that. I mean,
I'm sending time to the golf channel.
Right. And they told me on that channel that I was straddling the fence for Bud. I mean, people think like I'm some type of Spence extremist. That channel is.
No. At the time, you had a different situation with Bud. Now you on my neck. But at the time, you trying to be nice.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why, because his people, they just have no respect for me at all. You know, it's for me is boxing opinions, for them is constant disrespect. You know what I mean? Right. So it's like at this point, there's no reason for me to sugarcoat how I really feel about it. Without me, still at the same time, without me ever making it personal or disrespecting anybody. But the hatred for Errol Spence, it is so deep in them that it just bothers them. It's some shit. It's some shit I ain't really never really witnessed before, to be quite honest. Right. It's like now Earl is gonna lose to Manny. Earl was supposed to lose to Earl was gonna get his teeth knocked out by Danny Garcia. Remember that?
He gonna beat Manny. It ain't gonna be easy, like Mr. Tommy Gunn say. Yeah, he's gonna walk through and hit him with body shots and knock him out.
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna beat
Manny.
I feel like he's gonna beat Manny. I feel like he should beat Manny, but I have a certain level of respect for Manny where I'm not gonna just say like Earl's just gonna beat him. You feel me? I feel like he should beat him. He better beat him.
I think Draco think this fight gonna be like Thurman.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's not. And you know
now you're telling me what I'm thinking.
And you can always say you not. Well, I'm thinking you think it's gonna be competitive like that.
You know what I'm really thinking right now, Tommy. You wanna know what I'm thinking?
Oh, hold that thought real quick. I think you think it's gonna be competitive like that. Well, it's not. The first 5 or 6 rounds, they're gonna be tougher. But after that, Spence gonna walk through them.
That's what I think, Tom. That's what I think, Tom.
Yeah. And
again, that's what I was always saying.
And again, people gonna make excuses. Watch this, because you know what my reputation is on the book, right? So people gonna make excuses when it happened.
You hate TC.
Yeah, I do. So people, right. So I mean, Drico just saying that to be funny, but
and you, Tommy Guns, you a TC supremacist.
No. You're a
TC supremacist. TC supremacist. So. Well, no. Actually, that wouldn't be right.
I gotta reverse it.
Yeah,
I gotta say you're an Earl supremacist.
That's who you are. You a TC supremacist.
No, I just cut it down the middle. I try to make things even because they are 1 and 2. So and they are attached. So I say, okay, if Boots Ennis can do this to TC, what could he do with Earl? Just like we did against Manny, how we broke that down, and we said that TC. And that would be a bad matchup for Manny. Earl is actually a bad matchup for Earl if we really, really look at it on paper.
Listen, I feel like this. I feel like this. You ain't down the middle with them. You're down the middle is an Aram down the middle. It's like one for you. You know how people go like. I remember I saw a cartoon where they were divvying out money, and the nigga went 1 for you, 1 for me, 2 for
I'm going to have Texas. I'm going to Texas and have for Thanksgiving with the Spencers, though.
Yeah, 1, 2 for me, 3 for you, 1, 2, 3 for me. That's your down the middle.
See, that's Bob. See, that's Bob Arum shit right there.
That's what I'm saying. You got a Bob Arum down there.
Y'all niggas is crazy, man. Look at Omega. What'd he say? Remember everybody said Mike Tyson?
He would beat everyone.
You have to become a microcosm of Bob Arum.
Yeah. Listen, guys, I gotta go because I gotta make a trip
Hell no. You ain't hanging up.
I got
Hell
to.
no. I'm about to
I gotta
cook.
take nigga. I gotta take man. You gotta be cooking by your motherfucking self, nigga.
That's my story right there.
I gotta go to Philly, man, in like
Man,
3
your
hours.
wife ain't at home. You
Yeah,
cooking tonight, bro.
yeah,
No, you ain't getting
yeah.
no.
I don't got no treat.
Hell no.
That's what happened when I don't have no chocolate in the bed at night. Nigga, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ain't no chocolate in the bed for me tonight, man.
I
I
feel
can't
that,
have
man.
I can't get no
I
cavities
just got
tonight.
my internet working too. I had to go click a button and all this other shit, man. Y'all, I'm up,
Next
man.
time we do this shit, nigga, you better click the button at the beginning of the show.
I finally figured it out. My
Oh, you figured
internet
it
was
out?
actually off and it was on my phone.
Oh, right. So you were using the phone signal, which isn't
Yes.
that strong. I'm like, goddamn,
Right.
Drake, are you an engineer? What kind of fucking internet you got in your crib?
Man, I got the Spectrum. Is it
Oh,
Spectrum?
yeah. So, yeah, because you
Yeah.
straight now.
Netgear, yep.
Yeah, you
Yep.
straight
Matter
now.
of fact, the picture's even clear. You see it?
Oh, everything's
Mm-hmm.
better.
Yeah,
Everything's better.
yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
God you figured this shit out.
Yeah.
You,
See, I should have got you to troubleshoot my shit, man. You the one. You're so
hey,
far. I blame you.
you funny as shit, nigga.
You got stock in this shit. Make it
Nigga,
work.
I only, first of all, y'all the competition. We don't fuck with y'all.
Yeah.
Secondly, I deal with businesses. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I had to deal with Kellogg's out this motherfucker.
Yeah.
But
Hey, you want some cereal? I'll send you some cereal, man.
yeah, I never liked cereal in my life, man. I'll
Send you Rice Krispie treats.
nigga, no thanks. I don't eat none of that shit. I like real. I'm fat. I like real food.
Okay. All right.
I like real food, man. But I gotta roll, man, because I didn't even get a lot of sleep last night because I had to take my wife.
No, you up?
Nigga, I
I'm
had to take my wife to the because my wife went to New York. I had to take her to the bus station at 4:00 in the morning, and then I had to work.
So you've been up.
All right, I had to work at 8, so I went back. I went to sleep at like 5. Got back up at 8. Went to work at 8:30, and now I'm still up. And now I gotta head out to Philly at 7 a.m. 8 a.m. Actually 8 a.m. I could do 8. So I gotta set the alarm clock actually to 7:30, and I gotta get the fuck up out of here.
That'll work.
But
Thomas,
salute you guys.
I want you to write 50 times that I like Bud Crawford.
I think you don't know Tom Ross's heart. That shit is like blasphemy. You just asked him to do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and I want you to unbutton that top button the next time you come on the show.
I had to.
We got the chain on. You can't do this. We got the chain on. You can't do this.
Oh, you got to floss. He flossing on us. He flossing on us.
I see.
But the chain off, open it up.
Peace to you, Omega Red. We appreciate you. We appreciate you riding with us, man. To the wheels full of. This is the longest live I ever did. 5 hours and 16 minutes.
Yeah.
But we got some good material. I might have to cut this shit up. I'm gonna put your ass on blast, Rico. We had a breakthrough today. We had a breakthrough today.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know that you were involuntarily doing some things, and we had to bring it to the
forefront.
Say
Spence ran from TC though. He running from TC.
Yeah, he ran straight to all the tougher fights and to the bank. That's where he fucking ran. Okay. And with that, I'm about to take the easy road and go to bed. So
oh, you smart. You smart.
Not that smart. I'm about to take the easy road and take my ass to sleep.
Hey,
so
man.
Salute to you guys. I appreciate you guys, and stay loyal to the game, and we out of here.